Chapter 181. Boom, boom, boom. Following the continuous furious roars, the entire Misty Mountain was boiling. Even though they were quite far away, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow could still see the exploding golden energy waves coming from the center of the Misty Mountain. The continuous explosions sounded like the wrath of thunder, and it came from the Firethorn Savage, who was in a violent state. The Firethorn Savage is furious. De Huang Dog jumped up again. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it will die. The golden egg is the Firethorn Savage's reverse scale. Whoever touches the golden egg will be dead meat. The Green Sanctuary sect is going to be in an uproar soon. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a sneer. Boom! Thunderous roars could be heard continuously. The furious Firethorn Savage dragged its hill-like body and rampaged through the entire Misty Mountain. Countless flowers and trees were destroyed, and countless demon beasts fled in all directions. Some of them crawled on the ground, trembling in fear. The Firethorn Savage was the true king of all beasts in Misty Mountain. Once a king of beasts was enraged, all living beings would be terrified. The Firethorn Savage was furious. Although it had a huge body, it was not slow at all. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the third sector and was flying towards the outside of Misty Mountain. The direction he was flying towards was the Green Sanctuary sect. The Firethorn Savage sensed the aura of the golden egg. It's heading towards the Green Sanctuary sect. Let's follow it and watch the show. Jiang Chen grinned. He and De Huang Dog flew up into the sky and followed behind the Firethorn Savage. About 100 miles away from Misty Mountain, there was a beautiful mountain range. On top of the mountain, there were jade pavilions, and mist lingered in the air. This was the territory of the Green Sanctuary sect. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear. The peaceful Green Sanctuary sect was suddenly swept up by a strong gust of wind, as if the sky was going to change. A monstrous demonic energy was approaching from afar. Not long after that, a majestic demon beast appeared in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. The demon beast's body was covered with golden scales, and it was shining brightly under the sunlight. Ah, it's the Firethorn Savage. He's here to attack. Heavens, it's really the Firethorn Savage. Quick, informed the sect chief. The Firethorn Savage has appeared. Only the sect chief can stop it. All the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect immediately fell into a state of chaos. Those disciples who had just returned from the Misty Mountain didn't even have the time to count their gains when they saw Firethorn Savage. All of them were terrified and didn't know what to do. Ever since the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage came to an agreement 3 years ago, there hadn't been any conflict between the two sections. Even when there were constant conflicts in the past, Firethorn Savage had never attacked the Green Sanctuary sect. Furthermore, judging from Firethorn Savage's current state, it was extremely brutal. Obviously, Firethorn Savage wasn't here to chat. Roar! You despicable humans, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Firethorn Savage spoke in the human language. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that echoed in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. After that, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and spat out a golden fireball. Rumble! Ah! The fireball smashed downwards and landed in front of the Green Sanctuary sect's gate. The gigantic gate was blasted into smithereens and the fire spread everywhere. Some of the people who were hit by the fireball screamed and died on the spot. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a late Heavenly Core sect elder flew up into the sky and arrived not far away from Firethorn Savage while trembling with fear. With a loud voice he said, Firethorn Savage, the Green Sanctuary sect has come to an agreement with you. We won't interfere with each other's business. Although we came to the Green Sanctuary sect to train, we've never stepped into the first layer. So, why did you come here and attack us? Dang! Firethorn Savage was furious. His killing intent soared into the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden beam. The beam was like an indestructible sharp sword, and it pierced through the sect elder's body. Under the attack of Firethorn Savage, no late Heavenly Core warrior could withstand even a single attack from him. He would definitely die. Right at this moment, the commotion caused by Firethorn Savage had already reached Qing Styx, Lu Hong and the others. What? Firethorn Savage, we didn't offend him. Why did he suddenly attack us? Lu Hong was surprised. Let's go out and have a look. Qing Styx's expression turned cold, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Many strong men dashed out from different places in the Green Sanctuary sect. At this moment, More than a dozen Divine Core warriors appeared and blocked in front of Firethorn Savage. These Divine Core sect elders were all mighty existences in the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was extremely difficult to even meet them. Because of Firethorn Savage's arrival, all of these sect elders had appeared. This showed how much importance the Green Sanctuary sect placed on Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage, why did you suddenly attack the Green Sanctuary sect? Ching Stix shouted out loudly. Give me back my son. Firethorn Savage's eyes had turned red, and his voice sounded like a loud bell. What? Why is your son in the Green Sanctuary sect? Besides, I've never heard that you have a son. You're just being unreasonable. Lu Hong shouted out loudly. The Green Sanctuary sect had had many conflicts with Firethorn Savage, but they had never heard of him having a son, and they had never heard of another Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain. What they didn't know was that this golden egg was bred by Firethorn Savage after absorbing the natural energies. The golden egg contained Firethorn Savage's complete bloodline and life essence, and that meant it was his son. Firethorn Savage was a rare beast in the world, and it was extremely rare. If an adult Firethorn Savage wanted to pass down his bloodline, this was the only way, and the success rate was extremely low. Firethorn Savage had worked hard for many years, and he had only succeeded in having one. But now, it had been taken away by the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was taken away when he wasn't around. This was really despicable. Roar! Despicable humans. Go to hell! Firethorn Savage kept roaring out furiously. He was really furious. He could clearly sense that the golden egg was in the Green Sanctuary sect, and these sanctimonious humans had just taken away his golden egg. But now, they were telling him that they didn't. This was really despicable. Fireball Savage opened his mouth and spat out one fireball after another towards different areas of the Green Sanctuary sect. Judging from his behavior, it seemed like he was determined to destroy this entire sect today. Rumble. At this moment, sounds of explosions could be heard everywhere in the Green Sanctuary sect. Flames shot up into the sky, and many disciples were caught in the sea of flames, dying on the spot. What a bastard! How dare you cause trouble in the Green Sanctuary sect? Ching Stix was furious. With a sway of his body, he arrived not far away from Firethorn Savage. He waved his hand in the air, unleashing a huge barrier that pressed down towards Firethorn Savage. Roar! Firethorn Savage kept roaring out furiously. His body was invulnerable, and his body was extremely tough. A golden barrier appeared around his body, and he rammed towards Ching Stix. Rumble! The air was almost destroyed by the impact. This was a fight between two peak Divine Core warriors. It was no joke. The powerful shockwaves from the fight shocked everyone, and no one could imagine a fight like this. Tap tap tap. Ching Stix was forced back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. A frightened expression emerged on his face. This bastard is much stronger than he was 3 years ago, even I can't suppress him. Ching Stix's expression changed, and he was shocked. Firethorn Savage was a rare demon beast in this world, and he was extremely strong. Although he was only a peak mid-Divine Core warrior, only a combat soul warrior could kill him. Even ordinary late Divine Core warriors would have a hard time dealing with him. Far away in the sky, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were leisurely sitting on top of a cloud. They were watching the battle between the Green Sanctuary sect from afar, and they could see everything that was happening between Firethorn Savage and Ching Stix. Firethorn Savage is really strong. Buddy, luckily you're smart enough to use the golden egg to frame the Green Sanctuary sect. If not, if we were to fight him face to face, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. De Huang Dog had an excited expression on his face. This is the effect I want. Firethorn Savage has become furious, and I don't think those men from the Green Sanctuary sect have any idea what is going on, Kaka. Jiang Chen was laughing out loudly as well. Hee hee, I think that old man still thinks the golden egg is your treasure, and he will never think that it's with Firethorn Savage. As long as they don't hand over the golden egg, Firethorn Savage won't let them go. Let's fight. The harder the better. It'll be best if both sides are badly injured. Then we'll have a chance to reap the benefits. De Huang Dog was laughing evilly. Jiang Chen's tactic was brilliant, and at the same time, this was their only chance to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Oh, Firethorn Savage's anger was getting stronger and stronger. He hated these humans to the core, and in his eyes, all of them had to die. Since they still didn't hand over the golden egg, there was nothing else he could say. As Firethorn Savage's body swayed, numerous golden beams shot out from his body. Each of the golden beams looked like an invincible sharp sword. At this moment, the entire Green Sanctuary sect was covered in a rain of swords. This was the Firethorn Savage's furious attack, and it didn't discriminate between any of the Divine Core warriors in front of him. "Everyone, be careful. This beast is furious," Qingming shouted. He didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his aura to the peak. His whole body was covered with dazzling yuan power. His hand flickered with a bright light. A silver spear that was 3 meters long appeared in his hand. This was a high-ranked combat weapon, and its quality was even higher than Jiang Chen's Axe of Thunder. Qing Stix was holding it in his hand, and it was glowing brightly. "Break for me!" Qing Stix shouted out loudly. Then he swept the spear in his hand horizontally. At this moment, countless afterimages of spears appeared in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. These afterimages interweaved into a huge net and collided with the golden beams unleashed by Firethorn Savage. Rumble. Like the rumbling of thunder, a rainbow-colored gigantic wave filled the entire sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. These were the destructive energy ripples. The furious Firethorn Savage was too powerful. Even with his high-ranked combat weapon, Qing Stix couldn't completely block all the attacks. Many of the bright beams shot towards the other Divine Core sect elders. The expressions of those sect elders changed dramatically. Without any hesitation, they immediately took out their combat weapons, and with their combined strength, they were finally able to block all the attacks. Some of the weaker sect elders could only feel their chi and blood boiling, and they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. "Damn it, this beast is much stronger than 3 years ago, and it's now in a frenzied state. It's not easy to deal with." Chapter 182. Rumble. Shockwaves swept across the sky, and the aftermath of the battle could be felt everywhere. Rainbow-colored energies covered the sky, and there were even black airflows drifting in the air, causing the entire Green Sanctuary sect to be shrouded in darkness. Everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The entire Green Sanctuary sect was shaking. All the Divine Core warriors had moved out with combat weapons in their hands, and they were fighting the furious Firethorn Savage. The battle was so intense that it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, everyone in the Green Sanctuary sect felt depressed, including the sect chief, Qing Stix. No one knew why Firethorn Savage would go crazy like this. The Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage had been living in peace for 3 years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Besides, even during the 3 years when there were constant conflicts between the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage had never been so angry before. What made everyone feel even more depressed was that Firethorn Savage had come looking for his son. Wasn't this just bullying? How could the Green Sanctuary sect have Firethorn Savage's son? Just as the Green Sanctuary sect was suffering, above the clouds in the sky, a man and a dog were jumping up and down excitedly. Their faces were filled with joy. This man and dog were none other than the culprits of this incident. Jiang Chen had used a golden egg to completely destroy the Green Sanctuary sect. "Awesome, this is really awesome. Buddy, you're really evil. The Green Sanctuary sect has been ruined by you this time, but they deserve it. It's their fault for offending us." De Huang Dog's eyes were rolling around, and he was laughing so hard that his mouth was covered with saliva. Firethorn Savage and the Green Sanctuary sect were having such an enjoyable fight, and as the culprit, he was really excited. Let's fight as hard as we can. It's best if both sides are badly injured. If we don't fight, how are we going to reap the benefits?" Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. "But, this Firethorn Savage is really powerful. He was able to suppress the entire sect by himself. The power of Firethorn Savage's bloodline is too strong, but of course, it still can't be compared with my Divine Beast bloodline," De Huang Dog said. He wasn't boasting. Firethorn Savage was a rare mutated beast, and its bloodline was extremely powerful. If not, it wouldn't possess such a powerful combat strength. Of course, no matter how powerful a mutated beast was, it couldn't be compared to a divine beast. The difference between a Firethorn Savage and a Dragon Horse was not small. If De Huang Dog was a peak mid-divine core warrior, then Qing Stix and Taoist Black would be no match for De Huang Dog. They might even be able to kill him instantly. Therefore, we need to borrow the power of the Green Sanctuary sect to deal with Firethorn Savage. With our current strength, Killing Firethorn Savage and obtaining its demon soul is just a fantasy. Jiang Chen sat down on the cloud and said casually. A man and a dog were in a good mood. They chatted while watching the drama that was happening in the Qingming house. Buzz. In the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect, Qing Stix's green robe was fluttering in the wind. The spear in his hand was unleashing countless spear shadows, causing the air to tremble. He held the spear with one hand and ferociously attacked Firethorn Savage. At the same time, all the other Divine Core sect elders joined forces and attacked Firethorn Savage from another direction. Roar! Firethorn Savage was getting angrier and angrier. His gigantic body was shaking violently, and sounds of metal plates cracking could be heard coming out from his body. Firethorn Savage had unleashed his innate ability, causing golden spikes to appear all over his body. Each spike was as thick as a water bucket, and they were extremely sharp. It looked like they were indestructible. Under the sunlight, the spikes on Firethorn Savage's body were glowing brightly. Firethorn Savage's gigantic body was like a small hill, and he was crazily shaking in the sky. Like an ancient beast, he dashed towards Qing Stix's spear. Clang! Qing Stix's spear stabbed into Firethorn Savage's body, creating a huge amount of sparks. The powerful high-ranked combat weapon could only leave a white mark on Firethorn Savage's body. It couldn't break his body at all. What? Qing Stix cried out in shock. He never thought that Firethorn Savage's innate ability would be so powerful. Not only did those spikes possess offensive power, they also possessed a very strong defensive ability. They were like a sturdy armor, preventing his enemies from breaking his defense. What a powerful innate ability! Jiang Chen, who was far in the sky, suddenly widened his eyes. Firethorn Savage's innate ability was really frightening. It was able to attack and defend at the same time. Buddy, are you tempted? I know you're cultivating a mysterious and powerful skill that allows you to absorb the innate ability of demon beasts. Don't even think about the demon soul, but if you can get that golden egg, you might be able to learn Firethorn Savage's innate ability from it. De Huang Dog understood what Jiang Chen was thinking. Just by looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he knew what Jiang Chen was thinking. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He couldn't deny De Huang Dog's words. This powerful innate ability was really attractive. If he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation skill, he wouldn't have the desire to possess this innate ability. But now that he had such an ability, this innate ability had become a deadly temptation to him. All the skills Jiang Chen had right now were offensive skills, and he also had the dimensional shift skill. The only thing he lacked was defensive skills. Although he had cultivated some defensive skills in his past life, they were still weaker than his body after he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and they were far weaker than Firethorn Savage's defensive ability. Therefore, how could Jiang Chen not be tempted by this? Bang! The Firethorn Savage unleashed his full strength. Countless gigantic golden waves shot out from his body and swept in all directions. Those Divine Core sect elders who were charging towards the Firethorn Savage were like tiny boats in the middle of the ocean, and they were all knocked away by the gigantic golden waves. Roar! Firethorn Savage was extremely brutal. He could sense the aura of the golden egg. It was in the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was in Qing Stix's body right now. Bang! Countless gigantic golden waves shot out from Firethorn Savage's body once again. They turned into beams of energy and shot towards the Green Sanctuary sect. Firethorn Savage was like a source of energy. He had an endless amount of energy in his body that could never be released. Bang bang! Ah! Firethorn Savage's attacks landed within the Green Sanctuary sect. A few mountains were destroyed, and many buildings were destroyed. Some unfortunate disciples didn't manage to dodge in time, and they were instantly smashed into pieces. They died a miserable death. Bang! Firethorn Savage had gone mad. The only thought in his mind was to kill every single man from the Green Sanctuary sect. Attacks kept raining down from the sky. Golden energy beams and gigantic fireballs. They brought disaster to the Green Sanctuary sect. Sect Chief, this beast is terrifying. We can't deal with it even if we work together. If this continues, the Green Sanctuary sect will suffer a great loss. A sect elder shouted at Qing Stix with a pale face. Firethorn Savage, stop! Qing Stix shouted out loudly, Firethorn Savage, the Green Sanctuary sect has never offended you. We've been living in peace for the past 3 years. Why did you suddenly attack us today? Give me back my son. Firethorn Savage's voice was as loud as thunder, and he stared at Qing Stix in anger. Damn it, why do you want a son? We don't have any little Firethorn Savage in the Green Sanctuary sect, but we do have a few bears. Is your son a bear? Lu Hong was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Firethorn Savage, don't be unreasonable. Since when did you have a son? Qing Sticks felt really depressed. Damn humans, you stole my things, and now you're twisting words and forcing logic. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Today, I'm going to raze this place to the ground. Firethorn Savage's anger kept increasing. In his mind, this sect chief in front of him had stolen his son, but he was still putting on an act here. He was just courting death. Roar. Firethorn Savage roared out once again. He spat out a fireball from his mouth, and numerous golden energy beams shot out from his sturdy armor. Once again, the golden energy beams shot towards the entire Green Sanctuary sect. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the real culprit was leisurely watching from above the clouds. If Lu Hong found out that he had been tricked, he would probably throw up blood. Set up the gargantuan formation. Qing Sticks was really angry now. If this situation continued, the Green Sanctuary sect would suffer an unimaginable loss. Looking at Firethorn Savage's expression, he wouldn't let this matter go easily. All right, quickly activate the formation. A few sect elders were shocked at the same time. After that, all the Divine Core sect elders flew in different directions. Buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. In the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect, a huge blue screen appeared. The light barrier was filled with mystical symbols, and it looked extremely complicated. The light barrier covered all the disciples, and dozens of Divine Core sect elders were standing in different directions. Qing Sticks was standing right in the center of the light barrier with a spear in his hand. This is the Green Sanctuary sect's defensive formation. It's really powerful. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. The gargantuan formation is just an ordinary formation, but it doesn't have many weaknesses. When dozens of Divine Core warriors use it at the same time, it will be perfect. De Huang, look, this gargantuan formation has a total of 15 formation cores, and each of them is occupied by 15 Divine Core sect elders, while Qing Sticks is in the middle of the formation. With this, the defensive strength of the formation is extremely strong, and it's almost invulnerable. Most importantly, all the combat strength of those 15 Divine Core sect elders will be transferred to Qing Sticks, causing his combat strength to increase dramatically. It'll be extremely difficult for Firethorn Savage to deal with him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As the once greatest saint in the world, any formation was transparent in his eyes. Of course, he could see through this gargantuan formation with just a single glance. Buddy, are you even human? Why do I feel like you're an old fox who has lived for more than 1,000 years? You seem to know everything. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen. He felt really gloomy. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just stared at the Green Sanctuary sect without blinking his eyes. Do you think Firethorn Savage will be able to break this formation? De Huang Dog asked. If Qing Sticks gathers all the Divine Core sect elders, of course Firethorn Savage won't be his match. But, for the sake of the golden egg, I'm sure Firethorn Savage won't give up. He will be extremely furious, and his attacks will be even crazier and more brutal. He might even resort to some extreme methods, and a lose-lose situation will soon arrive. Haha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Ka. So cunning, so cruel, so cunning, I like it. Chapter 183. Under the gargantuan formation, all the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had pale faces. They stared at the doomsday-like scene in the sky with fear, and their souls were trembling. This was too frightening. They were usually arrogant, and they were proud of being disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. But when facing a powerful existence like Firethorn Savage, they didn't even have the chance to attack. In front of this mighty Firethorn Savage, they were just too weak, pitifully weak, like ants. They could only hide under the gargantuan formation, or else, any energy wave unleashed by Firethorn Savage would be enough to kill them. Firethorn Savage is really frightening. He is much stronger than he was 3 years ago. Even the sect chief is no match for him. Firethorn Savage has never been so angry before, and today, he came to the Green Sanctuary sect to ask for his son. This is ridiculous. Since when did Firethorn Savage have a son? Besides, why does our Green Sanctuary sect have a little Firethorn Savage? Isn't this just unreasonable? But I don't think Firethorn Savage's anger is fake. If there is no special reason, why would he come here in such a furious manner? I really don't understand. Look, the sect chief is even using the gargantuan formation. I heard that this gargantuan formation is our sect's defensive formation, and it is controlled by dozens of divine core warriors. It can transfer all the energy of the divine core warriors into the sect chief's body, and with this, I'm sure Firethorn Savage is no match for him. That's right, I also heard that if the gargantuan formation is fully activated, it can merge the energy of all the disciples in the sect, making it even more frightening. The activation of the gargantuan formation had calmed down the panicking disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. As disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, they had some understanding about the gargantuan formation. The reason why it was called the sect's defensive formation was because it was extraordinary and powerful. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage, why don't you back off? If you continue to cause trouble, I won't show any mercy. Ching Sticks shouted at Firethorn Savage. Although they had activated the gargantuan formation, Ching Sticks still didn't want to fight Firethorn Savage to the death. He knew how strong Firethorn Savage was, and even though the Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss today, as long as Firethorn Savage was willing to back off, Ching Sticks didn't want to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, Firethorn Savage didn't appreciate his kindness at all. It opened its mouth and shot out a few more huge fireballs towards the green light screen. Rumble. The fireball collided with the gargantuan formation, causing the light barrier to shake violently. The light barrier was filled with runes, and its powerful defensive power blocked the fireball. Firethorn Savage's attack could not break the gargantuan formation at all. Give me back my son. The enraged Firethorn Savage only had one goal in mind, and that was to find his son and destroy this sect. Immediately, golden flames burst out from the surface of Firethorn Savage's body. Its gigantic body was like a flaming mountain, and it charged towards Ching Sticks in a domineering manner. Courting death. A vicious expression emerged on Ching Sticks' face. The spear in his hand kept buzzing, and the energies of the other 15 divine core warriors were flowing into his body through the gargantuan formation, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. This was the stacking of their strengths, the sum of their strengths. When the strength of 15 divine core warriors was stacked together, it would be much stronger than when 15 divine core warriors worked together. Swoosh! The spear produced a loud whistling sound. Ching Sticks leapt up into the sky and arrived in front of Firethorn Savage. He then thrust the spear towards Firethorn Savage's stomach. Clang! Poochie! This time, the spear's power was much stronger than before. It actually pierced through Firethorn Savage's sturdy golden armor, and the spearhead even pierced into Firethorn Savage's body. Golden blood flowed out from Firethorn Savage's body. It was extremely bright. When the blood dripped onto the gargantuan formation, it instantly disappeared. Humph! Ching Sticks let out a cold snort. He shook the spear in his hand, and Firethorn Savage's gigantic body was knocked back. Ching Sticks, who had fused the energies of all the divine core warriors, his combat strength had surpassed the mighty Firethorn Savage. Above the clouds, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had witnessed everything. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. As the once greatest saint in the world, he knew very well how powerful a big sect was. Not to mention those super big sects in the Divine Continent, even this Green Sanctuary sect was enough to explain everything. A big sect, not only did they have a favorable location, they also had powerful treasures to support their powerful formations. Just like what was happening right now, if it wasn't for the gargantuan formation, the Green Sanctuary sect would have been destroyed by Firethorn Savage today. But because of the gargantuan formation, the Green Sanctuary sect was able to turn the tables and emerge victorious. This was the power of a big sect, and it was also the reason why a big sect could stand tall in a certain area. If the gargantuan formation was activated to its limit, it could fuse the energies of everyone in the Green Sanctuary sect together, including the outer circle disciples and inner circle disciples. Therefore, no matter who it was an incomparably difficult task to annihilate a large sect. Firethorn Savage is injured. Don't tell me he's going to die just like that? De Huang Dog said. Don't worry, this kind of injury is nothing to Firethorn Savage. Instead, it will provoke his true anger and ferociousness, causing him to launch an even bigger counterattack. The battle is far from over. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved upwards, revealing a faint smile. Haha, look, Firethorn Savage is injured. The gargantuan formation is really terrifying. Firethorn Savage is no longer a match for Sect Chief. Look, the injured Firethorn Savage is undergoing some changes. When the excited disciples saw Firethorn Savage's transformation, their expressions changed again. Roar! Furious roars were heard. The injured Firethorn Savage didn't even care about the blood that was flowing out from his wound, as if his blood was worthless. Firethorn Savage had gone completely mad. His huge body was rolling back and forth in the sky. He raised his head up high and let out a long roar. Both of his eyes had turned completely blood red. Apart from blood red, there was no other color in his eyes. Besides that, the golden flame that covered his body had gradually turned into a blood-red flame. Firethorn Savage's energy kept rising, and in the blink of an eye, it had doubled. Damn it, what kind of trick did this animal use? How could it become so powerful? Lu Hong couldn't help but curse. Above the clouds, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Both of them knew the reason behind Firethorn Savage's transformation. Great, it's done. Jiang Chen couldn't hide his excitement. That's right, the spear attack from the Green Sanctuary sect leader had completely aroused Firethorn Savage's ferocious nature, causing him to burn his life force to increase his combat strength. He directly burned his own life force to retrieve the golden egg. However, after doing so, he will enter a weakened state for a period of time, and that will be the perfect time for us to strike. De Huang Dog said. Both he and Jiang Chen had sharp eyes. They could easily see through Firethorn Savage's weakness. Although Firethorn Savage looked terrifying right now, his strength was only temporary. Once he entered a weakened state, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog would be able to kill him. Roar! The powerful Firethorn Savage's anger shook the sky. With both of his eyes turned red, he once again leapt towards Qing Sticks. This animal is burning his life force. Why is he doing this? Could it be that he really has a son in the Green Sanctuary sect? Qing Sticks furrowed his brows. Right now, he was really puzzled by Firethorn Savage's actions. If it was just for no reason, Firethorn Savage wouldn't have to risk his life to the point of burning his life force. Before he could think further, Firethorn Savage's attack had already arrived in front of him. Qing Sticks let out another loud shout. The spear in his hand turned into a flood dragon and struck towards Firethorn Savage once again. Boom! The loud explosion shook the entire gargantuan formation. Many disciples on the ground were deafened by the deafening sound. After burning his life force, Firethorn Savage's combat strength had doubled. Even though Qing Sticks had activated the gargantuan formation, he was still no match for Firethorn Savage. The collision caused Qing Sticks to be pushed back more than 30 meters. Puh! Qing Sticks coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the green light screen and flickered with a blood-red light before disappearing. Qing Sticks's face turned pale. The blood and qi in his body were rumbling, and he felt an indescribable pain. The collision had caused him to suffer serious injuries. Qing Sticks raised his hand and looked at his palm. The web between his thumb and forefinger had been torn, and blood was flowing out. Bang! Firethorn Savage's huge foot stomped on the gargantuan formation, causing it to shake violently. Cracks could be seen on many parts of the formation, and it looked like it was going to break at any time. Roar! Firethorn Savage was furious. He attacked without any regard for the consequences. At this moment, everyone from the Green Sanctuary sect had pale faces. They didn't understand why Firethorn Savage was so furious, and they were all wondering if Firethorn Savage really had a son in the Green Sanctuary sect. Right when Firethorn Savage was about to attack the formation again, Qing Sticks's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of the golden egg. Golden egg, it must be that golden egg. No wonder I sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg. It's Firethorn Savage's aura. That's right, the golden egg contains a powerful life force. It must be Firethorn Savage's son. Thinking up to this point, Qing Sticks coughed out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. In fact, when he saw the golden egg, he had sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg. However, he hadn't had any contact with Firethorn Savage for 3 years, and this golden egg was brought back by Lu Hong, who said that it was a young man who wanted to apologize to Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage, stop now. Is this what you want? Qing Sticks immediately shouted. He couldn't let Firethorn Savage continue his attack. He quickly took out the golden egg from his storage ring. Chapter 184. You despicable humans, how dare you steal my son, and you still won't admit it. Firethorn Savage finally stopped attacking. He stared at the golden egg in Xueqi's hand without blinking his eyes, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. Hearing what Firethorn Savage said, Xueqi once again threw up a mouthful of blood. This time, he was really angry. He suddenly turned his head around and stared at Lu Hong and the other two early Divine Core sect elders who were standing far away. An unknown flame of anger suddenly arose in his heart. These three useless fools, they actually brought Firethorn Savage's baby back to the sect. They didn't know they were tricked, but they were still happy about it. Now they had brought such a huge disaster to the sect, they deserved to die. What? This rare treasure is actually Firethorn Savage's baby? Didn't that guy say he got this treasure long ago? Why does he still need it to cultivate? Lu Hong was startled. But soon after, he understood what was going on. His expression turned ugly, and he was so angry that his body started trembling. So this rare treasure is actually Firethorn Savage's baby. That damn bastard. How dare he trick me, ah. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Lu Hong beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was so angry that he nearly got an internal injury. If Jiang Chen jumped out and stood in front of him right now, Lu Hong would definitely tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The other two old men who brought the golden egg back were in a miserable state as well. Xueqi's furious gaze made them feel ashamed. When they thought about the huge loss they brought to the sect today, and how it was all because of them, they felt like they were going to die. Kakaka. At the same time, laughter could be heard from above the clouds. De Huang Dog was laughing so hard that he was lying on the ground, and his hooves were dancing in the air. Jiang Chen was also laughing out loud. This scene was really satisfying, especially when he thought about how excited Lu Hong was when he got the golden egg. I think this old man's lungs are going to explode. I think he has the urge to eat you alive. De Huang Dog was laughing so hard that he was laughing. Being able to trick a sect to such an extent was even more satisfying than doing it himself. Haha. Even though Firethorn Savage has retreated, Lu Hong and the other two old men won't have a good time in the future. I'm sure the Green Sanctuary sect chief will push all the blame onto them. Jiang Chen was laughing happily as well. The man and the dog were rolling around excitedly, but the atmosphere in the Qingming sect was still tense. How could this be? Where did that golden egg come from? How could it be the cub of Firethorn Savage? In the end, Firethorn Savage's son is really in our sect. Isn't this a scam? No wonder Firethorn Savage is so angry, and even won't forgive us. Holy shit! How dare he take Firethorn Savage's things? Isn't he just looking for trouble? Master usually doesn't leave the sect, so this golden egg shouldn't have been taken by him. I'm afraid he doesn't know who gave it to him. Damn it! The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect were all shouting and yelling. Today's tragedy was all because of this golden egg. It turned the entire Green Sanctuary sect's outer sect into ruins, and so many disciples died. Roar! You guys are too despicable. I'm going to destroy this place today. Firethorn Savage was still angry, and he wouldn't let this matter go. He felt that the Green Sanctuary sect was too despicable. 3 years ago, they had reached an agreement to mind their own business, but he never thought that they would steal the most important thing to him. This kind of betrayal was intolerable. Firethorn Savage, we didn't take your cub, it was stolen by a young man. This young man killed our Green Sanctuary sect's elders and disciples, and he gave your cub to us as an apology. That young man is the real culprit. We, the Green Sanctuary sect, have never broken the agreement between us. Xueqi explained. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Firethorn Savage became furious again. He felt that this old man's explanation was too shameless. How could he come up with a bullshit young man? This was simply an insult to his intelligence. Besides, how could a young man be so capable? How could he have the guts to come to his territory and steal the golden eggs? Wasn't this just bullshit? The combat strength brought by Firethorn Savage by burning his life force had not disappeared yet. If he attacked now, he would still be able to inflict fatal damage to the Green Sanctuary sect. Stop! Xueqi shouted out. He knew it was unnecessary to explain. Firethorn Savage, I'll return your cub to you now, you should leave now. If you don't give up, I'll crush the golden egg on the spot. Worst comes to worst, I'm afraid you won't be able to last long even with the energy you brought by burning your life force. My gargantuan formation hasn't been fully activated yet. Once it's fully activated, it will be able to fuse with the energy of tens of thousands of disciples of the gargantuan formation. Do you have the confidence to deal with it? Qing Stix went straight to the point. Hearing this, the furious Firethorn Savage instantly calmed down a little. When he saw his cub was unharmed, he was no longer as crazy as before. He had regained some of his sanity. He knew what Qing Stix said was right. If they were to fight to the death, neither side would benefit from it. More importantly, his cub was still in the hands of the young man. Firethorn Savage didn't say anything. He just remained calm. Everyone from the Green Sanctuary sect became nervous. What Firethorn Savage was going to do next would directly determine whether they were going to fight to the death or not. Qing Stix was nervous as well. Although the Gargantuan formation could deal with Firethorn Savage, he didn't want to risk the entire Green Sanctuary sect's fate. Who knew if Firethorn Savage had more brutal attacks? If they were to fight to the death, it would not be a joke. Even if they managed to kill Firethorn Savage in the end, the overall strength of the Green Sanctuary sect would be greatly weakened. At that point of time, the big sects in the Qian province that opposed the Green Sanctuary sect would take this opportunity to destroy the Green Sanctuary sect. After a while, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and said, "Give me back my cub." Qing Stix was overjoyed when he heard this. Without any hesitation, he threw the golden egg over to Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage opened his mouth wide and caught the golden egg. A loving look emerged on his face. After that, Firethorn Savage dragged his huge body and flew towards Misty Mountain. Before he left, he said, "From now on, no one from the Green Sanctuary sect is allowed to enter Misty Mountain, or else, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, Firethorn Savage disappeared from the scene. Qing Stix had expected this result. Today, the Green Sanctuary sect had fallen out with Firethorn Savage, so it was impossible for them to treat Misty Mountain as their backyard anymore. Qing Stix retracted the Gargantuan formation. With a dark expression, he stared at the Divine Core sect elders. Langling said, "All of you follow me." Qing Stix flew towards the inner area of the Green Sanctuary sect. The other sect elders quickly followed behind him. Lu Hong and the other two men looked at each other. Their expressions darkened. They were ready to face Qing Stix's anger. At the same time, in the sky above the clouds, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were ready. When they saw Firethorn Savage leaving, they looked at each other and smiled. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's time for the fisherman to reap the benefits, let's go. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards Misty Mountain. Let's slow down for now. Firethorn Savage's weakened state hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait for it to fully recover before we strike. De Huang Dog reminded Jiang Chen. Let's calculate the time carefully. Once Firethorn Savage's weakened state arrives, we'll strike immediately. The Green Sanctuary sect's chief is a smart man. He should be able to see the changes in Firethorn Savage, and he knows that Firethorn Savage will enter his weakened state soon. Firethorn Savage is now threatening the Green Sanctuary sect to not enter Misty Mountain anymore. This is a huge loss to the Green Sanctuary sect. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Sanctuary sect's chief will strike when Firethorn Savage is in his weakened state. This is the only chance to kill Firethorn Savage, and the Green Sanctuary sect won't miss it. Jiang Chen said, "You're really smart. You can think of everything." De Huang Dog really admired Jiang Chen. Since they came to Misty Mountain, everything had gone according to Jiang Chen's plan. Jiang Chen's meticulous planning and meticulous mind was not something an ordinary man could possess. In the depths of the Green Sanctuary sect, inside a spacious palace, there were two huge pillars in front of the palace. Golden dragons were coiled around the pillars, and the floor of the palace was made from a special kind of silvery white rock, and its surface was covered with strange symbols. Qing Stix stood in front of the two pillars with a pale face. He had suffered some serious injuries during the battle with Firethorn Savage, but compared to his current fury, these injuries were nothing. "Lu Hong, the three of you kneel down." Qing Stix stared at Lu Hong and the other two disciples with a sharp gaze. The three of them felt a chill down their spine, and they immediately kneeled down on the ground. "Chief, we've been tricked by that brat Jiang Chen. We didn't know that the golden egg was Firethorn Savage's cub." Lu Hong explained. "What? You were the one who brought the golden egg back? Lu Hong, are you an idiot? Look at how much damage you've brought to the sect. Firethorn Savage is furious, and he won't allow us to enter Misty Mountain anymore. Can you afford to suffer such a loss? You're really old. How can you be tricked by a brat? This is really infuriating. If it wasn't for Sect Chief thinking about the golden egg at the critical moment, the Green Sanctuary sect would have to face a real disaster today. Can you afford to bear the consequences? When they heard that the golden egg was brought back by Lu Hong and the other 2 disciples, all the Divine Core sect elders couldn't accept it anymore. They pointed their fingers at Lu Hong and the other 2 disciples' heads and started cursing. If it was any other time, they wouldn't be so rude. After all, Lu Hong and the other 2 disciples were Divine Core warriors, and they were highly respected in the Green Sanctuary sect. They would still show some respect to each other. But today, the situation was different. Lu Hong and the other 2 disciples had nearly brought the Green Sanctuary sect a disaster. They had all witnessed how strong Firethorn Savage was, and if it wasn't for the Gargantuan formation, many of them would have been killed by Firethorn Savage. And all of this was because these 3 old men were tricked by a young man and a dog. This was really infuriating. Chapter 185. Lu Hong and the other 2 old men's faces had turned purple when facing the disdainful gazes from the crowd. If there was a hole on the ground right now, they would jump into it without hesitation. This was too shameful. They were too ashamed to continue living. They had lived for so long, but they were tricked by a young man and a dog. This incident was destined to become a humiliation that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never be able to raise their heads in the Green Sanctuary sect again. Sect Chief, please punish me. I was the one who brought Firethorn Savage back. It has nothing to do with those 2. Lu Hong said while gritting his teeth. At this critical moment, he was able to take on all the responsibility. This made Lu Hong's impression in the other 2 old men's hearts improve. Sect Chief, when that young man took out the golden egg, we were there as well. It's not only Sect Elder Lu Hong's fault. We can only blame ourselves for being blind. We didn't realize it was Firethorn Savage's cub. That's why we were fooled by that young man. Another sect elder said in a righteous manner. But right after his words left his mouth, Ching Stix immediately scolded him. Even Lu Hong and the other old man were staring at him angrily. If this old man didn't know how to speak, he should just shut his fucking mouth. Bastard, are you trying to say that I was blind as well? I couldn't tell where the golden egg came from? I sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg, but I was fooled by you 3 idiots. That's why I didn't pay any attention to it. Ching Stix shouted out loudly. The old man's back was instantly covered in sweat. Only now did he realize what he said was wrong, because Ching Stix also couldn't tell that it was Firethorn Savage's cub. So, when he said the 3 old men were blind, he was basically saying that Ching Stix was blind as well. Lu Hong and the other 2 old men sighed. It looked like not only was this guy blind, he didn't even have a mind. It was a miracle that he was able to live to such an old age and reach the Divine Core realm. Sect Chief, please don't blame me, that's not what I meant. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly explained. All right, we can't blame all of you for this. Just blame that young man. Ching Stix waved his hand. At the mention of the white-clothed young man and a Huang dog, Lu Hong and the other 2 were instantly enraged. The resentment in their eyes was so intense that it was as if the air itself was going to burn. Sect Master, that kid shouldn't have gone far. This old man will definitely catch him and bring him back. Lu Hong said fiercely. Fine, I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Bring that young man back. All the losses of the Qing Ming house will be on him, and that damn dog. Ching Stix's anger could not be quenched. The Qing Ming school was one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, and everyone respected them. When had something like this ever happened? Today's loss was way too big, and they almost lost their foundation. If they did not find the culprit, where would the face of the Qing Ming school go? Ching Stix would not be able to stay in the Qian province anymore. All right. Lu Hong and the other 2 stood up from the ground and walked towards the exit of the palace. This was their only chance to wash away their shame. They had to catch that young man and that dog, and tear them into a million pieces to vent their anger. Sect Chief, Firethorn Savage now hates our Qing Ming school. He said that we are not allowed to enter the Misty Mountain anymore. This is a great loss for us, and our disciples will lose a great place to train. After the 3 left, an elder said, That's right, Sect Chief. The Misty Mountain has suffered a great loss. But after today's incident, Firethorn Savage has been holding a grudge against us, and he views us as his mortal enemy. I'm afraid our disciples won't be able to step into the Misty Mountain anymore, another elder said with a worried tone. Humph. Don't worry, the resources of the Misty Mountain will never be wasted. Besides, this is a great opportunity for us to rule the Misty Mountain. Qing Sticks let out a cold harumph, and a cold smile could be seen on his face. Sect Chief, you have a great plan? All the elders were delighted. That's right, Firethorn Savage has burned his own life force during the battle, so it won't take long before he enters a weakened state. Firethorn Savage won't be as scary when he's in a weakened state, and he'll turn from a ferocious tiger into a sheep. However, I'm also severely injured right now, so I'll rest for 2 days and fully recover my strength. After that, I'll personally enter the Misty Mountain and kill this Firethorn Savage. His demon soul and baby are both priceless treasures, and if I can get them, I might be able to break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for more than 10 years, and break through to the combat soul realm. Qing Sticks sneered as he continued fantasizing about his plan. Great! This is really great! This is indeed a great opportunity to kill Firethorn Savage. If Sect Chief can break through to the combat soul realm, he'll be the first combat soul warrior in the Qian province. At that point of time, he'll be able to wipe out all the other sects in the Qian province, and unify the entire Qian province. At that point of time, our Green Sanctuary sect will be valued by the Martial Saint dynasty, just like those other provinces. That's right, the Qian province is just one of the lowest provinces in the eastern continent, and we don't have any combat soul warriors. That's why the Martial Saint dynasty has ignored us. Once Sect Chief breaks through to the combat soul realm, everything will be different. A combat soul warrior will be valued by the Martial Saint dynasty. Hearing that Qing Sticks had a chance to break through to the combat soul realm, all the elders were overjoyed. All of them started fantasizing about the future of the Green Sanctuary sect. If all these divine core warriors banded together and charged into Misty Mountain, they could wait until Firethorn Savage was in his weakest state, and they would definitely be able to kill Firethorn Savage. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stop them. If that was the case, their dream would come true. But too bad, Firethorn Savage had just left, and they didn't dare enter the Misty Mountain right now. They could only wait for their sect chief to recover. Of course, they had no idea that someone had already entered the Misty Mountain before them. In the center of the Misty Mountain, Firethorn Savage carefully placed the golden egg in his cave. After that, he walked out of the cave and laid down on the ground. It was obvious that Firethorn Savage was extremely tired, and his eyes were blank. In just a few breaths of time, he had fallen into a deep sleep. He didn't notice that there were 2 guys sneaking around not far away from him. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were still lying on the ground, staring at Firethorn Savage who had fallen into a deep sleep. Right at this moment, the blood-red glow around Firethorn Savage's body hadn't completely disappeared. This meant that his weakened state hadn't arrived yet. Jiang Chen was a very patient man. He had waited for a few days, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. However, they couldn't rush out at this moment. Firethorn Savage wasn't in a weakened state, and he was even stronger than when he was in his peak condition. Rushing out at this moment was no different than courting death. I'm guessing his weakened state will arrive in at most an hour. De Huang Dog said. That's right, when his weakened state arrives, we'll strike immediately and kill him. Jiang Chen said that the reason he came to Misty Mountain in the Qian province was for this very moment. With the full help from the Green Sanctuary sect, Jiang Chen was finally able to achieve his goal in a very short period of time. An hour later, the blood-red glow around Firethorn Savage's body had completely disappeared. Even the golden glow around his body had dimmed down. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog could clearly sense that Firethorn Savage was extremely tired, and even his source energy was extremely weak. Firethorn Savage's weakened state has arrived. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Firethorn Savage's current state was the true weakened state. During this state, Firethorn Savage's combat strength couldn't even be unleashed by 1% of his peak condition. He was extremely weak, and he wouldn't be able to defeat any early divine core warrior. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The critical moment had arrived. He had a solemn expression on his face. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Firethorn Savage was in a weakened state, he still dared not underestimate his opponent. De Huang Dog, you walk in front of Firethorn Savage and attack him from the front. I'll go behind him and sneak attack him. We'll try to kill Firethorn Savage with one strike. We won't give him any chance to react. If not, he might have some other powerful attacks up his sleeves. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said word by word. He had always been a meticulous person, and he would never allow any accidents to happen. Although Firethorn Savage had fallen into a weakened state, once a rare beast like this decided to risk its life, it might come up with some earth-shattering attack. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to give Firethorn Savage any chance. He just wanted to kill him with one strike. All right. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. His body was covered in a golden glow, and he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Mysterious symbols appeared on his steel-like head, and he rammed it towards Firethorn Savage's head. Swoosh! Firethorn Savage, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger rose from his heart. He had never thought that there would be such a great danger hiding beside him. Too bad. De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. Even if Firethorn Savage managed to react in time, he still wouldn't be able to dodge De Huang Dog's attack. Bang! De Huang Dog's head rammed into Firethorn Savage's head. Without any defense, how could Firethorn Savage, who was in a weakened state, withstand De Huang Dog's attack? After all, De Huang Dog's head was something that could even shatter a mid-ranked combat weapon. Oh woo! Firethorn Savage's huge body was sent flying backward. He raised his head and let out a miserable howl. A bloody hole had appeared on his huge head after being rammed by De Huang Dog. Blood and brain matter were gushing out from the wound. This was a fatal injury. De Huang Dog's head was like a divine weapon. It would definitely be fatal if it was attacked by a sneak attack. However, even after suffering such a serious injury, Firethorn Savage still wouldn't die. His demon beast bloodline was too powerful. Even though he was in a weakened state, even after suffering such a serious injury, he still had a strong fighting strength. When a ferocious demon beast like this attacked with all its might, it would be extremely terrifying. Roar! Firethorn Savage was instantly enraged. A powerful demon beast dared to sneak attack him in his territory. This was absolutely intolerable. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. Chapter 186. The blood-red dragon claw was as huge as a mountain and covered with dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw came crashing down. Rumble! Firethorn Savage was slammed onto the ground. His huge body smashed into the ground and created a deep crater. Jiang Chen's full-force attack was extremely powerful. His body alone had the strength of 3 million Jin, and with the help of the true dragon palm, his strength was even more powerful. Firethorn Savage was extremely powerful, but he was caught off guard. Not to mention that he was in a severely weakened state, he was severely injured by De Huang Dog, and Jiang Chen's sneak attack. The two of them worked together flawlessly. No matter how powerful Firethorn Savage was, he had no chance to use them. Roar! Firethorn Savage didn't show any signs of dying after being hit by the true dragon palm. He was still roaring furiously, and a faint golden light was shining on the surface of his body. He was about to unleash his innate ability. Humph! Firethorn Savage, stop struggling, your doomsday is here. De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. De Huang Dog took the opportunity to attack. His speed was extremely fast, and his head was like a diamond drill as it rammed onto Firethorn Savage's body once again. Poochie! This time, Firethorn Savage's stomach was penetrated. Blood and internal organs were flowing out from the wound. True Dragon Flame, burn it! Jiang Chen didn't give up. The true dragon flame rushed out from his dragon claw and burned into Firethorn Savage's body through the wound. Jiang Chen knew very well how terrifying Firethorn Savage was. If he wanted to kill it, he had to kill it in one go, and he couldn't give it any chance to breathe. Oh, with the true dragon flame and the true dragon palm, no matter how powerful Firethorn Savage was, he couldn't withstand it. His injuries were getting worse, and 2 big holes had been drilled into his body by De Huang Dog's head. His life force was getting weaker and weaker. The true dragon flame was the king of all flames, and with the true dragon palm suppressing him like a mountain, Firethorn Savage could only scream in pain. Roar, roar! Firethorn Savage kept screaming in pain. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claw. In the end, he died under the combined attack of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Thump! Firethorn Savage fell onto the ground with a loud thud. His scorched body finally stopped moving. The king of beasts, who had dominated Misty Mountain for many years, would never have thought that he would end his life in such a way. He didn't even get to see what the person who killed him looked like. It was a tragedy. Jiang Chen retracted his aura. He and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance, and both of them could see the excitement in each other's eyes. To be honest, before they came to Misty Mountain, they had no idea how to deal with the powerful Firethorn Savage. Now, with the help of the Green Sanctuary sect, he was able to take down Firethorn Savage in one fell swoop, giving Yan Chen Yu a chance to survive. Hurry up and dig out the demon spirit, De Huang Dog urged. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a bright beam, breaking open the Firethorn Savage's head. The Firethorn Savage's body was extremely tough. If it was a mortal core warrior, even if the Firethorn Savage was dead, he wouldn't be able to break open the warrior's body. Buzz! A golden pearl flew out from the Firethorn Savage's head. It was the size of a fist, and it was the Firethorn Savage's demon spirit. It was also Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Jiang Chen waved his hand and held the demon spirit in his hand. The demon spirit was scorching hot, and it was emitting an incredible amount of energy. This trip was worth it. Jiang Chen smiled and stored the demon spirit into his storage ring. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. Buddy, this Firethorn Savage's body is full of treasures. Aside from the demon spirit, its skin is priceless as well. De Huang Dog said. If such a huge piece of skin was made into an armor, its defense would definitely be amazing. Let's leave it for the Green Sanctuary sect. They have helped us so much this time. We should leave some benefits for them, hee. Jiang Chen laughed. He wasn't really interested in the Firethorn Savage's skin. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was extremely strong. An armor made from the Firethorn Savage's skin would be useless to him. As for De Huang Dog, his body was even tougher than the Firethorn Savage's. Alright, the golden egg. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. That's right, that golden egg is the real treasure. Jiang Chen turned around and dashed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he came out from the cave with a golden egg in his hand. This golden egg contains a huge amount of source energy. If I can absorb it completely, I'll be able to form at least 100 dragon marks and break through to the late heavenly core realm. Besides, the golden egg contains the complete bloodline of the Firethorn Savage. I might even be able to obtain the innate abilities of the Firethorn Savage. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This trip to Misty Mountain was definitely worth it. Not only had he achieved his goal, he had also obtained the Firethorn Savage's demon spirit, and he had also obtained a golden egg. This was killing two birds with one stone. Buddy, you have a great destiny. No matter where you go, you'll always be blessed with destiny. There's nothing you can't do. I'm afraid even the destiny of the northern and southern dynasties can't compare with yours. De Huang Dog said in a I have high hopes for Jiang Chen tone. Destiny was something that couldn't be seen or touched. It was something that existed in the dark. Jiang Chen was able to come back to life after his death, and that was because he was blessed with a great destiny. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill had made him even luckier. The journey he had taken had proven this point. This trip to Misty Mountain had shown Jiang Chen's destiny. The appearance of the golden egg had given Jiang Chen an opportunity to make use of the Green Sanctuary sect, and that was how he got the chance to kill the Firethorn Savage. With such a great destiny, how could he not accept it? Mission accomplished. Let's leave Misty Mountain immediately and return to the Black Sect. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky and brought De Huang Dog with him as he flew towards the exit of Misty Mountain. Outside of Misty Mountain, right after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew out from the exit, they immediately heard a loud shout. Jiang Chen, stop right there. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. No one knew how angry the person who shouted was. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned their heads around and saw Lu Hong and the other two furious men leaping towards them. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately burst out into laughter. It would have been better if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't laugh, but when they did, it was as if the scars in Lu Hong and the other two's hearts had been unraveled. The three of them immediately roared out furiously, and it looked like they were about to jump onto Jiang Chen and tear him apart. Bastard, how dare you trick us? You deserve to die. Lu Hong shouted out angrily. Haha, I still have to thank Elder Lu. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Lu Hong, then pressed down onto Huang Dog's head. You dog, why don't you know how to be grateful? Quickly thank your benefactor. De Huang Dog suddenly understood, and quickly nodded at Lu Hong and the other two. "We will never forget Elder Lu's kindness, Kaka." "Ah!" Lu Hong pounded his chest and stomped his feet. He immediately roared out loud. He felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. "This is too infuriating. Too fucking infuriating. These two bastards, they are simply going to anger me to death. Even if they want to uncover scars, they shouldn't do it like this. Kill, kill, kill. This old man will definitely kill you. I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and smash your bones into pieces." Lu Hong was enraged. A large sword appeared in his hand with a clang, and origin energy surged out from his body, giving rise to a huge wave. He then charged towards Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. The other two old men were also enraged, and with their battle weapons in hand, they followed closely. "Haha, he's angry." The Huang dog laughed heartlessly. "Elder Lu wants to fight, but unfortunately, I'm not interested right now. Goodbye. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Jiang Chen waved his hand at Lu Hong, who was charging towards him. He then flapped his blood wings, and with a swoosh, he and a Huang dog flew into the sky. "Chase them, kill them." Lu Hong's eyes were red. He had never hated someone so much, and he had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. The three of them increased their speed to the limit, chasing after Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's butts. "De Huang, shake them off." Jiang Chen had gotten what he wanted, and he didn't want to be entangled with the Green Sanctuary sect anymore. Besides, he couldn't defeat Lu Hong right now. However, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Hong, it didn't mean he couldn't escape. In terms of speed, two Lu Hongs couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's blood wings flapped crazily. With the help of the dimensional shift, he moved like a shooting star. The Huang dog had a pair of light wings on his back, and he flew side by side with Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they had shaken off the three of them. Lu Hong and the other two chased crazily for another few hundred miles, and finally, they had to stop. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of their opponent's shadow, so what was the point of chasing? They wouldn't even have the chance to eat dust if they followed them. "Elder Lu, they got away," an elder said angrily. "Did you guys see that?" The direction he was running towards seemed to be the Qi province. Could it be that he is not from the Qian province, but from the Qi province? Lu Hong said. "There is no such powerful young man in the Qian province. If there was, he would have been famous a long time ago." An elder said. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. Then, we'll capture all the people who saw Jiang Chen that day and interrogate them. If this guy is really not from the Qian province, we'll go to the Qi province. We can't let this matter go so easily. If we don't get rid of this man and dog, we won't be able to show our faces in the Qian province anymore. Lu Hong said while gritting his teeth. Since they couldn't catch up to them, the three of them had no choice but to turn back. For the Green Sanctuary sect, it was too easy to find people who saw Jiang Chen that day. Lu Hong only used an hour to find all the people who appeared outside the Misty Mountain, including the sturdy man who asked Jiang Chen for information. From the sturdy man, Lu Hong found out that it was Jiang Chen's first time coming to the Qian province. Also, the direction Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were running towards was the Qi province. Therefore, Lu Hong concluded that Jiang Chen was from the Qi province. Therefore, Lu Hong, Elder Lu, and another mid-divine core warrior followed them to the Qi province. They were determined to find that young man named Jiang Chen. This was a great humiliation to the Green Sanctuary sect. They had to find this young man and dog and kill them. If not, the Green Sanctuary sect's reputation would be severely damaged. The next evening, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog appeared in the sky above the Black Sect. They landed on Guishan's mountain peak. Chapter 187. Guishan's mountain peak was as calm as before. Herbs could be found everywhere, and the natural yuan energy was abundant. It was the best place for cultivation in the entire Black Sect. Having learned his lesson from last time, Guishan didn't dare to be careless this time. He left Yan Chen Yu and Han Yen in the courtyard, while he himself stayed in the herb garden outside the courtyard, practicing his cultivation. At the same time, he was protecting Yan Chen Yu and Han Yen from any harm. If anyone dared to approach the mountain, Guishan wouldn't let them go. After Guishan obtained the 6 profound solar energy skill, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the mid-divine core realm. Sensing that someone had arrived, Guoshan immediately opened his eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, a joyful expression emerged on his face. "Brother, you're back." Guoshan stood up from the ground and walked up to Jiang Chen. "Brother, how are little you and brother Yan?" Jiang Chen asked. "Don't worry, I've been guarding them here. Even a fly can't escape my senses," Guoshan said with great confidence. He had an extraordinary bearing, and he looked refreshed. His energy was vigorous. After cultivating the 6 profound solar energies and breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, Guoshan had gone through a tremendous transformation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had been reborn. "Good, you've done a good job." Jiang Chen nodded his head. Guoshan didn't disappoint him this time. Although Fan Zhongtong didn't come looking for trouble, Guoshan's attitude made Jiang Chen feel relieved. "Brother, did you see that Firethorn Savage during your trip to Misty Mountain? That Firethorn Savage is really terrifying. If we want to obtain its demon soul, we need to think about it carefully." Guoshan quickly asked. "Fuck, old man, don't you think you're looking down on us? What happened to Firethorn Savage?" "Let me tell you, Firethorn Savage was killed by us." De Huang Dog rolled his eyes and stared at Guoshan. "What? Firethorn Savage was killed? Who would believe that? I say, Big Yellow, you can boast, but don't boast too loudly. With your strength, you think you can kill Firethorn Savage in just a few days? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Guoshan stared at De Huang Dog with a serious expression. "Damn you, I don't think you're a 3-year-old kid, I think you're a 6-year-old baby." De Huang Dog spat. How dare Guoshan look down on him? If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have bitten this guy's butt. "Brother Gua, Big Yellow is right. We did kill Firethorn Savage, this is a demon soul." Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out Firethorn Savage's demon's soul from his storage ring. Guoshan's expression instantly changed when he sensed the powerful energy ripples and aura coming from it. This really is Firethorn Savage's demon's soul. Brother, how did you do it? This is unbelievable. How is this possible?" Guoshan was extremely shocked. He had never seen Firethorn Savage's demon soul before, but he could tell the level of the demon soul in front of him. A peak mid-divine core demon soul. It must belong to Firethorn Savage. Jiang Chen wouldn't joke about this. "Brother Gua, don't be surprised, this is what happened." Jiang Chen told Guoshan everything that happened in Misty Mountain. Guoshan was stunned by what he heard. "Brother smart, this is really smart. You can even come up with such an insidious plan. I think the Green Sanctuary sect has been tricked by you. You used the Green Sanctuary sect's strength to help you kill Firethorn Savage, and then you reap the benefits without doing anything. This is a brilliant plan." Guoshan was really impressed by Jiang Chen. In fact, when Jiang Chen went to Misty Mountain to fight Firethorn Savage, he didn't have any hope at all. After all, it was Firethorn Savage, and he couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen would be able to kill a peak mid-divine core demon beast. However, Jiang Chen had actually done it. He had used a trick that he had never even dreamt of. This trick of drawing disaster to the east of the river, swallowing the wolf to drive the tiger away. "It's fine, the Green Sanctuary sect offended me first, so I don't feel guilty for using them," Jiang Chen said. In fact, even if the Green Sanctuary sect didn't offend him, in order to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, Jiang Chen might still use this plan to frame them. As a man, he had the reason to go crazy for his family, his lover, and his brothers. He had the right to do whatever it took to help him achieve his goal. No matter if it was a person or an object, he could make use of it. The Green Sanctuary House was the target he was making use of. But, I'm afraid the Green Sanctuary sect won't let this go easily. I know this sect is one of the overlords in the Qian province, and their overall strength is similar to the Black sect. They are not easy to deal with, and I'm afraid they won't let you go easily. Guoshan worriedly said. "Don't worry, I don't care about the Green Sanctuary sect. Now that I've obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I'll concoct the profound 6 solar pill immediately. Have you prepared all the ingredients?" Jiang Chen said. Yan Chen Yu's condition would worsen with each day that passed, and now that he had obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul, he didn't want to waste any more time. "I've prepared 47 out of the 49 ingredients needed to concoct the profound 6 solar pill, including Firethorn Savage's demon soul. I'm still missing the violet ing orchid. This herb's living environment is very harsh, and I can't grow it. I don't have it in the entire black sect. Guashan furrowed his brows. He had been trying his best to gather all the ingredients for the profound 6 solar pill. In order to concoct the profound 6 solar pill, he had used up all his resources, but in the end, he was still missing one ingredient. The violet ing orchid was the main ingredient for concocting the profound 6 solar pill. It couldn't be missing. I found the violet ing orchid in Misty Mountain. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out the violet ing orchid from his storage ring. Seeing this, Guashan's jaw dropped. He looked at Jiang Chen, and he didn't know what to say to this brother of his. In the past, he would never believe that there was someone who could do anything in this world. But ever since he had met Jiang Chen, he had completely believed it. This young man was filled with miracles. Just when Guashan was worrying about the violet ing orchid, Jiang Chen had brought it back. This wasn't just a matter of ability, it was also a matter of luck. Brother, you're really omnipotent. I've prepared the rest of the ingredients, and I've even vacated the pill concocting room for you. You can concoct the profound 6 solar pill with peace of mind now. Guashan said. Concocting the profound 6 solar pill was completely different from concocting the 5 elemental pill. The steps to concoct the profound 6 solar pill were extremely complicated, and it wasn't something any ordinary pill could compare with. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he might not be able to concoct it without 2 to 3 days of hard work. Putting aside the other steps, just fusing Firethorn Savage's demon soul into the pill itself was an extremely difficult task. If Guashan were to concoct the pill himself, not to mention how long it would take, he might not even have the ability to concoct it. This was because ordinary flames wouldn't be able to burn Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Guashan's pill concocting room was huge, and it was the biggest pill concocting room in the Black Sect. It was completely sealed off from all sides, and it was as big as a palace. There were many secret compartments on the walls of the pill concocting room, and even though they were sealed, one could still smell the aroma of herbs coming from inside. Almost all of the top-quality herbs in the Black Sect were stored in this room. The floor of the pill concocting room was made from golden rocks, and it looked extremely majestic. On top of the palace was a round window that was covered by a transparent crystal stone. The bottom of the window was square, and in the center of the room, there was a huge golden furnace that was 3 meters tall. This was a top-quality pill concocting furnace. With Guashan's abilities, he didn't need the help of a pill concocting furnace when concocting ordinary pills. All he needed to do was use his yuan energy, soul energy, and flame. But if he was concocting some complicated pills, because it would take a long time, he still needed the help of a pill concocting furnace. If not, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Although the pill concocting room looked majestic, Jiang Chen was a man who had seen many things. A pill concocting room like this was nothing in his eyes. But when he was standing in the pill concocting room, he couldn't help but think about the mayor's mansion in Fragrant Sky City. The pill concocting room in the mayor's mansion was just trash compared to this. I wonder how Dad is doing now. But the Fragrant Sky City is pretty safe, and with the help of those demon lords, I think he should be fine. Besides, I've taught my dad the 9 solar energy skill, and with his talent, he should have broken through to the heavenly core realm by now. Thinking about Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a gentle smile on his face. When he returned to his senses, Jiang Chen saw a pile of herbs placed next to the pill concocting furnace. There were a total of 47 herbs, and all of them were needed to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. This Guashan is quite reliable. Jiang Chen smiled. He immediately adjusted his condition to his best condition. With his current cultivation level, he would have to give it his all when concocting the profound 6 solar pill. Fusing all 48 herbs was a piece of cake for me. There was no problem at all. The most difficult part was melting Firethorn Savage's demon soul. The demon soul of a peak mid-divine core demon beast is extremely tough. Ordinary flames can't burn it. Luckily, I have the true dragon flame. If not, even if I could obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I still wouldn't be able to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. Jiang Chen sighed. The flame he had before was just the flame of the flaming tiger. It was very weak. It could be used to concoct some human-level pills, but it was completely useless when concocting high-level and complicated pills. But now he had the true dragon flame, the king of all flames. It was comparable to the cleansing flame of the heavenly realm, and it could burn anything. Rise! Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Under the control of his yuan energy, All 47 herbs and the violet ing orchid flew up into the sky. After that, Jiang Chen unleashed the great soul derivation skill. With the help of the skill, he could have the best control over the herbs. Pop! With a slight vibration sound, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame. After that, with a loud bang, the flame turned into a huge flame that covered all the herbs. Crackle! Under the burning of the true dragon flame, all the herbs were quickly purified. Although this step seemed simple, it couldn't be neglected. Purifying dozens of herbs at the same time like what Jiang Chen was doing was something that no one had ever heard of before. Besides, Jiang Chen had to use the great soul derivation skill to adjust the temperature of the true dragon flame. If the temperature was too high, all the herbs would be burned into nothingness. Chapter 188. Even though Jiang Chen had intentionally controlled the temperature of the flame and wrapped it with a certain amount of yuan energy, the true dragon flame was still incredibly strong. It caused the temperature of the entire pill concoction room to suddenly rise, and the air was filled with a scorching hot air. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his pair of black gem-like eyes were shining brightly. He stared at the sea of flames in front of him without blinking. Within the sea of flames, 48 different herbs were located in different positions, and they were being burned at different temperatures. If Guoshan was here, even if he knew about Jiang Chen's methods, he would still kneel on the ground in shock. Smelting 48 different herbs at the same time and smelting 5 different herbs at the same time were two completely different concepts. Every herb had a critical point to be smelted. As long as the temperature of the flames reached the critical point, the herb would be melted and the impurities would be removed, extracting the essence. If the temperature of the flames wasn't high enough, the impurities wouldn't be removed, and if the temperature of the flames was too high, the essence of the herb would be incinerated, resulting in a huge waste. Therefore, during the smelting process, the alchemist had a very high level of control over the flames. The alchemist had to concentrate and use his soul energy to sense the critical point of the herbs, then control the temperature of the flames to the critical point. Only then would the impurities be completely removed, and the essence of the herb would be destroyed, resulting in a low-grade pill. This was undoubtedly a very difficult step. Therefore, when an ordinary alchemist refined a pill, they would use the alchemy furnace to adjust the flame temperature. Moreover, due to the difference in the melting point of each spiritual herb, alchemists would refine the spiritual herbs one by one or refine the herbs at the same critical point at the same time. If two different kinds of herbs were to be smelted at the same time, it would often lead to an incomplete refinement or loss of essence. In the end, the grade of the pill would not be high. Even some experienced alchemists would at most refine a few herbs at the same time. Refining dozens of herbs at the same time like Jiang Chen was doing was simply unheard of. Only those famous grandmaster alchemists would dare to do this, and it wouldn't be this easy. This was Jiang Chen's advantage. He himself was a powerful saint-grade alchemy grandmaster, and his great soul derivation technique had given him superb perception and control. Now, coupled with his true dragon flame, he had such a heaven-defying alchemy method. Refining dozens of spirit herbs was not an easy task. Jiang Chen needed to find the critical points of more than 40 kinds of flames and burn them at the same time. This step took 6 hours to complete. It actually took me 6 hours. If I was at my peak, I could have done it in minutes. Jiang Chen shook his head. If these words were heard by Guoshan or any other alchemist, they would probably spit out a dozen mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They would press Jiang Chen down on the ground and give him a good beating. Jiang Chen's words were a huge blow to all alchemists in the world. Taking Guoshan as an example, if he wanted to refine all 48 herbs, he would need at least 4 to 5 days. As for Firethorn Savage's demon soul, it would take even longer. Including the last step, he would need at least half a month to refine the profound 6 solar pill. Next, I need to refine Firethorn Savage's demon soul, melt it into liquid form, and then proceed to the last step, fuse it into a pill. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Under the control of his yuan energy, the 48 herb essences were emitting colorful lights. They looked like drops of crystal, floating in a corner of the sea of flames. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out Firethorn Savage's golden demon soul from his storage ring. The fist-sized demon soul was thrown into the sea of flames by Jiang Chen. The true dragon flame turned into numerous fiery dragons and wrapped around Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a cold shout. He adjusted the temperature of the true dragon flame to the highest level and started to burn Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Firethorn Savage's demon soul contained a very powerful energy essence. It couldn't be wasted. Apart from that, the demon soul also contained the purest yang energy, which was the foundation of Firethorn Savage's demon soul. To put it bluntly, the demon soul was filled with essence. There was no need to refine it. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to melt it into liquid form and fuse it with the other herbs. Melting Firethorn Savage's demon soul was a very difficult task. Not only because of the hardness of the demon soul, Jiang Chen also needed to make sure that the source energy within the demon soul wouldn't be lost. Therefore, he needed to be very careful during the melting process. Outside the alchemy lab, Guashan and a Huang dog were sitting across from each other around a stone table. Guashan generously took out the wine he brewed using herbs to entertain the Huang dog. In Guashan's opinion, Jiang Chen's pill concoction this time wouldn't be completed in just 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Guashan could use this time to learn more about what happened in Misty Mountain in the Qian province from the Huang dog. Old man Guashan, you're quite thoughtful this time. You even took out your wine to entertain this master dog. Not bad, not bad. You've been following this master dog for a long time. You must have been influenced by this master dog. You're getting better and better at doing things. Big Yellow said arrogantly as he held a jasper wine cup with his hoof and drank from it. Enough, enough. Even the best wine can't stop your mouth. When can you stop being so narcissistic? The sun will rise from the west. Hurry up and tell me all the details of your trip to Misty Mountain. Guashan hurriedly interrupted the Huang dog. When this dog became narcissistic, everything would fly in the sky, run on the ground, and there would be scalpers everywhere. He was just too good at bragging. When the incident of Misty Mountain was mentioned, the Huang dog immediately became spirited. His mouth flowed like a river, and the liquid in his mouth flew everywhere, including Guashan's face and head. It was hard to tell if it was wine or saliva. Guashan furrowed his brows. He started to regret sitting here and chatting with this dog. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted to know the details of Misty Mountain, he would have flipped the table and left. He would never sit and drink with the Huang dog ever again. Within the pill concocting room, Jiang Chen spent an entire day and finally absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul. At this point of time, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. If it was any other alchemist, they would have collapsed to the ground by now. The next step is to fuse the demon soul into a pill, the most important step. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to waste any time and immediately started the last step, the fusion. Qian Province, Green Sanctuary Sect. Lu Hong and the other two returned from the Qi Province and met with the sect leader, Qing Stix. How was it? Did you find anything? Qing Stix had almost recovered his strength. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Hong and the other two. Sect leader, we've found something. That's why we came back to report to sect leader. We'll see what sect leader will do next. Lu Hong said. Why? What kind of background does this kid have? Qing Stix furrowed his brows. With Lu Hong's personality, he didn't kill Jiang Chen right away, but instead came back to report to Qing Stix. From this, it could be seen that this young man must have some kind of background. At least, it was a background that Lu Hong couldn't afford to offend. That's right. That kid Jiang Chen isn't from the Qian province. He's from the Qi province. This guy is very famous in the Qi province. We've just arrived in the Qi province, and anyone we ask would have heard of him. Lu Hong sighed. This trip to the Qi province to inquire about Jiang Chen's whereabouts was so smooth that even he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Initially, he thought that it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he had to search for someone in the entire Qi province. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so famous that anyone he asked would know him. Right now, Jiang Chen's name was known by everyone in the Qi province. Besides, Lu Hong and the others had gone to the Yellowstone region. In the Yellowstone region, Jiang Chen was like a god. Even a 3-year-old kid idolized him. Tell me about it, Qing Stix said. This guy is a disciple from the Qi province's Black Sect. During the Qi province competition, he made a name for himself and challenged the Burning Sky Pavilion's northern and southern dynasties in 1 year. Recently, he's been in the limelight in the Qi province. He killed all the Blood Devils, Lord Blood Moon, and he even killed the Tianjian Gate's Liang Shao. I heard that this guy is improving at a very fast pace, and he is favored by Taoist Black. That's why we didn't do anything to him. Lu Hong told the Green Sanctuary sect everything that he had found out. Nan Bei Chao is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I'm afraid the Martial Saint dynasty has been secretly paying attention to him, and it's almost certain that he will join the Martial Palace in the future. Jiang Chen is really courageous to challenge him to a duel in 1 year. Qing Stix nodded his head. He wasn't surprised by this result. A genius like Jiang Chen wouldn't be a nobody. Sect Chief, Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Black Sect. What should we do? Lu Hong asked. The Black Sect's overall strength was similar to the Green Sanctuary Sect. Besides, if the Green Sanctuary Sect sent their men to the Qi province to kill Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have any advantage. Let's wait and see. We can't afford to offend the Black Sect right now. After all, the Qi province isn't our territory. We'll let that guy go for now. Tomorrow, I'll recover from my injuries and head to Misty Mountain to kill Firethorn Savage. If I can break through to the Combat Soul Realm with Firethorn Savage's demon soul, the Black Sect will be nothing. Qing Stix said. He would never have thought that when he arrived at Misty Mountain tomorrow, all he would see would be Firethorn Savage's dead body. The idea of letting Jiang Chen go for now would be erased from his mind. All right, I'll listen to Sect Chief's arrangement. Lu Hong cupped his fist toward Qing Stix. Although he hated Jiang Chen to the core, he understood that it was impossible for him to go to the Black Sect and kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, he could only listen to Qing Stix's arrangement for now. Black Sect, Guaishan's Mountain Peak. In the evening, after a day and a half of peace, energy ripples suddenly appeared in the Alchemy Sect. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were shocked. This ripple, don't tell me he has successfully concocted the pill? Guishan said in disbelief. It had only been a day and a half, and if Jiang Chen had successfully concocted the profound 6 solar pill in just a day and a half, it would be too shocking. Crack crack. Chapter 189. Guashan's gaze fell onto the pill in Jiang Chen's hand. The pill was filled with pure yang energy, and there were countless runes engraved on its surface, making it look very mystical. The energy that was leaking out from the pill could make anyone feel relaxed and relaxed. It was an indescribable comfort. De Huang Dog stared at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand with a pair of bright eyes, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. Damn you, this pill is really good. It would be great if it could be used as an appetizer for me. De Huang Dog said thoughtlessly. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen's foot had already landed on his face, leaving a standard-size 7 shoe print on his face. Damn dog, how dare you covet the profound 6 solar pill? You're seeking death. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't refute Jiang Chen's words for the first time. 48 types of herbs, Firethorn Savage's demon soul, and 6 solar holy water can be concocted into a profound 6 solar pill. With this pill, little you will be able to maintain her life. Jiang Chen said. He had already prepared the 6 solar holy water in advance. He was cultivating the profound 6 solar cultivation technique, which allowed him to absorb the pure yang energy from the surroundings and transform it into 6 solar holy water. This was also an essential part of concocting the profound 6 solar pill. Brother, Guishan suddenly burst into tears. He was crying so hard that his nose was covered with tears. He looked so sad. Guashan's crying had confused Jiang Chen. He had obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul and concocted the profound 6 solar pill. Normally, Guashan should be happy, but even if he wasn't, he shouldn't be crying. Brother Gua, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Was it De Huang? I'll help you vent your anger, Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Guishan started crying even harder. Damn you, you're the one who made him angry. What does it have to do with me? This old man was just hurt by you. De Huang Dog hurriedly tried to disassociate himself from this matter. Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally understood why Guishan was crying. It was because of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had used just 1.5 days to concoct a high-quality profound 6 solar pill. Guishan was a famous alchemist in the Qi province, and this was a huge blow to him. Jiang Chen's explanation was simple. I say, brother, this is too much of a blow. Guishan was both happy and depressed at the same time. He was happy that Jiang Chen had successfully concocted the profound 6 solar pill, which meant that Yan Chen Yu could be saved. On the other hand, he was depressed that Jiang Chen had given him a huge blow. He thought that no matter how abnormal Jiang Chen was, it would take him at least 3 to 4 days to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to concoct the profound 6 solar pill in just 1.5 days. Furthermore, looking at the quality of the profound 6 solar pill, it was obviously a 100% effectiveness pill. Brother, now that you have the great soul derivation skill, your alchemy skills will definitely get better and better. Alright, don't cry anymore, I'm going to save little you. Jiang Chen patted Guoshan's shoulder to comfort him. Then he walked towards Yan Chen Yu. Guoshan sighed and hurriedly followed behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence had taught him what a miracle was. From now on, no matter how heaven-defying or extraordinary things happened to Jiang Chen, Guoshan wouldn't be too surprised anymore. Yan Chen Yu was still lying in her room in the courtyard, quietly lying there like a sleeping beauty. Jiang Chen squatted down and touched Yan Chen Yu's cold face with his hand. Then he said in a soft voice, "Little Yu, it's your brother Jiang Chen's fault for not being able to protect you. When you get better in the future, I promise you that I won't let you suffer anymore. Whoever bullies you, I'll kill him." Jiang Chen's words were soft, but in Guoshan's ears, they were extremely lethal. Nothing that this man said could be treated as a joke. Jiang Chen fed the profound 6 solar pill to Yan Chen Yu. Immediately, after the pill entered her body, a powerful energy burst out from her body. In just a few moments, a golden light barrier had formed around Yan Chen Yu's body. Yan Chen Yu was still sleeping peacefully inside the barrier, like a huge golden cocoon, waiting to be reborn. The profound 6 solar pill can protect little Yu's life, and it will be absorbed by little Yu bit by bit. Even when she is sleeping, her cultivation will still improve. In the future, when we find the 9 solar holy water and feed it to little Yu, she will immediately wake up, and her cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen said. Guoshan nodded his head in response to Jiang Chen's words. He didn't doubt it at all. The profound 6 solar pill that contained the demon soul of a peak mid-divine core warrior, Firethorn Savage, was extremely valuable. If it was combined with the 9 solar holy water, not to mention Yan Chen Yu who had a divine body with 9 meridians, even an ordinary human would be able to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds, and become a genius. Older brother Gua, I might have to go to Inferno Hell in the next 2 days. I need you to take good care of little Yu and brother Yan. Jiang Chen said. Yan Chen Yu's matter had come to an end for now, and his next target was Inferno Hell. He wanted to find the Earth Devil there, and Han Yen was his first and only brother since he was reincarnated. He had to save him no matter what. Brother, are you really going to Inferno Hell? When Inferno Hell was mentioned, Guoshan couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was a place he didn't want to go, it was just too dangerous. I've been interested in Inferno Hell for a long time, and I'm going there for brother Yen. Even Guan Yun dared to go to Inferno Hell. I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen had a serious expression on his face. He loved adventures and challenges. That was what made life interesting. Besides, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he needed to go through a certain amount of training in order to obtain enough benefits. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the harder it would be for him to break through. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to take this opportunity and go to Inferno Hell. De Huang, this trip to Inferno Hell is bound to be filled with dangers. You can choose not to go with me. I won't force you. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said, Damn it, how can this master dog miss out on such a dangerous mission? Let me tell you, you can't get rid of me even if you want to. Daddy is definitely going to Inferno Hell. De Huang Dog raised his head up high and spoke in an arrogant manner. Haha, good. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He was touched. Although he and De Huang Dog didn't get to know each other without a fight, they had built a deep bond between them. No matter how dangerous the mission was, De Huang Dog would follow him willingly. From killing Lord Bloodmoon to killing Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain, De Huang Dog had been a great help to him. Besides, having this dog following him would be a great help to him. After settling the issue with Yan Chen Yu, Jiang Chen finally felt relieved, and he felt much more relaxed. That night, outside of Guoshan's herb garden, Jiang Chen, Guoshan, and De Huang Dog sat around a stone table and drank. Of course, they were drinking the wine that Guoshan brewed himself. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside the stone table. The person didn't hold back at all. He sat down on the table, picked up the wine pot on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Sect Chief, aren't you being too rude? You didn't even ask for my permission before drinking my wine? Guoshan teased. The The person was none other than the Black sect chief, Taoist Black. What? Daddy just drank a mouthful of your wine, and you're not satisfied? Taoist Black rarely showed such a forthright attitude. Sect chief, I suppose you don't come here for no reason? Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Taoist Black. I do have something to tell you, something that will make you feel a strong sense of crisis. Taoist Black looked at Jiang Chen and said, Sense of crisis? I think it's from the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen was a smart man. Since Taoist Black was paying attention to him, and it was related to him, it must be related to the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, I just got the news that someone from the northern and southern dynasties has broken through to the divine core realm. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he is valued by the Martial Palace, and he will be a disciple of the Martial Palace in the future. Taoist Black said. When he mentioned the Martial Palace, he couldn't help but reveal a respectful expression. What? The northern and southern dynasties are valued by the Martial Palace? Guoshan cried out in shock, as if he had just heard something earth-shattering. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What kind of power is the Martial Palace? Jiang Chen, it looks like you don't know anything about the Eastern continent. I suppose you haven't heard about the Martial Saint dynasty either? Taoist Black said. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had indeed never heard about the Martial Saint dynasty. After he left Flame City and came out from Mount Origin, the Qi province was his first stop. There were a total of 28 provinces in the Eastern continent, and all of them had complicated relationships. He really didn't know much about them. Brother, the Martial Saint dynasty is the overlord of the Eastern continent. It can be said to be the existence that rules the entire Eastern continent. The Martial Palace was established by the Martial Saint dynasty, and it specializes in cultivating geniuses from all the provinces in the Eastern continent. Guoshan said. So that's how it is. With the talents of the northern and southern dynasties, it's normal for them to be valued by the Martial Palace. Oh right, since the Martial Saint dynasty rules the entire Eastern continent, the Qi province is naturally under their rule as well. But why don't people talk about this Martial Saint dynasty? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled expression. I'm ashamed to say this, but the Qi province is the weakest province in the Eastern continent, and the Martial Saint dynasty doesn't take it seriously at all. To put it bluntly, the big sects in the Qi province aren't even qualified to be ruled by the Martial Saint dynasty. The 4 big sects have produced many talented geniuses, and there are some who have broken through to the divine core realm before the age of 30, which means they are core disciples. But too bad, none of them were valued by the Martial Palace, and they could only go to other powerful provinces to train themselves. This is the first time in history that the Martial Saint dynasty has paid so much attention to the northern and southern dynasties. And it is also the first time that the Martial Saint dynasty has taken the initiative to ask for someone from the Qi province. The fact that the Martial Palace has taken the initiative to invite someone from the northern and southern dynasties shows how talented they are. Now, the northern and southern dynasties have all broken through to the divine core realm. Chapter 190. At this moment, both Taoist Black and Guoshan were in deep thought. The Qi province was the weakest province in the Eastern continent, and its overall strength was similar to the Qian province. Compared to the other powerful provinces, the gap was huge. In the entire Qi province, there wasn't even a single combat soul warrior. This was also the reason why the Martial Saint dynasty had almost abandoned these 2 provinces. They were the weakest in the Eastern continent, and the fact that the Martial Palace had come to the Qi province to invite these geniuses was a great fortune for the Qi province. However, Taoist Black didn't feel happy at all, and he believed that the Tianjian Gate and the Valley of Happiness were the same as well. They knew very well what kind of people the northern and southern dynasties were. They were definitely not ordinary people. Even if they didn't join the Martial Palace, the future structure of the Qi province would still be changed by this man. If the northern and southern dynasties joined the Martial Palace and were trained by the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty, they would be able to soar into the sky. With the relationship between the 4 big sects in the Qi province, at that point of time, all 3 big sects would be in a real crisis. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was sitting opposite of Guoshan, had an excited expression on his face. His emotions had started fluctuating. He was never afraid of powerful enemies. In his mind, the stronger the enemy, the more challenging it would be. The appearance of the Martial Saint dynasty and the Martial Palace had made him restless. In just an instant, he had gained a new goal, the Martial Saint dynasty and the Martial Palace. The northern and southern dynasties were not ordinary people, and he, Jiang Chen, was a true dragon that had descended from the heavens. Sooner or later, he would soar into the sky. In Jiang Chen's grand plan, the Qi province was just a small piece of land. The Martial Palace and the Martial Saint dynasty were his next targets. Jiang Chen was filled with great ambition. Sooner or later, he would step onto the top of the eastern continent, and after that, he would travel to the divine continent and find the things that belonged to his past life. His saint's sword was still in the Cliff of Saints. 100 years ago, he had used the saint's sword to split open the gate to the realm of immortals, and in this life, he was going to slash the heavens with it. This was Jiang Chen's grand plan. The Qi province was just the first step, and the Martial Saint dynasty and the Martial Palace would be the next step. That's not a big deal. The stronger Nanbei Chao is, the better. I'm just afraid that my opponent isn't strong enough. If that's the case, the 1-year challenge will be meaningless. Sect Chief, you don't have to worry too much. The structure of the Qi province will definitely change, and it won't take too long. However, the one who will change the structure of the Qi province will not be Nanbei Chao, but me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat. He placed his hands behind his back and slightly raised his head. He was staring at the moon in the sky, and his eyes were filled with a Jiang. Taoist Black and Guoshan looked at each other, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen always gave them a different feeling. Right at this moment in front of them, this young man had suddenly become incredibly tall and mighty. It was an aura that was higher than the heavens. Just by standing there, he was emitting a strong aura of a superior being, causing those who looked at him to feel a desire to look up at him. Good, Jiang Chen. You're indeed extraordinary. Your talent is even greater than the northern and southern dynasties. I really hope that our Black Sect can produce a peerless genius, and I also hope that one day, the name Black Sect can be heard by the entire eastern continent. Taoist Black stood up as well. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and left. Brother, you're a man who is good at creating miracles. In this world, there's nothing you can't do. Even if it's the northern and southern dynasties, I believe they won't be able to stop you. Guoshan said from the bottom of his heart. However, the northern and southern dynasties can't be underestimated. He has broken through to the divine core realm, so brother, you need to feel a sense of crisis, and you need to cultivate as soon as possible. I did find a treasure during my trip to Misty Mountain. With this treasure, I believe I'll be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Older brother Gua, I'll return to my place and enter secluded cultivation. Keep an eye on little you and brother Yen. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Guoshan. Brother, just focus on your cultivation. I'll take care of everything here. Guoshan slapped his chest and promised. Together with De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen left Guoshan's mountain and returned to his own courtyard. Although he was a heavenly core warrior now, he hadn't officially become an inner circle disciple yet. That was why he was still living on the same mountain. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't really care about the title of an inner circle disciple. With his current reputation in the Black Sect, even the Divine Core Sect elders had to show him respect. So, the title wasn't important to him at all. Jiang Chen's damaged courtyard had been repaired by Wang Yun and the others, and it looked exactly the same as before. After Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard, he immediately chose to enter secluded cultivation. De Huang, I'm going to enter secluded cultivation and absorb the golden egg. I'm afraid it'll take me 1 or 2 days. I need you to protect me, and during these 2 days, don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Chen said. Damn it, it's always me, your father. This master dog is such a mighty existence. Why is he protecting you? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes, then he slapped the dog's head. Now that he thought about it, he had asked De Huang Dog to protect him many times, but this dog always went to sleep by himself. Of course, every time De Huang Dog slept, he would gain a lot from it. Damn dog, just stay here and protect your father, unless you want to go to sleep. But, if you dare go to sleep, you'll have to break through to the Divine Core Realm. If you don't protect me and go to sleep without breaking through to the Divine Core Realm, I'll break your dog balls. After threatening De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen ignored De Huang Dog's murderous gaze, turned around, and walked back into his room. How dare you say you'll break this master dog's dog balls? This is intolerable. Damn it, this master dog is going to die from anger. Woof, woof. Damn you, when you come out, I'll bite your butt until it's bloody. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he dragged his huge body and jumped up and down in the courtyard, rolling back and forth. Within his room, Jiang Chen sat on a cushion with his legs crossed. Soon, he adjusted himself to his best condition. After that, he took out the golden egg from his storage ring. This golden egg contains Firethorn Savage's source energy, and the energy within it is incredibly powerful. If I can absorb it completely, I'll be able to form at least 100 dragon marks, and I'll successfully break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. At that point of time, even mid-divine core warriors won't be my match. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This golden egg was definitely an unexpected reward from his trip to Misty Mountain. He would be heading to Inferno Hell soon, and it was a place filled with dangers. If he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm, his foundation would be strengthened once again, and he would have a much higher chance of success. Besides, Jiang Chen had witnessed Firethorn Savage's fight with his own eyes, and he was really looking forward to seeing Firethorn Savage's innate ability. The formidable defensive and offensive abilities were unimaginable. If Jiang Chen could obtain Firethorn Savage's innate ability, he would have one more trump card. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from within Jiang Chen's body. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed, and it started absorbing the golden egg bit by bit. Early next morning, when the sun had just risen into the sky, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from outside the Black Sect. Jiang Chen, come out here and face your death. The loud shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. The sound waves turned into layers of ripples and spread out. Everyone in the Black Sect could clearly hear the loud shout. Who is this? Why is he shouting so early in the morning? Does he think the Black Sect has no one to deal with him? Damn it, who the hell is this? How dare he come to the Black Sect and ask senior disciple Jiang to face his death? Does he still want to live? He's just courting death. Last time, Li Wuling came to senior disciple Jiang early in the morning from the Tianjin Gate. He wanted to kill senior disciple Jiang to avenge his brother, Li Wushuang, but he was still killed by senior disciple Jiang with just a single strike. Let's go and have a look. Let's see who is so reckless. At this moment, many figures dashed out from the Black Sect. Many inner circle disciples were flying in the sky, and even the outer circle disciples were running at top speed. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Black Sect, a man wearing a gray robe was hovering in the sky. He looked to be in his late 20s, and he had a handsome face. A domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows, and he was emitting a strong killing intent. A dagger was embroidered on the chest area of this man's robe. It was the symbol of the Tianjin Gate, and he was once again someone from the Tianjin Gate. Damn it, it's someone from the Tianjin Gate again. But, who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? What a powerful aura, he's a divine core warrior. Why is there such a young divine core warrior in the Tianjin Gate? I know him, his name is Yun Can, he used to be the #1 genius of the Tianjin Gate, and he broke through to the divine core realm 2 years ago, becoming one of the rare core disciples of the Tianjin Gate. After that, he left the sect to train himself, and I didn't expect him to come back. So he is a core disciple of the Tianjin Gate. If an inner circle disciple from the 4 big sects can break through to the divine core realm before the age of 30, he will be promoted to a core disciple. Since there are only a few core disciples, and most of them have gone to bigger places to train themselves, not many of them stayed in the sect. I think this Yun Can came back to kill senior disciple Jiang because he wants to avenge Liang Xiao. Many people recognized the man. He was a core disciple of the Tianjin Gate. In the Qi province, a core disciple was just a symbol, and normally, there would be no more than 2 core disciples in each sect. Those who could become a core disciple were all rare geniuses, and all of them were proud men. After breaking through to the divine core realm, they would leave the Qi province and go to bigger places to train themselves. Yun Can was a rare genius from the Tianjin Gate, and he left the Tianjin Gate after breaking through to the divine core realm 2 years ago. When he came back, he found out that the genius of the Tianjin Gate, Liang Xiao, had been killed. He immediately became furious, and he came to the Black Sect to fight back. A divine core disciple, he is a true genius. Senior disciple Jiang killed Liang Xiao, and the sect elders of the Tianjin Gate couldn't do anything to him, and there isn't anyone in the younger generation who can fight senior disciple Jiang. Now that Yun Can has returned, a battle between 2 geniuses will no longer be a topic of gossip. Chapter 191. The appearance of Yun Can had shaken the entire Black Sect. At the same time, The name Yun Can had started spreading among all disciples. Many of them had heard of Yun Can, but they had never seen him in person. After all, he was a legendary figure of the Tianjin Gate, and he was quite famous in the Qi province 2 years ago. If anyone hadn't heard of him, they would be a country bumpkin, and they wouldn't have the face to say that they had lived in the outside world before. The news of Jiang Chen killing Liang Xiao had spread across the entire black sect, and of course, the Tianjin Gate had learned about it as well. Liang Xiao was the #1 genius of Tianjin Gate, and if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long before he became the next core disciple. Liang Xiao's death had caused the Tianjin Gate to suffer a great loss. If it was a divine core sect elder who killed Liang Xiao, the Tianjin Gate would have long since erupted, and perhaps they would have started a war with the black sect by now. But too bad. Liang Xiao was killed by Jiang Chen. Besides, when Liang Xiao was killed, Jiang Chen's cultivation level was lower than Liang Xiao's, and everyone knew this. There was an unwritten rule among the 4 big sects in the Qi province. The upper echelons would rarely get involved in the fights between the geniuses of the younger generation. When it came to fights between geniuses, it all depended on one's own abilities. Therefore, although the Tianjin Gate was furious, and they wanted to tear Jiang Chen apart, the upper echelons didn't have the courage to come to the black sect and cause trouble for Jiang Chen. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. The #1 genius of Tianjin Gate was killed by a young man from the black sect, and for Tianjin Gate, this was a very shameful thing. Besides, this incident was caused by Liang Xiao's assassination attempt on Jiang Chen. Therefore, the upper echelons of Tianjin Gate couldn't bring themselves to seek revenge. Even if they wanted to avenge Liang Xiao, they would have to wait until Jiang Chen left the black sect. Jiang Chen's performance was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like he was going to become the second northern and southern dynasties. The upper echelons of Tianjin Gate wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but they couldn't do something like attacking the black sect directly. Yun Can's return had given Tianjin Gate an opportunity to get rid of Jiang Chen. Yun Can was also a genius of the younger generation, and no one would say anything against a genius. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, not only would they be able to avenge Liang Xiao, they would also be able to make the Tianjin Gate famous. Most importantly, they would be able to get rid of Jiang Chen, who was a huge threat to them. Jiang Chen, don't be a coward, come out here and face your death. The Yun Can of Tianjin Gate is here to challenge you. Yun Can's voice reverberated throughout the entire Black Mountain. Fuck, why are all the people from Tianjin Gate so shameless? Li Wuling was like this last time, and now this Yun Can. Senior disciple Jiang is only a mid-heavenly core warrior, and Yun Can is a famous divine core warrior. A divine core warrior is here to challenge a mid-heavenly core warrior? How shameless! That's right. If senior disciple Jiang was also a divine core warrior, I'm afraid this Yun Can would run far away when he heard senior disciple Jiang's name, and he wouldn't have the guts to show off here. Senior disciple Jiang killed Liang Xiao with his own abilities, and according to what I know, it was Fan Kuan who colluded with Liang Xiao and tried to assassinate senior disciple Jiang. But because he was too weak, he was killed by senior disciple Jiang, and he can only blame himself for being too weak. I think this Yun Can is the same kind of trash. Yun Can's arrogant attitude had angered many disciples of the Black Sect. However, no matter how angry they were, no one dared stand out and fight Yun Can, because the core disciples of the Black Sect hadn't returned yet. Within the Black Sect, Guashan, who was meditating, had his expression changed when he heard the clamor. Right at this moment, De Huang Dog flew over from afar and shouted, "Old man Guashan, hurry up and get rid of that guy. Little Chenzi is in a critical moment right now. He doesn't have the time to fight with him." "All right, I'll go right now." Guashan nodded his head. He knew what De Huang Dog said was true. He immediately stood up and flew towards the exit of the Black Sect. "Old man Guashan, tell that guy, if he wants to challenge Jiang Chen, he has to wait for 2 days. Jiang Chen will beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't be able to recognize him." De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. "Haha, all right." Guashan burst out into laughter. He believed what De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen was able to kill ordinary early divine core warriors right now, and if they were to fight, he might not be able to defeat a genius like Yun Can. But, if Jiang Chen broke through to the late heavenly core realm, it would be a completely different story. Yun Can would definitely be no match for him, and if he were to fight Jiang Chen, he would be crushed in an instant. "Jiang Chen, are you still not going to show yourself?" Yun Can was extremely arrogant, and he was still yelling and shouting. "Shut up!" Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from within the black sect. Everyone could see sect elder Guoshan flying towards them with an angry expression on his face. "Yun Can, why are you yelling in the black sect so early in the morning? Didn't your seniors teach you the rules? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Guoshan Langlung said. "Humph. If you want to kill me, you'll need to have the ability to do so. I don't have the time to fight with you. Tell Jiang Chen to show himself. I, Yun Can, will kill him today and avenge junior disciple Liang Xiao." Yun Can let out a cold snort. He didn't take Guoshan seriously at all. As a divine core disciple, every single one of them was a prideful man, and they had high standards. Although Guoshan was one stage higher than him, if they really fought, Guoshan wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yun Can had broken through to the divine core realm 2 years ago, and he was now a peak early divine core warrior, just one step away from the mid-divine core realm. "Let me tell you, Jiang Chen doesn't have the time to talk to you right now. But, Jiang Chen asked me to tell you this, if you want to challenge him, you'll have to wait for 2 days. At that time, he will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Therefore, if you want to challenge him, come back in 2 days. If you still don't understand the rules and keep yelling, don't blame us, the Black Sect's warriors, for taking action." Guoshan said with a sneer on his face. "Haha, Yun Can, did you hear that? In 2 days, senior disciple Zhang will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, and don't come back here again. You don't want to follow in Liang Zhao's footsteps. That's right, our senior disciple Zhang will never show any mercy. If you die here in the Black Mountain, I'm afraid no one will be able to bury you. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." Wang Yun and Huang Zhang said one after another. Then they burst into laughter. "Humph. Arrogant. Fine, I'll come back in 2 days. Tell Jiang Chen to stretch out his neck and wait for death. 2 days later I, Yun Can, will come back and take his life." Yun Can left these cruel words behind. Then he stepped into the sky and left. Senior disciple Jiang really accepted Yun Can's challenge? Could it be that senior disciple Jiang is going to break through again? That's hard to say. Senior disciple Jiang might be in secluded cultivation right now, and he might be able to break through again in 2 days. At that point of time, he will be able to easily defeat Yun Can. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang is a peerless genius. His talent is no weaker than those of the northern and southern dynasties. He has always been improving at an incredible speed, and we can't judge him with common sense. Besides, senior disciple Jiang never does anything he's not confident about. Since he said he would accept Yun Can's challenge in 2 days, he must have the confidence to win. Haha, if senior disciple Jiang can kill the core disciple of the Tianjin Gate, his reputation will be greatly improved, and he will be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. All the disciples of the Black Sect had excited expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen's reputation had left a deep impression in their hearts. At the same time, within the Green Sanctuary sect in the Qian province, early in the morning, a man flew out from the Green Sanctuary sect with incredible speed. In just a few breaths of time, he arrived outside of Misty Mountain. This man was wearing green clothes, and he looked to be in his 50s. His face was covered with oil, and he was the sect chief, Qing Styx. Qing Styx had suffered serious injuries during the fight with Firethorn Savage, but he had fully recovered now. The first thing he wanted to do after his recovery was to kill Firethorn Savage, the biggest threat to the Green Sanctuary sect. "Firethorn Savage, I think you're in a very weak state right now. Let's see how you're going to fight me. As long as I can kill you, this Misty Mountain will belong to the Green Sanctuary sect, and we will be able to enter the 3rd sector whenever we want." A prideful smile emerged on Qing Styx's face. He was in high spirits, and he was imagining that after he killed Firethorn Savage, not only would Misty Mountain become his backyard, Firethorn Savage's demon soul would also help him break through the bottleneck he had been stuck in for many years, allowing him to break through to the combat soul realm. Qing Styx was walking in the sky above Misty Mountain with a spear in his hand. With every step he took, his energy would become stronger, and when he arrived at the center of Misty Mountain, his aura had skyrocketed. He was filled with killing intent, and his combat strength had reached its peak. "Firethorn Savage, come out here and face your death." Qing Styx's voice shook the sky. After that, he arrived in front of Firethorn Savage's cave, but what he saw shocked him. He staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. He did see Firethorn Savage, but what he saw was just a dead body. The entire square at the middle of the mountain was covered with Firethorn Savage's blood. Even after 2 days, the blood still hadn't dried up. There were many wounds on Firethorn Savage's body, and his brain had been dug out. Cracks could be seen everywhere on the square. Obviously, an intense battle had just taken place here. How did this happen? Who did this? Qing Styx was stunned. At this moment, all his dreams about the future of the Green Sanctuary sect, all his great plans, had turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. With a flash, Qing Styx entered Firethorn Savage's cave, but he found out that Jean Dan was nowhere to be found. This situation almost made Qing Styx vomit blood. Qing Styx was so angry that his chest kept moving up and down. He felt like someone had just robbed him of his most precious and beloved possession. It's Jiang Chen. It must be that young man whose name is Jiang Chen. Firethorn Savage is his real target. He used Jean Dan to attack the Green Sanctuary sect, then he used the Green Sanctuary sect's power to deal with Firethorn Savage, and then he reaped all the benefits without doing anything. What an evil method. Damn it, damn it. Qing Styx immediately figured out what was going on. Everything that happened in front of him, he could easily guess who did it with his nose. But what he didn't expect was that Firethorn Savage's weakened state was so weak that he couldn't even block a heavenly core young man and a dog. If he knew that Firethorn Savage was so weak, he wouldn't have healed himself 2 days ago, he would have attacked right away. Jiang Chen, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qing Styx roared out. He stared at the direction of the Qi province with anger in his eyes. All his hopes were gone. The fruit that was supposed to be his had become a gift to Jiang Chen. Chapter 192. Qing Styx was angry. Extremely angry. He felt like his lungs were being cheated. When a man was filled with hope, and he had even seen the dawn of his dream, but when he found out that everything had become a fantasy, a bubble, this kind of feeling was not something anyone could understand. The Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss during the battle with Firethorn Savage, and Firethorn Savage was the Green Sanctuary sect's biggest hope. Qing Styx longed to become a combat soul warrior. He longed to rule the entire Qi province. He longed to make the Qian province as glorious as the other provinces that had a combat soul warrior, and he longed to attract the attention of the martial saint dynasty. Everything was over, it was all over. Firethorn Savage's demon soul was gone, but Qing Styx didn't let go of Firethorn Savage's body. He carried Firethorn Savage's hill-sized body and flew back to the Green Sanctuary sect. Firethorn Savage's body was a treasure. Just its skin alone could be used to craft many defensive items. On the same day, after Qing Styx returned to the Green Sanctuary sect, he immediately gathered a group of 6 divine core warriors and started attacking the Qi province. Bastard. He is an absolute bastard. That little bastard killed Firethorn Savage when he was in his weakened state, and we, the Green Sanctuary sect, didn't get anything from him. Kill him, we must kill him. This is a great hatred. Let's go to the Black sect and force Taoist Black to hand over Jiang Chen. If not, we'll become the Green Sanctuary sect's enemy. All the sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect were furious, and their faces were filled with anger. Looking at their expressions, it was as if Jiang Chen had snatched their daughter away from them. Their hatred was as deep as the ocean. Qing Styx was really furious this time. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. If he kept suppressing this anger, he would never be able to break through to the combat soul realm. The Green Sanctuary sect, a respectable sect in the Qian province, had been fooled by a young man. If they couldn't regain their face, the Green Sanctuary sect would become the laughingstock of the entire Qian province. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in his cultivation in his room. He was focused on refining the golden egg and did not care about what was happening outside. The golden egg the size of a human head hovered in front of Jiang Chen, spinning continuously. Streams of blood-red dragon marks rushed out from Jiang Chen's body, completely enveloping the golden egg. Strands of energy from the golden egg flowed into Jiang Chen's body. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the energy was quickly converted into pure energy, entering Jiang Chen's Qi, surrounding the heavenly core and forming new dragon marks. Absorbing the golden egg wasn't an easy task, and it had to be done bit by bit. If he rushed it, the energy within would be wasted. Since Jiang Chen had plenty of time now, he wanted to make good use of the golden egg, and use it to break through to the late heavenly core realm. After a night of hard work, a quarter of the golden egg had been absorbed, and a total of 25 dragon marks had formed in Jiang Chen's body, giving him a total of 328 dragon marks. This was the frightening effect of the dragon transformation skill. With every new dragon mark formed, his overall strength would increase. Jiang Chen was cultivating in peace. De Huang Dog was doing his best to protect Jiang Chen. All the disciples of the Black Sect were restless as well. Yun Can's appearance had made them restless. Everyone knew that Yun Can would show up again in 2 days, and at that time, if Jiang Chen came out from his secluded cultivation, there would definitely be a fierce battle. At dusk, the outside of the Black Sect became restless once again. 5 to 6 extremely powerful energies were approaching. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here and face your death. A loud shout sounded out from nowhere. The energy waves were many times stronger than Yun Can's, and even though they were far away from the source, many people still felt their ears go numb and their scalps go numb. Damn it, what is going on? Why is there no end to this? Damn it, what has Jiang Chen done? Why are there so many people coming to our sect to seek revenge? Look at their energies, I can't imagine how much hatred they have for us. Ever since senior disciple Jiang came to the Black Sect hasn't had a single moment of peace. The inner circle is in chaos, and the outer circle is in chaos as well. Senior disciple Jiang is truly a devil incarnate. He is my idol. All the disciples of the Black Sect felt like throwing up blood. What was going on today? Yun Can had just left this morning, and now someone was coming to kill them. Judging from their energies, they were much stronger than Yun Can. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another group of people dashed out from the Black Sect. This time, they came out even faster than this morning. Everyone wanted to see who these people were, and they wanted to know what Jiang Chen had done this time. Outside of the Black Sect's entrance, there were 6 men in green clothes. All of them were old men in their 50s, and the one in the lead had the most powerful energy. He was no weaker than Taoist Blacks. Oh heavens, where did these people come from? Their cultivation levels are so strong. The leader's cultivation level is no weaker than the sect chief's, but I've never seen these people before. Since when did the Qi province have so many powerful men? They are definitely not from the other 3 big sects. Maybe they are not from the Qi province? Oh heavens, what did senior disciple Jiang do? Look at their faces, it looks like they want to eat someone alive. After finding out the cultivation levels of these people, everyone were shocked. These people were much stronger than Yun Can, and their origins were unknown. Being able to make so many divine core warriors come here in a fit of rage and kill someone, this could be considered a great ability. They had always wanted to get this kind of treatment, but they hadn't gotten it yet. Hurry up and ask Jiang Chen to come out and hand over Firethorn Savage's demon soul. If not, I swear I won't let this matter rest. Qing Stix's voice was loud like a huge bell, and he was emitting a mighty energy. Who dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect? Right at this moment, a loud shout with an equally mighty energy sounded out from within the Black Sect. After that, Taoist Black stepped in the air and arrived in front of the Black Sect's entrance. Following behind him were a few divine core sect elders. Guashan was one of them. Who are you? Why are you yelling at the Black Sect? Taoist Black threw a glance at Qing Stix and the others. He didn't recognize them either. Judging by your cultivation level, you should be the Black Sect sect chief, Taoist Black, right? I'm the sect chief of the Qian province's Green Sanctuary sect, Qing Stix. We've traveled a great distance just for Jiang Chen, and we don't want to cause any trouble with the Black Sect. As long as sect chief can hand Jiang Chen over to us, we'll leave immediately. Qing Stix went straight to the point. He guessed that Firethorn Savage's demon soul was still in Jiang Chen's hands. As long as he could find Jiang Chen, there was a chance he could get the demon soul back. What? The sect chief of the Qian province's big sects came here in person? Since when did Jiang Chen come to the Qian province and cause trouble? Damn it, Jiang Chen is really a devil incarnate. He can't stay in the Qi province anymore, but he still wants to come to the Qian province? What did he do to the Green Sanctuary sect that made them so angry? What is Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Jiang Chen's ability is incredible. Hearing that these people were from the Qian province, and that they were the sect chief and sect elder of a big sect, everyone became speechless. This Jiang Chen's ability was really incredible. Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Taoist Black furrowed his brows. Maybe the others didn't know what Firethorn Savage was, but he did. There was a firethorn savage in the misty mountain of the Qian province, and it was impossible for Jiang Chen to get his demon's soul. Sect Chief, this is what happened. Guoshan used his divine sense to compress all the information and sent it to Taoist Black's mind. Taoist Black immediately understood what had happened. In order to save Yen Chenyu, Jiang Chen went to Misty Mountain to kill Firethorn Savage. Then he borrowed the Green Sanctuary sect's strength and made them suffer a great loss. After listening to everything, Taoist Black was shocked. Jiang Chen really killed the peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage, and he even got his demon's soul. If Guoshan didn't tell him this, he wouldn't believe it. Good, good, this young man will definitely become someone great. Facing the aggressive Green Sanctuary sect, not only did Taoist Black not show any signs of nervousness, he even showed excitement in his eyes. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to accomplish such a great feat meant that he was a brave and intelligent man, and he was extremely daring. A genius like this would definitely become someone great in the future. Sect Chief, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to come to my sect and ask for a disciple from the Black sect? Taoist Black said. Taoist Black, Jiang Chen killed a sect elder and disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect, and he framed us, causing us to suffer a great loss. The reason I came here today is to kill him. I don't think Sect Chief is willing to offend a big sect like the Green Sanctuary sect just for a little disciple. Qing Stick said. I'm sorry, I've disappointed Sect Chief. I, Taoist Black, am a very protective person. Besides, your Green Sanctuary sect is such a big sect, but you couldn't even defeat a little disciple from the Black sect, and you even suffered a great loss. You should reflect on yourself. How can you come here and ask for a disciple? Sect Chief, I think you should just leave. Taoist Black said with a smile on his face. In his mind, Jiang Chen was his most precious disciple. There was no way he would hand him over. That's right, such a big sect suffered a great loss in the hands of senior disciple Jiang. This is just too shameful. How can you still have the face to come here? Some disciples agreed. Taoist Black, I, Qing Sticks, have come here today to get Jiang Chen no matter what. Does your Black sect really want to fight with the Green Sanctuary sect? Qing Sticks's anger couldn't be quelled. Humph. Take a good look at this place. This is the Qi province, not your Qian province. Don't tell me you're thinking of fighting in the Black sect with just these few people? Taoist Black let out a cold snort. As the sect chief, he had to act like a domineering sect chief. Putting aside the fact that he was here to protect Jiang Chen, even if it was just an ordinary disciple, he couldn't just hand him over like this. If he really did that, he would disappoint all the other disciples, and how would he be able to show his face in the future? Sect Chief, what Taoist Black said is right. This is the Qi province. If we fight, we won't be able to gain any advantages. Lu Hong whispered to Qing Sticks. Humph. Don't tell me we've come here for nothing? Besides, that little Jiang Chen might not have the time to absorb Firethorn Savage's demon soul yet. We can't let it go to waste. Qing Sticks let out a cold snort. Firethorn Savage's demon soul was his dream. He couldn't just give it up like this. However, Taoist Black didn't want to give in. If they really fought, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Chapter 193. This Jiang Chen is really a troublemaker. Taoist Black smiled as he transmitted his voice to Guoshan. Sect Chief, it looks like the Green Sanctuary sect won't let this go easily. If they don't have a deep hatred for us, they won't come to the Black sect personally. I have an idea. Guoshan said. Say it. Taoist Black said. The Green Sanctuary sect just wants to kill Jiang Chen to vent their anger. We'll give them a chance. Ask their genius disciples to attack. We won't stop them. Since Yun Can from Tianjin Gate has appeared, one more doesn't matter. This is also a test for Jiang Chen. Guoshan said. All right, we'll do as you say. Taoist Black's eyes lit up. He felt that Guoshan's idea was a good one. He immediately raised his head and said to Qing Sticks with a loud voice, Sect Chief, the Black sect doesn't want to have any conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect, but Jiang Chen is my disciple. I can't just let you take him away. Besides, with your status as the sect chief, attacking a junior is a disgrace to your status and reputation. I don't know what Jiang Chen has done to the Green Sanctuary sect, but I'll give you a chance. Ask your genius disciples to attack. No matter who it is, Jiang Chen will fight them. As long as it's a young disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect, I can guarantee that no one in the Black sect will stop him, and we won't help Jiang Chen. What a joke. Although that Jiang Chen is only a mid-heavenly core warrior, even an early divine core sect elder is no match for him. Taoist Black, you're just asking our disciple to die here. Sect Master Qing Sticks said angrily. Although he had never met Jiang Chen, it was a fact that an early divine core sect elder from the Green Sanctuary sect was killed by Jiang Chen. Don't tell me the Green Sanctuary sect doesn't have any core disciples? Guoshan said with a loud voice. Sect Chief, this is my bottom line. Geniuses fight geniuses, this is fair. If you bunch of old men want to attack, I, Taoist Black, will fight you until the end. Don't forget, this is the Qi province, the Black Sect's territory. Once we start fighting, I believe you won't get any benefits. Taoist Black's expression turned cold. Sect Master, we can go to the Molten Cave and call Hua Yuan back to deal with Jiang Chen. Lu Hong whispered. That's right, Hua Yuan broke through to the Divine Core realm a year ago, and with his unique physique, he has also achieved minor success in the Heavenly Fire skill. He has been cultivating in the Molten Cave for a year now, and if Hua Yuan is here, I'm sure Jiang Chen won't be his match. Another elder said. The other elders nodded in agreement. When core disciples were mentioned, the first person they thought of was Hua Yuan. All right, let's return to Qian province immediately. Lu Hong, you go to the Molten Cave and summon Hua Yuan to kill Jiang Chen. Qing Sticks' expression changed. After that, he brought a few divine core elders and returned to where they came from. Although Qing Sticks was desperate to kill Jiang Chen, he understood that with Taoist Black's interference, he wouldn't even be able to see Jiang Chen. He agreed with Taoist Black's words. With his status, it would be a disgrace to his reputation if he were to personally deal with a junior. After all, Taoist Black had made it clear that as long as it was a genius disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect, the Black sect wouldn't stop him. Although Jiang Chen was able to kill early divine core warriors, Hua Yuan was no ordinary man. A genius like him couldn't be compared with those who were at the same level as him, and he was more than enough to fight those who were at a higher level than him. The Green Sanctuary sect had left, but the Black sect couldn't stay calm any longer. Jiang Chen had once again become the center of attention. Everyone was guessing what would happen in 2 days. Yun Can alone was enough to deal with him, but now the Green Sanctuary sect had joined the fray. No one knew how strong the core disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect would be. The clamor outside didn't affect Jiang Chen, who was in secluded cultivation. For Jiang Chen, nothing was more important than absorbing the golden egg. Up until now, half of the golden egg had been absorbed, and Jiang Chen had gained another 70 dragon marks in his Qi Si, giving him a total of 373 dragon marks. He was getting closer to 400 dragon marks. There was still half of the golden egg left, but the further Jiang Chen cultivated, the harder it would be for him to form new dragon marks. The energy required for each new dragon mark was also greater. Even so, this golden egg was more than enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and night had fallen. Jiang Chen, who had been meditating for 2 days, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing brightly, and the energy that was unleashed from his body caused the entire room to tremble. The fuck? What a powerful energy! This guy has really broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Sensing the energy, De Huang Dog, who was in low spirits, suddenly pricked up his ears and threw his glance into the room. Within the room, Jiang Chen had completely absorbed the golden egg, and he was breaking through to the late heavenly core realm. With a light shout, he took out a huge amount of human elixir from his storage ring and devoured them all as if they were free. After the human elixir was absorbed by the dragon transformation skill, it was like a river of energy flowing into Jiang Chen's Qi Si. Right at this moment, the heavenly core in Jiang Chen's Qi Si started transforming. The fist-sized golden heavenly core was producing a buzzing sound and violently vibrating. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were drilling into the heavenly core, and the size of the heavenly core had increased by at least 2 times. Jiang Chen's energy had become extremely strong. This was a foundation that ordinary people couldn't understand. It made him look like an ancient barbaric beast, extremely powerful. Right now, Jiang Chen had successfully broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and he had formed 400 dragon marks. However, the golden egg's energy hadn't been completely depleted yet. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't come out right away. Instead, he needed to sort out the energy in his body and stabilize his cultivation base at the late heavenly core realm. This guy has broken through to the late heavenly core realm, But he still hasn't come out? Don't tell me he is sleeping in there? De Huang Dog had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he knew that there must be a reason why Jiang Chen didn't come out. Therefore, he didn't go in and disturb Jiang Chen, and just continued his role as a guard. The next day, early in the morning, Yun Can arrived from afar in an imposing manner. He hovered in the sky above the black sect, and just like 2 days ago, he shouted out loudly, "Jiang Chen, come out and face your death." Damn it, that Yun Can is really punctual, he came so quickly. He has been thinking about killing Jiang Chen to avenge Liang Xiao, and now that he has waited for 2 days, I'm afraid he is getting impatient. I haven't seen senior disciple Jiang Chen for the past 2 days. I'm afraid he is still in his cultivation. Yun Can's arrival had immediately raised the curtain of a huge battle. All the disciples of the Black Sect rushed out and occupied different positions on the Black Mountain, staring at Yun Can, who was in high spirits in the sky. Yun Can is here. I wonder when the men from the Green Sanctuary sect will arrive. They should be here soon. I don't think the Green Sanctuary sect will let Jiang Chen go. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. A heavenly core disciple of the Black Sect was going to fight a core disciple from another sect. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Everyone was looking forward to Jiang Chen defeating Yun Can, and this battle would be recorded in the history books. Even the northern and southern dynasties didn't have such a record. Where is Jiang Chen? Why isn't he out yet? Is he going to be a coward? Yun Can had an arrogant expression on his face as he stood in the sky above the Black Sect and shouted, "Why are you panicking? Senior disciple Jiang will definitely come out." That's right, why are you panicking? If senior disciple Jiang Chen doesn't show up now, you can still live a little longer. Why don't you cherish your life? Wang Yun and Huang Zhang said heartlessly. They were the earliest followers of Jiang Chen in the Black Sect, and their loyalty towards Jiang Chen was unquestionable. Of course, they would support Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You're courting death. Yun Can glared at them. Trash like Wang Yun and Huang Zhang were nothing in Yun Can's eyes. What a strong sense of superiority. Just you wait. Senior disciple Jiang will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. Forget it. Why are we wasting so much time talking to a man who is about to die? Wang Yun and Huang Zhang were echoing each other, causing Yun Can to be so angry that he started glaring at them. If his main target wasn't Jiang Chen, perhaps Yun Can would have attacked both of them by now. Hurry up and ask Jiang Chen to come out and face his death. It's useless to be a coward, Yun Can said arrogantly. Right at this moment, within the Black Sect, Jiang Chen still hadn't come out from his room. De Huang Dog was pacing back and forth in front of the door. He could clearly hear Yun Can's clamor, and he was so anxious that he almost shit himself. De Huang, what's going on? Why hasn't Brother Jiang come out from his secluded cultivation? Guoshan flew over from afar and asked anxiously. Yun Can was shouting outside, and if Jiang Chen still didn't come out, it would affect his reputation. Who knows? This guy broke through last night, and he still hasn't come out? Damn it! De Huang Dog was extremely angry. Creak. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, the door was pushed open. Jiang Chen, who was wearing white clothes, walked out from the room with a bright smile on his face. After one night, Jiang Chen had completely absorbed the golden egg. A total of 410 dragon marks had formed in his Qi Si, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late heavenly core realm. My ancestor, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, this master dog would have barged in and shit on your head. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Fuck. Jiang Chen cursed. He didn't do anything wrong, but this dog just wanted to shit on his head so early in the morning. Did he have to be so disgusting? De Huang, even though you've been my guardian for 2 days, you don't have to shit on my head. Jiang Chen was speechless. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here now and face your death. Yun Can's voice sounded out again. This time, Jiang Chen could hear it clearly. What's going on? Which bastard is courting death? Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold. Now you know what's going on. That guy outside has been shouting for a while now. This master dog can't hold it in any longer. De Huang Dog jumped up and down. Who's outside? Chapter 194. The Tianjian Gates core disciple, Yun Can, an early divine core warrior. 2 days ago, he came here and claimed that he would kill you to avenge Liang Xiao. At that time, you were in secluded cultivation, so De Huang and I asked him to challenge you 2 days later. But I didn't expect him to come here so early in the morning. Guoshan said. Core disciple? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had only heard about the core disciples from the 4 big sects in the Qi province, but he had never met one before. Yun Can used to be the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate, and he was a famous man among the younger generation of the Qi province. 2 years ago, he broke through to the divine core realm and became a core disciple. After that, he left the Qi province to train himself in a bigger area, and the reason he came back is to kill you. Your growth has made the Tianjian Gate feel threatened. Besides, you've been an enemy of the Tianjian Gate for a long time, and you've killed many of their genius disciples, including Liang Xiao not long ago. The reason why the Tianjian Gate sent Yun Can to challenge you is to kill you. Guoshan briefly explained Yun Can's situation to Jiang Chen. So that's how it is. Perfect timing. I want to see how strong a core disciple is. Let me go meet him. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had just broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and he now had 410 dragon marks in his body. His combat strength was unimaginable, and with his current cultivation level, he was more than enough to fight any ordinary mid-divine core warriors. As for early divine core warriors, he could kill them with ease. Even if Yun Can was a genius of the younger generation, Jiang Chen would still kill him. Brother, this Yun Can is not easy to deal with, you have to be careful. Guoshan advised with good intentions. Be careful my ass. Little Chunzi has broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and with his abilities, if he uses all his strength, he will definitely beat the shit out of Yun Can. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was extremely confident in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was able to kill early divine core warriors when he was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and no matter how strong this Yun Can was, he was just an early divine core warrior. If Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the next realm, it might have been difficult for him to deal with Yun Can. But now that he had broken through to the next realm, he could totally ignore Yun Can unless a mid-divine core disciple from Tianjian Gate appeared. Only then would they have a chance to deal with Jiang Chen. You damn dog, your mouth is full of shit. Can't you be more civilized? Guoshan rolled his eyes. 3 men and a dog flew into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived outside the Black Sect. Senior Disciple Jiang has come out. I told you, Senior Disciple Jiang has no fear of Yun Can, and now that he has come out, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. I wonder who will win. After all, Yun Can is a famous genius, and he has broken through to the divine core realm. No ordinary man can compare with him. I think Senior Disciple Jiang will win. Senior Disciple Jiang never fights a battle he has no confidence in winning. Think about it, ever since the Qi province competition, when has Senior Disciple Jiang Chen ever lost a battle? The appearance of Jiang Chen immediately lit up the atmosphere. He stood there like a bright moon surrounded by stars. Yun Can threw his glance at Jiang Chen. Langling asked, Are you Jiang Chen? That's right. Who are you? Tell me your name. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Of course, he knew this man was Yun Can, but he would never be polite when talking to his enemies. Hearing this, Yun Can was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. How dare this guy say who he was? He was the famous Yun Can, and since when did anyone dare to be so disrespectful to him? There was a saying that although his elder brother had left the world for a long time, there were still legends about him. Yun Can was his elder brother. Although he had left for 2 years, now that he had returned, anyone who saw him would be afraid of him. This Jiang Chen had offended his dignity by treating him with such an attitude. Jiang Chen, you killed Liang Xiao, and today, I'm going to avenge Liang Xiao. Come up here and accept my challenge. Yun Can was extremely arrogant. Yun Can, I can see that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to this level. I, Jiang Chen, am a merciful man, so I advise you to go back to where you came from. If you end up following in Liang Xiao's footsteps, it will be a horrible ending. Alright, I forgot to tell you, Liang Xiao died a horrible death. His head was separated from his body. Jiang Chen's words made Yun Can's nose twitch in anger. A little heavenly core warrior was actually advising him to go back to where he came from? This was the biggest joke in the world. Jiang Chen, cut the crap, come up here and accept your death. Yun Can was extremely aggressive, and his killing intent was soaring. It looked like he was going to tear Jiang Chen into pieces today. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, a few more powerful energies arrived from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Black Sect's main gate. These people were all wearing green clothes, and all the disciples of the Black Sect were familiar with them. They were from the Green Sanctuary sect. Next to Qing Sticks, there was a young man in his 20s. His fiery red hair was fluttering in the wind, and even his eyebrows were red. He was wearing a fiery red long robe, and he had a muscular body. His face was filled with arrogance, and just by looking at his energy, anyone could tell that he was a man with a fiery temper. The men from the Green Sanctuary sect are here again. Look at that young man, I think he is their core disciple. Damn it. First it was Yun Can, and now another guy. Let's see how senior disciple Jiang is going to deal with this. Sect chief has said it before, as long as the Green Sanctuary sect sends a younger generation disciple, he won't interfere. Jiang Chen will have to deal with this himself. The crowd became restless once again. Today's situation was much bigger than what everyone had expected. The men from the Green Sanctuary sect? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Brother, the men from the Green Sanctuary sect came here 2 days ago, but they were stopped by the sect chief. He asked their core disciple to deal with this. That man wearing a fiery red robe should be a core disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. He looks really strong. Gua Shan reminded. Haha, hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately burst out into laughter. He looked at Qing Sticks with a mocking expression. He knew why the Green Sanctuary sect was so furious and didn't hesitate to come to the Black Sect to find him. It must be because of Firethorn Savage. Sect chief, he is Jiang Chen, and that dog behind him. Lu Hong said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Little bastard Jiang Chen, I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces today. Qing Sticks shouted out furiously. He didn't care about his image at all. When he saw Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but think about Firethorn Savage's situation. He couldn't help but think about how all of his great plans had gone up in smoke. He wished he could eat Jiang Chen's flesh right now. There are too many people who want to kill me, but too bad I'm still alive and kicking. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect so many things to happen right after he came out from his secluded cultivation. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to see what these core disciples from the big sects were capable of. Hua Yuner, kill him, Qing Sticks Lung Lung said. The red-haired young man took a step forward and arrived in the sky. Flames emerged from his body, causing the surrounding air to become hot. Jiang Chen, it's your good fortune to be killed by me, Hua Yuner. Compared to Yun Can, Hua Yuner was even more arrogant. It's easy to get burned when playing with fire. Hua Yuner, let me give you a piece of advice as well. You better get the hell out of here. It's not good for you to die here. Jiang Chen sneered. With his eyesight, he could easily see through Hua Yuner's foundation. This Hua Yuner had cultivated a very powerful fire skill, and it was quite powerful. If they were to compare his attack power, he might even be stronger than Yun Can. But too bad. His opponent was Jiang Chen. This meant that all of Hua Yuner's advantages had turned into disadvantages. In front of the true dragon flame, Hua Yuner's flame was just a joke. Besides, as an alchemist, Jiang Chen was the ancestor of playing with fire. Presumptuous. How dare you talk to me, Hua Yuner, like this? Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Hua Yuner shouted out loudly. His arrogance had reached its peak. Damn it! Did this guy just eat some gunpowder? Where did he get his sense of superiority from? Even De Huang Dog couldn't bear it anymore. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have so many enemies. But, brother, first come, first served. Jiang Chen's life belongs to me, Yun Can. I'm afraid it's none of your business anymore. Yun Can said. Who are you? How dare you compete with me? Hua Yuner. Today, Jiang Chen's life belongs to me. Hua Yuner. Hua Yuner became even more arrogant. Humph. I'm a core disciple of Tianjian Gate, Yun Can. This Jiang Chen killed a genius from Tianjian Gate. He has a deep grudge with Tianjian Gate. Today, I'm going to kill Jiang Chen. Whoever dares compete with me will be my enemy. Yun Can coldly harumphed. In just a few words, Yun Can and Hua Yuner had started arguing with each other. This scene had stunned all the disciples of the Black Sect, and at the same time, some of them were furious. Damn it, what do these two think senior disciple Jiang is? Why are they talking as if senior disciple Jiang is theirs? Damn it, this is ridiculous. How dare they challenge the black sect? How dare they be so arrogant? Damn it, even Daddy can't stand it anymore. I really want to go up there and slap their faces, but too bad, I'm no match for them. They are talking as if senior disciple Jiang is going to die for sure. In my opinion, none of you are senior disciple Jiang's match, and yet, someone is rushing to his death? What a bunch of idiots. Not only the disciples of the black sect, even Jiang Chen was speechless. These two guys had a strong sense of superiority. This was too much. Hey, why don't you two fight first? Then you can decide who's going to kill me. What do you think? Jiang Chen suggested in a serious manner. Hui Yuner, are you sure you want to stop me? Yun Can's energy was unparalleled. You're the one who's stopping me now. Flames were raging around Hui Yuner's body, and his energy wasn't any weaker than Yun Can's. Seeing this, all the sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect had a change in expression. They were here to kill Jiang Chen today. Hui Yuner had a hot temper, and Yun Can was an arrogant man. If they were to fight each other, it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, if both of them were to fight each other, it would be difficult to determine who was the winner. If both of them were injured, Jiang Chen would be able to take advantage of the situation. Hui Yuner, stop! Qing Stix shouted out loudly. After that, he turned to Yun Can and said, people from Tianjin Gate want to kill Jiang Chen, please strike first. Chapter 195. Hearing this, although Hui Yuner wasn't satisfied, he couldn't disobey Qing Stix's order. He let out a cold snort and returned to Qing Stix's side. Sect Chief, why did you give in? Why don't you let me kill Yun Can first, then kill Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen dies in his hands, Firethorn Savage's demon soul will be destroyed as well. Hui Yuner said with an arrogant expression. Don't worry, before Jiang Chen dies, I'll stop him and take back Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Then we can let the core disciples of Tianjin Gate kill Jiang Chen. It'll save us the trouble. Besides, Hui Yuner, are you really confident that you can kill Yun Can? Qing Stix looked at Hui Yuner. Humph. Hui Yuner let out a snort and turned his head away. Obviously, although he wasn't afraid of Yun Can, it was impossible for him to kill Yun Can. As a core disciple of a big sect, who didn't have some tricks up their sleeves. I have another idea. Since both of you have come from afar, why don't you attack me together? I'll fight both of you at once, just in case people say that I'm bullying you. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. His words almost pissed off the two geniuses to death. Kaka, senior disciple Jiang Chen is too mean. If we're talking, Yun Can and Hui Yuner together are no match for senior disciple Jiang Chen. It's better to piss them off. Look at their arrogant faces. I really want to leave a shoehorn on their faces. All the disciples of the black sect were laughing out loud. Every time they saw Jiang Chen fight with an outer circle disciple, they would feel excited. Humph. 2 against 1? You think too highly of yourself. You're just a heavenly core warrior. I can kill you with just one hand. Hui Yuner let out a cold snort. He was so arrogant that he might not even be able to recognize his own father. Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense. Come here and face your death. Yun Can's energy had reached its peak. Little Chenzi, stop wasting time. Kill him now, we'll go back and have a drink. Da Huang Dog shook his head. His words were even more annoying than Jiang Chen's. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of Yun Can, right? Today, I'll beat you until you shine like a star. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with sharpness as his aura rose bit by bit. What a powerful energy. He has broken through to the late heavenly core realm. In the distance, Lu Hong's expression changed. This guy was able to kill an early divine core warrior when he was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and now that he has broken through to the next realm, I'm afraid he will be even more difficult to deal with. The other elder was also extremely shocked. He had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. Now that he had released his aura, it was actually an entire level higher than before. Wouldn't that mean that he was even more powerful? With this person's abnormal degree, perhaps even Yun Can and Hui Yuner wouldn't be a match for him. Dang! Heaven collapsing earth-shattering palm. Yun Can immediately unleashed a powerful battle skill, the heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm. Just this name alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. This was an extremely powerful battle skill. Once it was unleashed, it would carry with it the power to shatter the heavens and crack the earth. Its aim was to shatter the opponent into pieces and kill them on the spot. Rumble. Following a loud explosion, a 10-meter-long silver palm appeared out of thin air. It created endless waves in the air, and the air vibrated. This palm carried with it the power to shatter the heavens and crack the earth, and it was flying towards Jiang Chen. So powerful. This is a mid-ranked earth combat skill. It's really frightening. If I were to face this palm, I would be instantly shattered into pieces and die on the spot. The former #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate is really extraordinary. I think even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be severely injured by this palm. I wonder how senior disciple Jiang is going to deal with this, but he looks so calm. I've never seen him so nervous before. I really have no idea where his confidence comes from. When Yun Can unleashed his heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm, everyone was shocked. Even Hua Yuner couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He stood in midair without moving an inch. If it was before, he would definitely choose to dodge Yun Can's attack, as it was extremely difficult to block it. But now he had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and with the help of over 400 dragon marks in his body, his combat strength had increased by many folds. It was not something Yun Can could deal with. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He didn't dodge, and right when the silver palm arrived in front of him, he suddenly punched out. His fist was covered with blood-red dragon scales, and there were even shadows of dragons dancing in the air. The energy contained within was as vast as the ocean. Rumble. Jiang Chen's punch carried the energy of a mountain. With a few million gene of force, even a mountain would be smashed to pieces. Jiang Chen's fist forcefully collided with the heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm. Crack. A cracking sound could be heard coming from the silver palm, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. After that, it shattered and turned into tiny sparks that disappeared into thin air. Looking back at Jiang Chen, he still maintained the posture of punching out, and his body didn't even move a bit. Hua! An uproar broke out from the crowd. No one could remain calm after witnessing this result. Countless shocked gazes fell onto Jiang Chen at the same time. Even those disciples who were extremely confident in Jiang Chen were stunned. They knew Jiang Chen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. His opponent was Yun Can. Heavens, what did I just see? Jiang Chen just used his body to shatter the heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm. This is too scary. What kind of monster is he? How can a man grow so fast? He has only been in the Black Sect for a short period of time. Sigh, this is a real genius. In front of Jiang Chen, no one is qualified to be called a genius. In the entire Qi province, perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties can compare with him. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, he would bring shock to the crowd. Everyone had become numb from the shock. So strong. Who knew the Black Sect would have such an abnormal monster? Qing Stix's expression changed. With his experience, he could clearly see how powerful Yun Can's heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm was. Initially, he thought that even if Jiang Chen could block it, it would take him some effort. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to shatter it with just a single punch. The powerful heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. This was really shocking. What a powerful body. His qi and blood are like an ocean, and his strength is like a dragon. He is simply a beast in human form. Lu Hong widened his eyes. 2 days ago, he was still able to suppress Jiang Chen, but now, he had a feeling that if he were to fight with Jiang Chen again, he wouldn't be a match for him. Even Hua Yuner's expression changed. He couldn't help but retract his vigorous and arrogant attitude. In the sky above the Black Sect, Taoist Black witnessed everything. He was shocked, but at the same time, a bright smile blossomed on his face. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Yun Can. Both of his eyes were filled with blood, and he had no choice but to re-evaluate Jiang Chen. He was very confident in his heaven-shattering palm, and he thought he could turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty with just a single strike. However, not only did he fail to turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty, his attack was also destroyed by Jiang Chen. You're just a heavenly core warrior, but you have such incredible combat strength. Looks like I've really underestimated you. Yun Can was shocked. Yun Can, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you have any powerful attacks, just use them now. Since I, Jiang Chen, am going to attack, you're going to die today. Before you die, I'll give you a chance to use all your strength. Jiang Chen's energy was incredible, and his body was glowing in a golden light. He looked like a god of war who had just descended from the heavens. Shameless boasting. Yun Can's killing intent soared into the sky. In an instant, a shining longsword appeared in his hand. This longsword was a rare high-ranked combat weapon, and it was fully covered with mysterious patterns. After the attack just now, Yun Can had completely stopped underestimating Jiang Chen. He was getting ready to use his ultimate attack and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, take this, my soaring heaven's sword. Yun Can once again adjusted his energy to its peak state. The long sword in his hand produced a series of sword whistling sounds, and the 7-feet-long sword had become 30 feet long. The body of the sword looked like a rainbow as it pierced through the sky. The patterns on its surface were glowing brightly, and with a swoosh, it slashed towards Jiang Chen. Nice! Jiang Chen praised. This sword skill was pretty good. He was just about to attack with the 6 solar fingers. Right now, he could unleash the 5th finger, and with the strength of the 5th finger, it would definitely be able to deal with Yun Can. However, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately retracted his 6 solar fingers. I should take this opportunity to test the defensive power of Firethorn Savage's innate ability. After saying that, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. Cracking sounds could be heard, and in the blink of an eye, the surface of the golden light was covered with numerous huge spikes. All of the spikes were connected to each other, forming a sharp armor. Not only was the armor complete, it even covered Jiang Chen's head, and it was emitting a bright golden light. Jiang Chen had obtained this innate ability after absorbing the golden egg. Since he didn't know anything about this innate ability, Jiang Chen simply named it the Firethorn Combat Armor. What kind of skill is that? Why does it look so familiar? In the distance, Qing Stix's expression changed. Jiang Chen's skill gave him a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Of course he was familiar with this skill of Firethorn Savage, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he would never have thought that a human could actually use the innate ability of a demon beast. Come! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He didn't dodge. Instead, he injected all of his Yuan energy into the Firethorn combat armor and slammed it towards Yun Can's soaring heaven sword. Clang! The powerful high-ranked combat weapon fiercely slashed onto Jiang Chen's Firethorn combat armor, and the flames created by the collision immediately turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 196. Slash. The soaring heaven sword slashed across Jiang Chen's Firethorn combat armor, leaving a deep mark on it. But it was just a mark. This powerful sword couldn't even break the armor, let alone injure Jiang Chen. What? Yun Can's expression finally changed. He stared at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The scene in front of him was something he had never dreamed of. The crowd became restless once again. This time, it was much more violent than the last time. Shattering the heaven and earth shattering palm with a single punch and defending against the soaring heaven sword. Those were two completely different concepts. Oh heavens, what did I just see? What skill did Jiang Chen just use? It's so powerful, even a high-ranked combat weapon can't break it. That's not a real armor. It's a manifestation of a powerful ability. When Jiang Chen unleashed that ability, he looked like a powerful beast, and his entire aura changed. He's really powerful. Even Yun Can's all-out attack couldn't break through his defense. This ability is truly heaven-defying. That's right. That's right. Senior brother Jiang always brings about new miracles. Every time, he can come up with new moves, and every move is incomparably powerful. It's beyond our imagination. This golden armor not only has a strong defense, but it also has an extremely strong attack. Haha, Yun Can is finished. He can't defeat senior disciple Jiang. That's right, he can't even break senior disciple Jiang's defense. What's the point of fighting him? All the disciples of the Black Sect became excited once again. No matter what, Jiang Chen represented the Black Sect, and if he could defeat a core disciple of the Tianjian Gate, as disciples of the Black Sect, it would bring glory to their sect. What kind of divine ability is this? Brother Jiang is getting more and more powerful. Guoshan was shocked as well. He saw Big Yellow flying around in the sky, jumping up and down with his tongue sticking out, and saliva flying all over the place. No one knew what was going on, but Big Yellow knew exactly what was going on. He had seen Firethorn Savage's innate ability before, and he knew that Jiang Chen was cultivating a mysterious skill that allowed him to absorb the bloodline of demon beasts and fuse it with his body, allowing him to possess the demon beast's innate ability. It looked like Jiang Chen had successfully obtained this innate ability from the golden egg. Within the inner area of the Black Sect, Daoist Black became even more excited. Jiang Chen had brought him a huge surprise. It had swept away all the gloominess in his mind. He couldn't help but recall what Jiang Chen had said before. The situation in the Qi province would change sooner or later, but the person who would change it wouldn't be the northern and southern dynasties, it would be him, Jiang Chen. All the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had shocked expressions on their faces, especially when they realized that Jiang Chen's divine ability was very familiar. Some of them even thought of Firethorn Savage, but they didn't connect the two together. After all, in their minds, it was impossible for a human to use the innate ability of a demon beast. Yun Can, do you have any other abilities? With a thought in his mind, Jiang Chen immediately retracted the Firethorn combat armor. He calmly stood in the sky and stared at Yun Can, who had a shocked expression on his face. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I've learned something new, Yun Can said. After that, he turned around and turned into a green smoke, preparing to leave. Right at this moment, he couldn't care less about his face anymore. He had unleashed his strongest ability, but he couldn't even break through Jiang Chen's defense. How was he going to continue fighting? Besides, up until now, Jiang Chen hadn't unleashed his strongest ability yet. If they continued fighting, perhaps he would lose his life here. Yun Can had no idea why Jiang Chen was such an abnormal monster, but he had to admit that Jiang Chen was indeed a peerless monster, and he was no match for him. He could only let go of what happened today. Once he broke through to the mid-divine core realm, he would look for Jiang Chen and get even with him. Too bad. No one could escape from Jiang Chen's hands. As long as it was someone Jiang Chen wanted to kill, no one would be able to escape. Trying to escape? It's too late. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. His killing intent soared into the sky, and with a sway of his body, he increased his speed to the extreme. In just the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Yun Can, True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen let out a deep shout. Then he immediately unleashed the True Dragon Palm. A gigantic dragon claw descended from the skies and grabbed toward Yun Can. Bang! The gigantic dragon claw came crashing down like a huge mountain. Yun Can could feel the tremendous pressure coming from the dragon claw, and his expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, trying to pierce through the dragon claw. But too bad, he was still one step too late. The dragon claw came crashing down like a cage, trapping Yun Can within it. Die now! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. No one knew how much force the True Dragon Palm contained, but everyone could hear a shrill scream coming out from the dragon claw. After that, a blood mist filled the air. When Jiang Chen retracted the dragon claw, all that was left in the air was a bright long sword wrapped in a blood mist. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed forward. A powerful suction force was unleashed from his palm, and the soaring heaven sword immediately fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This was a high-ranked combat weapon, a rare treasure. Of course, he wouldn't let it go to waste. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Yun Can had been smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen, and he had completely disappeared from this world. It was a tragic scene. Facing this result, the disciples of the Black Sect weren't too shocked. They had all witnessed Jiang Chen's decisive killing methods. Not to mention Yun Can from the Tianjin Gate. He would even kill his fellow disciples from the Black Sect. Swoosh! After killing Yun Can, Jiang Chen threw his gaze onto Hui Yuner. Sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, Hui Yuner's soul couldn't help but tremble. Right at this moment, Hui Yuner's arrogance had completely disappeared, and his fiery temper had completely disappeared. No matter how confident he was in himself, he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Chen anymore. Hui Yuner, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. You! Hui Yuner was furious. This was the first time he was looked down upon by someone. The way Jiang Chen looked at him made him really angry, but he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Chen. Kaka, red-haired ghost, you don't have the guts to fight me anymore, right? You're so scared that you peed your pants. If you can't, just go back and drink some milk. You can come back when you're full. De Huang Dog was a vicious man, How could he let go of such a great opportunity to humiliate someone? Let's fight. Huayuner, weren't you being so arrogant just now? Why are you just standing there without moving? Io, so a core disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect only has this little bit of courage. This is so disappointing. Go back home and hug your kids. Let's fight. If you don't fight, then you're a coward. It was you who came here to challenge us, but now you're admitting defeat. All the disciples of the Black Sect were shouting and yelling. Wang Yun and Huang Zheng were jumping up and down. At this moment, all the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had ugly expressions on their faces. Qing Stix felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He had lost a lot of face today, but if he forced Huayuner to fight, it would be no different than courting death. They had clearly witnessed the fight between Yun Can and Jiang Chen. The mighty Yun Can couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen, and he was killed in an instant. Huayuner had no chance against Jiang Chen. Fine, I'll fight you. Huayuner let out a loud shout. He had been provoked. He had never been looked down upon by so many people in his life. He couldn't afford to lose this face, so he had to fight today even if he had to die. Huayuner, don't be rash. Qing Stix pulled Huayuner back, and a few sect elders immediately surrounded Huayuner. It would be stupid of him to fight when he knew he was going to die for sure. Jiang Chen, you're indeed a peerless genius. Return Firethorn Savage's demon soul to me, and from now on, the grudges between you and the Green Sanctuary sect will be written off. Qing Stix said to Jiang Chen with a loud voice. Qing Stix, I've absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Can't you see I've broken through? Besides, I've already given you Firethorn Savage's body. Don't be greedy. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? You absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Impossible. With your ability, there's no way you could absorb Firethorn Savage's demon soul in just 2 days. Qing Stix's expression changed. He hadn't given up on Firethorn Savage's demon soul, but when he heard that Jiang Chen had absorbed it, he felt terrible in his heart. Cut the crap. I don't care if it's written off or not. I don't take your Green Sanctuary sect seriously. Huayuner, come up here and fight me. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant and domineering. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. The gigantic golden finger was like a giant pillar that could support the heavens, and it shot towards Huayuner. Ah, let me fight him. Huayuner roared out. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with provocation. It was an insult to him. Qing Stix casually waved his hand and unleashed a powerful force, shattering the 6 solar fingers. As a peak late divine core warrior, Jiang Chen was far from being his match. Jiang Chen, hand over Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Qing Stix unleashed his killing intent. He unleashed a gigantic illusory hand and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Humph! Qing Stix, how dare you attack a disciple of the Black Sect in front of my sect? You're courting death. Daoist Black dashed out from the Black Sect in an imposing manner. Then he shattered Qing Stix's attack with his palm. Qing Stix, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your Green Sanctuary sect is powerful. Take a good look at where you are right now. Either let Huayuner fight you today, or get the hell out of here. If not, I'll use the entire Black Sect to attack you. I'm afraid except for you, Qing Stix, none of you will be able to escape. Daoist Black was clearly threatening Huayuner. Huayuner, get the hell out of here. Disappear from my sight immediately. If you see me, Jiang Chen, just stay away from me. You don't have what it takes to fight me. If the Green Sanctuary sect still wants to fight me, Jiang Chen, then come find me in Inferno Hell. Chapter 197. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. He stood high up in the sky, and his energy was like a rainbow. He looked down upon the heavens and shouted at the world. The Green Sanctuary sect, the Tianjin Gate, and the Burning Sky Pavilion, he alone was looking down on the 3 big sections. Throughout the entire Qi province, only Jiang Chen had such courage and words. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and started walking in the sky. Step by step, he walked into the Black Sect. His slim figure attracted countless gazes, and many people were mesmerized by him. Respect, fear, admiration, all sorts of complicated emotions could be seen in their eyes. When a man was born in this world, who didn't want to laugh at the world? Who didn't want to be independent? Who didn't want to look down upon all the heroes? Who didn't want to be famous? Every era had its own stars, and everyone had their own dreams of becoming a star. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Being born in the same era as Jiang Chen, for these peerless geniuses, it was both a blessing and a curse. Jiang Chen strode forward with his head held high. His eyes were shining brightly. He was a man with a strong and unyielding character. Now that he had been reborn, it was time for him to show his true colors. A man should travel the world, do whatever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted. This was what it meant to be a man. What a strong aura! He is like a bright sun. No matter how thick the haze is, nothing can cover his brilliance. Senior disciple Jiang is my biggest idol in this life. If one day I can be as domineering as him and shout at the world like this, even if I have to die right now, my life in this world won't be in vain. A man like this is destined to shock the world. It's hard to find one in 10,000 years. I'm afraid only the northern and southern dynasties can fight him. All the disciples of the Black Sect were still staring at Jiang Chen's back. Even though his back had disappeared, they still couldn't move their gazes away. He was the role model of the younger generation, the pride of the Black Sect. Ah! Let me fight him, I want to fight him! Xueqi roared out. His body was covered in flames, and both his eyes had turned red. Jiang Chen's last words had hurt his pride. That was the pride of a genius, and it couldn't be trampled on. Even if he had to die, he still wanted to fight him. Xueqi had been cultivating smoothly since he was born. Just like Yun Can, he was a famous man in the Qian province. He was one of the top geniuses in the Green Sanctuary sect, and he was respected by everyone. He had never been humiliated like this before. Today, he had come here to challenge Jiang Chen, but in the end, he had been scared away before. This was worse than death. Xueqi! Qing Ming shouted. You are not his opponent. Moreover, did you hear what he said just now? He wants to enter purgatory. Humph! Qing Chen shouted. In. You Styx's sacred sect. Jiang sacred sect, in. Styx, sect Chen Ming sect disciples in. In Ming Styx sect he sect Ming he Ming they sect in. Hearing Qing Styx's words, everyone finally came back to their senses. The expressions of everyone from the Black Sect changed dramatically. Before this, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's formidable energy, so they didn't pay any attention to Inferno Hell. But after Qing Styx's reminder, they immediately came back to their senses. What? Senior brother Jiang wants to go to purgatory? That's too dangerous. I heard that senior disciple Guan Yun has entered Inferno Hell as well, but senior disciple Guan Yun is trying to find an opportunity to break through to the Divine Core Realm, and he's planning to explore Inferno Hell. If he doesn't succeed, he'll either die or die. The journey to Inferno Hell has a slim chance of survival, but senior disciple Jiang's talent is obviously much stronger than senior disciple Guan Yun's, so there's no need for him to risk his life in Inferno Hell. What do you guys know? What kind of person is senior brother Jiang? He's a peerless monster, so he naturally has to walk an unusual path. We fear purgatory like a tiger, but for senior brother Jiang, it's just a challenge. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's decision was really shocking. The existence of Inferno Hell was originally used by the superpowers in the various provinces, or even the Martial Saint dynasty, to punish those who had committed heinous crimes. Those who had committed heinous crimes would be thrown into Inferno Hell to fend for themselves. Of course, there were many brave men who were willing to enter Inferno Hell and experience life and death situations. It was said that Inferno Hell was a place where great opportunities could be found, and as long as one could survive, one's foundation would undergo a transformation. This transformation didn't only affect one's cultivation level, but also one's temperament. Anyone who had experienced life and death situations would have a temperament that no ordinary man could compare with. This guy wants to go to Inferno Hell? What the hell is he doing? Taoist Black finally reacted. He furrowed his brows. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was the Black Sect's biggest treasure, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen was the only bargaining chip to deal with the northern and southern dynasties, and he was the only hope to change the Black Sect's fate. If something bad happened to Jiang Chen, the Black Sect would sooner or later be destroyed by the northern and southern dynasties. Let's go. Qing Styx shook his head helplessly. He had a disappointed expression on his face. Looking at the situation today, There was no hope for Firethorn Savage's demon soul. This was the Black Sect's territory, and with Taoist Black here, there was no way he could kill Jiang Chen. Initially, he wanted to let Huayuner fight Jiang Chen, but it looked like he had to save his own life first. If not, he would end up like Yun Can. I'm going to Inferno Hell to fight him. Huayuner's chi fluctuated. He took the lead and flew towards the direction of the Qian province. Wherever he went, the air would be filled with scorching flames. What happened today had given Huayuner a huge blow. Jiang Chen had left an unerasable shadow in his heart. If he couldn't get rid of this shadow, it would become his biggest worry, and from then on, he would never be able to make any progress in his cultivation. The only way to erase this shadow was to fight Jiang Chen, regardless of his life or death. Sigh. All the sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect let out a long sigh. Then they quickly followed behind Huayuner. The Green Sanctuary sect had come here in such an imposing manner, but now they had to leave with their tails between their legs. This was a huge irony. They didn't manage to kill Jiang Chen, and they didn't get Firethorn Savage's demon soul either. Not only that, they had also tricked Huayuner. Huayuner was a rare genius from the Green Sanctuary sect, and his flame skill had reached perfection. He was currently cultivating in the Karst Cave, and if nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm in no time. But what happened today had really tricked Huayuner, and it had changed his normal cultivation path. Yun Can was killed, and Huayuner had left. Jiang Chen had once again established his mighty status in the Black Sect. On Guishan's mountain peak. Jiang Chen, do you really want to go to Inferno Hell? With your talent, there is no need for you to go to a dangerous place like Inferno Hell to train yourself. Taoist Black asked with a frown on his face. Sect Chief, I've made up my mind, there's no need to talk about this anymore. I hope Sect Chief can open the path to Inferno Hell for me. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, you have no idea how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even I don't have the courage to go there. I've tried to persuade Guaniyun to go, but he insisted. But, there is no need for you to train yourself in Inferno Hell. Taoist Black looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. In fact, even he didn't know anything about Inferno Hell, because Taoist Black had never been to Inferno Hell before. There were very few people in the entire Qi province who had been to Inferno Hell, and not many people knew about the real situation in Inferno Hell. The only thing everyone knew was how dangerous and terrifying it was. Sect Chief, Jiang brother is going to Inferno Hell to save Han Yen. Guishan said. Going to Inferno Hell to save Han Yen? Taoist Black was startled. That's right, Brother Yan's injuries are too severe, his life is almost gone, and all his internal organs are shattered. He's still alive because of Gu Tianma's bloodline. I've placed him inside the blood banner, and I hope the devilish energy within it can help him. But, in order to save Brother Yan, I'll need the Earth Devil's demon soul. Brother Gu told me that an Earth Devil is a rare beast, and it can only exist in Inferno Hell. Therefore, I have to go to Inferno Hell. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression, Brother Yan is my brother's life is my life. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, I'll still save him. Even if the King of Hell wants to kill him, he'll have to ask me, Jiang Chen, first. When Han Yan's name was mentioned, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Han Yan was the first brother he had made after he was reincarnated into this world. During a critical moment, Han Yan didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to protect his woman. This was a friendship that Jiang Chen would never forget. As long as Han Yan still had a chance to live, he, Jiang Chen, would go and seize his life. After listening to Jiang Chen's reason, Taoist Black opened his mouth, but no words came out. When he mentioned Yan Chen and Han Yan, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He didn't even dare to look into Jiang Chen's eyes. Therefore, Sect Chief, you don't have to say anything. In my eyes, Brother Yan's life is the most important thing. I have to go to Inferno Hell no matter what. You guys are afraid of Inferno Hell, but I, Jiang Chen, am not. No matter how dangerous a place is, it's still a place for me to train myself. Jiang Chen had a confident expression on his face. It was the aura of the once greatest saint in the world. Good. Jiang Chen, you're a decisive person. You'll definitely become someone great in the future. You're cruel and merciless to your enemies, but when it comes to your own people, you're a true man who is loyal and compassionate. I, Jiang Chen, really admire you. I'm also responsible for what happened to little you and Brother Yen, so I can only apologize to you. I'll open the path to Inferno Hell for you. Once you're in Inferno Hell, you have to be careful. Taoist Black didn't say anything else. He knew that once Jiang Chen made up his mind, he wouldn't change his mind. Sect Chief, please wait for me in Palace Black. I need to make some arrangements for older bro Gua, Jiang Chen said. Taoist Black nodded his head. Then he flew into the sky and left. Brother, you're a man with a great destiny. I'm sure you'll be able to walk out from Inferno Hell alive. Perhaps, you'll even find some great fortune. Guashan said. Older bro Gua, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I'll leave little you and Brother Yen to you. Later, I'll help you control the Blood Banner. This Blood Banner is an extremely evil item, but it's also very powerful. It'll be of great help in a critical moment. Jiang Chen said. He had decided to leave the Blood Banner behind. Firstly, it could help Han Yen, and secondly, if there was any emergency, Guashan could use it. Fan Zhongtong would soon come out from the Repent Cliff. This cunning old fox was the one Jiang Chen was worried about the most. Chapter 198. After Guashan gained full control of the Blood Banner, Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog and left for Palace Black. Dozens of years ago, Blood Moon Shaman used the Blood Banner to sweep across the Qi province, and no one could defeat him. The Blood Banner played a key role in this battle, and Guashan was now a mid-divine core warrior. He had no problem controlling the Blood Banner, and with it, Guashan's combat strength would increase to another level. With the Blood Banner in his hand, Fan Zhongtong was no match for Guashan. That was why Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about leaving them here. He was now working hard for Han Yen, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to them. Within Palace Black, Taoist Black had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrive, he immediately walked up to them. Jiang Chen, this trip to Inferno Hell is not a game. I hope you can reconsider. Taoist Black reminded in a serious manner. There's no need to reconsider. Sect Chief, please open the path to Inferno Hell for me. Jiang Chen said with a determined expression. He had to go to Inferno Hell no matter what. All right, follow me. Taoist Black didn't say anything else. He brought Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog and walked deeper into Palace Black. They walked through a long corridor that was obviously slanted downward, and it was a bit dark. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, an iron door appeared in front of them. I didn't expect the Black Sect to have such a secret place. Jiang Chen was surprised. Palace Black didn't look like anything special from the outside, but he didn't expect there to be such a secret place inside. The formation leading to Inferno Hell is a bit mysterious. We have to hide it. Taoist Black said. It's behind this iron door, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Taoist Black waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light onto the iron door, causing it to produce a cracking sound. It seemed like the iron door hadn't been opened for a very long time, or maybe it had only been opened a few times, causing the cracking sound to be a bit ear-piercing. Behind the iron door was a spacious secret chamber. It was completely sealed off, and in the center of the secret chamber, there was a 3-meter-wide illusory formation that kept fluctuating and glowing. Teleportation array. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to this kind of formation. He could see through it at a glance. That's right, this is the teleportation array leading to purgatory. Taoist Black nodded his head. Last time, Guan Yiyun said that it was an ancient formation. This formation can't be considered ancient, and it should have been created by a combat king warrior. However, the person who created this formation must have quite a high attainment in the field of formations. Teleportation formations are different from ordinary formations, as they are related to the power of space. If one isn't very familiar with formations, it would be very difficult for an ordinary combat king warrior to create a true teleportation formation. Jiang Chen said lightly. Taoist Black's expression changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. Once again, he was shocked by Jiang Chen. This teleportation formation had existed here for dozens of years, and even he couldn't see through it. But Jiang Chen was able to see through it with just a single glance, and he was able to tell that it was created by a combat king warrior. A combat king warrior. A mighty combat king warrior. A supreme existence who had comprehended the power of space. He was someone who Taoist Black didn't even dare to think about. His biggest goal in life was to break through to the combat soul realm. As for the mighty combat king warriors, he could only look up to them even in his dreams. This teleportation formation was sent here by a messenger from the Martial Saint dynasty dozens of years ago. I think all the big powers in the 28 provinces of the eastern continent have a teleportation formation like this. Even I couldn't see through this formation, and I never expected it to be created by a combat king warrior. Taoist Black sighed. The Martial Saint dynasty ruled the entire eastern continent, and they had sent this teleportation formation to all the big sects, ensuring that every province had a teleportation formation that connected to Inferno Hell. Even the Qi province and the Qian province, which had never been taken seriously by the Martial Saint dynasty. Looks like the Martial Saint dynasty has a combat king warrior. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Judging from this, the Martial Saint dynasty was much stronger than he had expected. A combat king warrior was a famous existence even in the divine continent. With a combat king warrior, it was normal for the Martial Saint dynasty to rule the entire eastern continent. Sect Chief, hurry up and activate the teleportation formation. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. All right. Taoist Black nodded his head. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden token from his storage ring. The token was about the size of a palm, and it fit perfectly in the center of the teleportation formation. Taoist Black took a step forward and placed the token in the center of the teleportation formation. In an instant, the teleportation formation produced a buzzing sound and started operating. Swoosh! Following the activation of the teleportation formation, a huge gust of wind swept across the entire secret chamber. Streams of dimensional energy were leaking out from the teleportation formation, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Buzz, not long after that, a pitch-black tunnel appeared in the center of the teleportation formation. A chilly wind was blowing out from the tunnel. The coldness felt like it came from the darkness, and it could even cause one's soul to tremble. Taoist Black's expression changed when he sensed this aura. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was standing right in front of the storm. His expression didn't change at all. This aura actually made him feel nostalgic. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue, and an excited look could be seen in his eyes. This dog had never known what danger was. The more dangerous a place was, the more excited he would be. Just like Jiang Chen, he loved excitement, and he loved the feeling of excitement. Hurry up, the tunnel entrance can only last for 3 breaths of time. Taoist Black urged. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Chen leapt into the air and disappeared into the tunnel in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him and disappeared as well. Crack! Right at the moment when Jiang Chen and Big Yellow disappeared, the passageway closed up, and the formation stopped working. The golden token bounced out from the passageway and landed right in Taoist Black's hand. Taoist Black stared at the motionless formation and murmured, Jiang Chen, I hope you can come out from Inferno Hell. The future of the Black Sect is in your hands. Swoosh! The strong wind was whistling around. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were drifting in the tunnel, and they were surrounded by strong gales. The tunnel was very narrow, and it could only fit one person at a time. Even De Huang Dog's body felt a little cramped. Furthermore, the strong gales would occasionally blow into the tunnel, causing his face to hurt. Damn it, damn it! What kind of bullshit tunnel is this? It's so trashy. De Huang Dog cursed. The tunnel was on the verge of collapsing, as if it was going to collapse at any time. A combat king warrior has just comprehended the dimensional force, and he was only able to build a tunnel like this because of an exquisite formation. This tunnel is very unstable, so we better be careful. Don't use any of your strength, or else, we'll be in big trouble if we end up in the dimensional turbulence. Jiang Chen reminded. Damn it, if we end up in the dimensional turbulence, we won't be able to get out even after 100 years. De Huang Dog felt even more depressed. He looked around, and all he could see was the dimensional turbulence. Occasionally, there would be strong gales, and only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog would be able to pee in his pants. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would be scared out of his wits. The dimensional turbulence was a place where cold and darkness coexisted, and it was very difficult to find a dimensional node. Once one entered the dimensional turbulence, even a combat king warrior who had mastered the dimensional force wouldn't be able to get out easily. Only a powerful combat emperor could walk through the dimensional turbulence. Furthermore, the dimensional storms in the dimensional turbulence were the deadliest. They were like wild beasts, and anyone who entered the dimensional turbulence would be killed instantly. A bitter smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. If this was his previous life, he could easily teleport to any place in this continent, and entering Inferno Hell would only take him a blink of an eye. Powerful saints had completely mastered the dimensional law, and they could walk anywhere in the dimensional realm. Furthermore, dimensional teleportation was what saints were most proficient in. They could tear apart the dimensional barrier with their bare hands and walk through it. But a real man didn't boast about his past achievements. Right now, Jiang Chen was just a small fry at the heavenly core realm, and he still had a long way to go. Inside the spatial passageway, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were enjoying the thrilling view of the spatial turbulence while chatting with each other. The two of them had been in the spatial passageway for a whole day, and finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them. "We're almost at the end." Jiang Chen's expression changed when he saw this. "Damn it, we're finally leaving this damn place. I wonder what it's like in Inferno Hell." De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. But when he moved, he created a crack in the dimensional tunnel, and he was so scared that he stuck out his tongue. "Damn dog, you better be careful. Daddy doesn't want to die young in the dimensional turbulence." Jiang Chen slapped De Huang Dog's head and scolded him. The light in front of them was getting brighter and brighter. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog appeared at the end of the dimensional tunnel. The duo held their breaths, getting ready to enter Inferno Hell. Right now, within an abyss in Inferno Hell. This place was foggy, and gray seemed to have become the main style. The abyss was very desolate, and there were rocks everywhere. A monster with black scales all over its body was wandering around. This monster was 10 feet tall, and its whole body was emitting a dense black fog. The monster had a vertical eye in between its eyebrows, and there was only one nostril under the eye. Below the eye was a huge mouth. The eyes, nose, and mouth formed a straight line, and it looked ferocious and terrifying. The monster was wandering around, and its vertical eye was looking around vigilantly. No one knew what it was looking for. Right at this moment, bang! Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar in the void. A hole was blasted open in the space, and a figure shot out from it. The monster was shocked, and it looked up, only to see an unknown object smashing right on its head. Thump! The unknown object that appeared out of nowhere was too sudden, and the monster was completely unprepared. Coupled with the ferocious force, the monster howled and fell to the ground. Roar! Chapter 199. Of course, Jiang Chen was the one who smashed the monster to the ground first, and De Huang Dog was right behind him. When the duo rushed out from the dimensional tunnel, they were pushed out by the dimensional turbulence, and it could be said that they were forcefully pushed out from the tunnel. The force was so strong that even they couldn't control their own bodies. What the fuck, what is this? Big Yellow was lying on his stomach when he was bounced out, so his head was facing downwards. When he saw the monster below him, he immediately quivered. Then, a golden light was emitted from his head, and he slammed it toward the monster's head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The monster's head was smashed into a pulp, and blood mist was seen everywhere. If there was a most tragic thing in this world, it would be this monster. If this monster could still stand up and speak, he would definitely have tears in his eyes. No, in one of his eyes. He would cry and say, "Oh heavens, oh earth, why did I offend you?" Not only was he smashed once, he didn't even have time to react, and then he was smashed again. Even if he was smashed twice more, he would still be able to endure it. But, why didn't you just kill him? Why did you smash him to death? His head was smashed into a pulp. What was wrong with this world? De Huang Dog landed on the ground. He spun around and stood up. Then he walked up to Jiang Chen. After that, he looked at the monster that was lying on the ground. What is this thing? It looks so scary. It's not as handsome as this master dog. No matter where De Huang Dog went, his narcissistic nature couldn't be changed. De Huang, you just smashed it to death. Jiang Chen was speechless. This monster had died such a tragic death. It scared this master dog. I couldn't control myself, so I smashed into it. But, I didn't expect this guy to be so weak. He just died from the impact. De Huang Dog licked his lips. Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Look at that guy, he's just an early heavenly core warrior. Who could possibly block that dog head of yours? Besides, I'm afraid he didn't even have the time to think about defending himself before he was killed by you. You're too cruel." De Huang Dog's head could even penetrate through Firethorn Savage's body, let alone this little early heavenly core monster. If De Huang Dog collided with it head-on, it would be a miracle if it could survive. It's his bad luck. Big Yellow shook his head, then looked around and said, "Our luck doesn't seem to be very good. Why is this abyss so gloomy and filled with gray mist? Fortunately, the mist doesn't cause us any harm." Big Yellow shook his head and said. Jiang Chen's expression also became serious as he looked around. "I think the environment of Inferno Hell is like this. I don't think there's a sun or moon here. It's like an independent dimension. But the environment here is really harsh." Jiang Chen said. It was within Jiang Chen's expectation that there would be such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell. If this place was a paradise, it wouldn't be so scary. Only a harsh environment could be worthy of the name Inferno Hell. What is this monster? It doesn't look like a demon beast. It looks like a rare creature. De Huang Dog turned his head around and threw his glance at the dead monster on the ground. He took a closer look, but he couldn't find anything special about it. "I saw what this monster looked like just now. It has a pair of eyes, a mouth, and a nose. I don't sense demonic energy from its body. It's a cold devilish energy. I think it belongs to a devil. I know a type of devil. It has a strange appearance, and it's extremely ferocious. It has a vertical eye, a single nose, and a huge mouth. It's an evil devil, and it's called a devil. If I'm not mistaken, this monster is a devil from Inferno Hell." Jiang Chen took a closer look. This monster in front of him was indeed a devil. He had fought many times with devils in his past life, but he had never seen a devil like this before. However, he knew some ancient records about it. "You even know about this?" De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Of course, devils aren't easy to deal with. According to the records, this kind of devil has a very strong body, and its strength is incomparably great. The most powerful thing about it is its vertical eye, which can emit a strange light that can directly injure a person's soul. It's extremely terrifying. However, according to the records, this kind of devil should be an ancient being, and should have been extinct long ago. I never thought that it would appear in Inferno Hell. It seems like the existence of this Inferno Hell is not ordinary. Jiang Chen sighed. He had once heard from Guishan that Inferno Hell had suddenly appeared 100 years ago. It was because he had slashed the heavens with his sword and destroyed the space and time of Saint Origin Realm, which led to the emergence of some strange space and strange creatures. "You call your physical body extremely strong? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. "Damn you, no matter how strong I am, how can I be compared to a freak like you? That dog head of yours can't even withstand Firethorn Savage's attack." Jiang Chen really wanted to kick De Huang Dog's big face. Not only was this guy narcissistic, his sarcastic remarks were also infuriating. That's true, this master dog's head is made of copper and bones of iron. Let alone a puny devil. Even if the ancestors of the devils were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single hit from this master dog. De Huang Dog instantly became narcissistic again. Inferno Hell is indeed an extraordinary place. The air here is filled with dense devil chi, as well as all kinds of demonic chi. I think there are all kinds of demons and ghosts here. Furthermore, even the devils can appear here, so there's an 80% chance that there will be an earth devil beast here. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bright light. The appearance of the devil had given him hope. He had come here for the earth devil beast, and if there were no traces of the earth devil beast here, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? De Huang Dog walked towards the devil's corpse and gave it a kick with his hoof. A devil soul that was emitting dense devil chi immediately flew up into the air. "Kid, you can easily refine the devil soul of demon beasts, but I wonder if you can refine the devil soul of this devil too?" De Huang Dog said as he threw the devil soul to Jiang Chen. "The divine skill that I'm cultivating can refine any bloodline in this world. If I can refine a devil soul, then I should be able to refine a devil soul as well. Furthermore, I have the true dragon flame with me now. The true dragon flame is the king of all beasts. It can burn everything in this world, and it is the nemesis of these evil creatures. The devil origin and impurities contained in this devil soul can be directly refined by the true dragon flame, turning them into pure energy that can be refined by me." After saying that, a flame shot out from Jiang Chen's palm and enveloped the devil soul. Cracking sounds could be heard from within the devil's soul, and in the blink of an eye, the devil's soul was completely refined and turned into a glowing energy body. What an abnormal monster. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was an abnormal monster, De Huang Dog still rolled his eyes. No matter it was the devil soul of a demon beast or the devil soul of an evil devil, none of them could be refined by human cultivators, because the impurities contained in them were too heavy. Forcefully refining them would severely affect the cultivator's cultivation, and it might even cause the cultivator to go berserk. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and a cracking sound was heard. The devil's soul instantly shattered into pieces, turning into bright sparks and entering Jiang Chen's body. An early heavenly core evil devil is too weak. It can't do anything to me now. But, if I bump into any other evil devils in the future, I'll need to collect their devil souls. I think these things will be helpful to Brother Yen, Jiang Chen said. After that, he lit up the true dragon flame and landed on the evil devil's corpse. In the blink of an eye, it was burned into ashes. Roar! Right at this moment, a loud roar sounded out from not far away from the abyss. The roar was deep and hoarse, and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked towards the direction where the roar came from. They saw a monster that was glowing brightly coming from not far away from the abyss, and it was slowly walking towards them. The monster had smelled the scent of blood from the evil devil, and that was why it was attracted here. What kind of monster is this? De Huang Dog was startled. The monster in front of them wasn't tall, it was just a little taller than a human, and it didn't have a muscular body either. But, it gave off an extremely powerful feeling. The monster's body was transparent like a crystal, and it didn't have any facial features. It didn't have a nose, ears, or mouth. In the center of its face, there was a crystal eye that was staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog without blinking its eyes. Roar! The monster let out another loud roar. It didn't have a mouth, but the roar was loud and clear, as if it came from its body. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. If any ordinary man saw this strange monster, they would immediately be frightened and run away. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't move. With their experience, they could tell that this monster was only at the mid-heavenly core realm. No matter how strong it wouldn't pose any threat to them. Young man, can you tell what kind of monster this is? De Huang Dog asked. I've read a book called The Book of Secrets of All Living Things. It recorded all kinds of demon beasts from the ancient times until now, and one of them is called the Nine-Life Crystal Beast. This beast's body is transparent like a crystal, and it only has one eye on its face. It doesn't have any facial features. This beast is very powerful, and it's very difficult to deal with, because it has 9 lives. As the name suggests, if you want to kill a 9-life crystal beast, you have to kill it 9 times. If not, it won't die. Jiang Chen said. Damn you! Young man, how do you know everything? De Huang Dog felt really depressed this time. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time, but it seemed like there was nothing that Jiang Chen didn't know. If I told you I'm the reincarnation of a saint, would you believe me? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a smile on his face. Yes, I would believe you even if you told me you're the reincarnation of a heaven immortal. De Huang Dog kept nodding his head. If this was said by someone else, De Huang Dog would definitely look at the person as if he was an idiot. Then he would turn around and walk away. But since it was said by Jiang Chen, he started to believe it. A 16-year-old young man shouldn't know so much. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast let out another roar. It didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of this human. Obviously, it had seen many humans in Inferno Hell. Moreover, the 9-life crystal beast was obviously hostile towards humans. Immediately, its killing intent soared to the sky, and it pounced towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This guy is courting death. Let me see if it really has 9 lives like you said. De Huang Dog let out a loud cackle and rushed towards the crystal beast excitedly. Chapter 200. Bang! De Huang Dog's head was truly the hardest existence in this world. The indestructible 9-life crystal beast was directly shattered into pieces under the impact of the dog's head, turning into pieces of crystals that scattered all over the ground. Kaka can't even, De Huang Dog cackled. However, before he could finish the word attack, a horrified expression appeared on his face. All he saw was the scattered crystals instantly reassembling, turning back into the 9-life crystal beast. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast was infuriated. Once again, it roared and pounced at De Huang Dog. The 9-life crystal beast was a rare mutated beast. It was a unique existence that didn't possess any innate abilities. It completely relied on its physical strength to tear everything apart. Furthermore, the light beams shot out from the 9 life crystal beast's body were extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be cut by them, they would either die or be severely injured. Fuck, don't tell me it really has 9 lives? De Huang Dog immediately felt depressed. He had never seen such a life form before. It was actually an existence that couldn't be killed. I don't believe this. De Huang Dog leaped up. With a loud bang, he once again smashed the 9 life crystal beast into pieces. When it came to physical strength, De Huang Dog wasn't afraid of any existence. However, in the blink of an eye, the 9 life crystal beast that was smashed into pieces was restored. It looked exactly the same as before. Even its aura was the same. Fuck! De Huang Dog was enraged. The moment the 9 life crystal beast reformed, he immediately dashed out and smashed it into pieces again. Then, he stomped on the crystal pieces on the ground. This daddy will step on you. Let's see how you can reform yourself. De Huang Dog was exasperated. Jiang Chen, who was standing at the side, shook his head. It was useless. Sure enough, the crystal pieces disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the 9 life crystal beast reformed once again. Fuck! De Huang Dog could no longer maintain his composure. De Huang, it's useless. The 9 life crystal beast is a unique existence in this world. It can only be killed 9 times. Even if you make it disappear from this world, it will appear again. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Motherfucker, this is amazing. If you can even refine the 9 life crystal beast's ability for your own use, wouldn't you be able to defy the heavens? Who would be able to kill you in the future? De Huang Dog said. Kill it first then talk. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling De Huang Dog to quickly end the battle. Alright. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up, and his aura soared into the sky as he charged forward again. Boom boom boom. 5 times in a row, the 9 life crystal beast had died 8 times. After regenerating for the last time, the crystal beast turned around and ran. Its speed was extremely fast. This type of exotic beast already possessed intelligence. After being killed 8 times in a row, it finally understood how powerful its opponent was. If it continued to fight, it would die. Trying to run? Kaka. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. If a mid-heavenly core warrior escaped from his hands, then he, De Huang Dog, would no longer be able to live in this world. This was a humiliation to him. Bang! Another loud bang sounded out. Although the 9 life crystal beast was extremely fast, there was no way it could outrun De Huang Dog. The crystal beast was hit by the dog's head once again, and it died on the spot. Buzz! A buzzing sound could be heard. All the broken crystal pieces on the ground quickly formed into a fist-sized crystal ball and hovered in mid-air. What is this? De Huang Dog was startled. This is some good stuff. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. He grabbed the crystal ball in his hand and said, This is the crystal core of the 9 life crystal beast. It's the true essence. Only when the 9 life crystal beast is killed will the crystal core drop out. What's the use of this crystal core? What's the difference between it and a demon beast? De Huang Dog asked. There's a big difference. No matter if it's a demon beast or a devil soul, human cultivators can't absorb them directly. But this crystal core is different. According to the ancient records, the 9 life crystal beast is formed by absorbing the essence of nature. Not only does the crystal core contain a massive amount of pure energy, it also contains the source energy of nature. Human cultivators can absorb it directly, and the benefits they get from it are much greater than what they get from an energy vein. If this small crystal core is brought to the outside world, it will be a priceless treasure. Jiang Chen said. So that's how it is. De Huang Dog's ears immediately drooped down. He thought this crystal core would bring him some great benefits, but it was just this. He wasn't interested in it at all. He had the dragon horse bloodline in his body, and he could level up with his bloodline, so he didn't really need crystal cores. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by De Huang Dog's reaction. This crystal core was indeed useless to De Huang Dog, but it was a rare treasure for every human cultivator. Now I finally understand why some people are willing to take the risk to come to Inferno Hell. Here, aside from being able to experience life and death situations, you can also obtain the crystal cores of 9 life crystal beasts. There must be a lot of 9 life crystal beasts in Inferno Hell. This time, we're definitely going to make a fortune. A bright smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This was simply a huge fortune, but it wasn't easy to obtain. If those people came to Inferno Hell just for the crystal cores, they would be idiots. Putting everything else aside, if a human cultivator of the same level fought against a 9-life crystal beast of the same level, he would die for sure. He wouldn't stand a chance at all. Even if he was 1 level higher than the crystal beast, it would still be extremely dangerous for him to fight it. De Huang Dog said. The 9-life crystal beast had 9 lives and its combat power was formidable. No matter how powerful a human cultivator might be, killing a 9-life crystal beast 6 times would exhaust him. Who cares about others? The most important thing is that we're going to make a fortune. Since we're here, naturally, we must obtain some benefits. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Kid, you can easily refine Yao and demonic spirits. For you, what's the difference between a crystal core and a Yao spirit? De Huang Dog said with a disdainful tone. For me, there is indeed no difference. However, if we bring this thing out, we can exchange it for a lot of wealth. I believe many people will be fascinated by it. Besides, this thing can be given to our own people to refine. Jiang Chen said. The benefits of a crystal core were endless. No matter how bad it was, they could still refine and absorb it themselves. If there are really so many 9-life crystal beasts here, why haven't I seen any crystal cores like this outside? De Huang Dog asked. Are you stupid? Only when you understand how powerful a 9-life crystal beast is will you know how difficult it is to obtain a crystal core. Normally, even if someone obtains a crystal core, they won't be able to use it for their own cultivation. Why would they take it out and show it to others? Furthermore, we've always been in the Qi province. Not many people have the guts to come into Inferno Hell. Even if there are, only a few of them would walk out alive. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog with disdain. This dog had always been smart, but why couldn't he understand such an obvious logic? You're the stupid one. Hurry up and refine this crystal core. Let's see if you can get 9 lives. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. If Jiang Chen could really get 9 lives, then he would be a monster. You're thinking too much. The 9-life crystal beast is just a special life form. It can't be considered as a real demon beast. 9 lives isn't an innate ability, and this crystal core is just a form of energy. But, since you said it, I'll give it a try. Jiang Chen swallowed the crystal core. Then he circulated the dragon transformation skill. In the blink of an eye, he had completely absorbed the crystal core. However, just as he thought, this crystal core was just a form of energy. A mid-heavenly core crystal core couldn't even form a single dragon mark. As for getting 9 lives, that was just a fantasy. How is it? De Huang Dog was looking forward to it. It's useless, but the energy contained within this crystal core is really pure. The natural essence within it has the effect of strengthening one's foundation. After absorbing it, I'll feel refreshed. I'll need to kill more 9-life crystal beasts in the future. I'll keep the lower-grade crystal cores, and I'll absorb the higher-grade ones together with the demon souls and devil souls. With this, not only will my combat strength and cultivation level increase, it will also strengthen my foundation. Even when I break through to the divine core realm, my foundation won't be affected. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The effect of this crystal core was really great. He had consumed the 5 elemental pills to strengthen his foundation, and it was to prevent the dragon transformation skill from breaking through to the next realm from affecting his foundation. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, he would need something to strengthen his foundation every step of the way, and strengthen his foundation. Now, this crystal core had such an effect, it was as if it was specially prepared for Jiang Chen. Damn it, why do you always get all the benefits? This master dog doesn't get anything at all. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. De Huang, you have the noble dragon horse bloodline flowing in your body. You are the noblest existence under the heavens. Not only that, you are handsome, mighty and strong, and you can break through just by sleeping. You are the most invincible existence under the heavens. Even I admire you so much. You don't need these crystal cores at all, am I right? Jiang Chen found the right solution to the problem. He flattered De Huang Dog, causing him to feel extremely happy. His saliva kept flying all over the place, and his head was so narcissistic that it almost reached the sky. You're good at flattering. This master dog looks down upon the entire world. Of course I won't be interested in these little things. The big yellow dog straightened its body and turned around like a human. Alright, let's start our journey in Inferno Hell. I think this is just the border of Inferno Hell, so let's leave this abyss and head deeper into Inferno Hell. It'll be best if we can meet someone and get to know more about Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen said. Alright. De Huang Dog nodded his head. A man and a dog locked onto a direction, and with a leap, they flew out of the abyss. In front of them was a dusky wilderness with rocks everywhere. There were also some lush forests with some strange-looking plants growing on them. This place is filled with all kinds of demonic and devil chi, as well as the aura of the 9-life crystal beast. It can be said that demons and ghosts are running amok here. We have to be careful, Jiang Chen reminded. The devils and the 9-life crystal beast were just appetizers. The real danger of Inferno Hell had yet to appear. Demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters have to retreat when they see Lord Dog. They have to prostrate themselves before Lord Dog's divine might. De Huang Dog was being narcissistic again. Chapter 201. Cobb. Right after De Huang Dog finished his narcissistic words, a huge creature suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. It was a black crow with 2 heads, and its body was 3 meters long. Its body was covered with black scales, and it looked ferocious. Swoosh swoosh. Black mist kept rising up from the black crow's body. Its vicious eyes were staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of them. It was treating them as its prey. De Huang, didn't you say that all demons and devils would be subdued by you? Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of this chance to mock De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster is this double-headed black crow? This Inferno Hell is really strange. We've only been here for a short while, and we've already bumped into 3 strange creatures. De Huang Dog had the urge to throw up blood. He wasn't afraid of this black crow. Although it was stronger than the evil devil and the 9-life crystal beast, it was only a late heavenly core warrior. If they really fought, it would be no match for De Huang Dog. What made De Huang Dog angry was that right after he said those narcissistic words, the black crow appeared. It didn't give him any face at all. Inferno Hell is really a strange place. There are actually existences that aren't recorded in the Book of Secrets of All Living Things. This double-headed black crow, even I don't know what its name is. Jiang Chen sighed. The demons and devils in Inferno Hell were really strange. There were even some that he, the greatest saint, didn't know. Who cares what kind of demon or devil it is? Let this master dog kill it first. De Huang Dog was filled with fighting spirit. A golden light shot out from his head. Then he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the black crow. Swoosh! In a split second, the black crow flapped its wings and dodged De Huang Dog's attack. What? This time, not only De Huang Dog, but even Jiang Chen was shocked. This black crow's speed was unexpectedly fast to this degree. He was all too clear about how fast De Huang Dog's attack was, but this black crow was actually able to dodge it completely. How could he not be shocked? Caw! After black crow dodged, it charged at De Huang Dog with lightning speed. Its 2 sharp and long beaks pecked at De Huang Dog. Humph! I don't believe you can be faster than me. De Huang Dog snorted coldly. He was truly enraged. A demonic beast of the same level as him could dodge his attack. This was simply a blow to De Huang Dog's self-esteem. Black Crow was extremely fast, but De Huang Dog was even faster. With a swoosh, he turned his huge body around and gave his head to Black Crow. When Black Crow saw De Huang Dog actually using its head to block its sharp beak, its eyes were filled with disdain. Its sharp beak could peck through anything hard, but this dog in front of it actually didn't dodge and used its head to block. Wasn't this just courting death? Clang! Unfortunately, when Black Crow's sharp beak pecked De Huang Dog's head, Black Crow's expression changed. Its sharp beak struck De Huang Dog's head, producing a metallic sound. The expected scene of brain rupturing did not happen. Black Crow's attack not only failed to severely injure De Huang Dog, it didn't even leave a mark on his head. Caw! The double-headed Black Crow cried out loudly. Its sharp beak was in pain from the impact, and a frightened expression emerged in its eyes. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, shook his head. This Black Crow was really strong, and its sharp beak could be considered a divine weapon, but compared to De Huang Dog's head, there was still a huge gap. Besides, although Black Crow was amazing, its cultivation level was still limited. It was only at the late heavenly core realm. No matter how amazing a demon or devil was, it would never be a match for De Huang Dog in a fight at the same level. Caw! When the double-headed black crow saw that De Huang Dog's body was indestructible, it immediately opened its beak and spat out 2 balls of black smoke. The smoke looked like 2 sharp swords as it flew towards De Huang Dog. Be careful, De Huang. This smoke is poisonous. Jiang Chen could tell the attribute of the smoke with just one look. It was extremely poisonous. The double-headed black crow was not an evil devil, but it had the same dark attribute as an evil devil, and its body contained a certain amount of poison. Pooey! De Huang Dog showed no signs of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy beam, dispersing the smoke. Some of the smoke landed on De Huang Dog's body, but it didn't affect him at all. Only now did Jiang Chen remember that when he first met De Huang Dog, he had used the green hellish python's poison on him, but De Huang Dog was still fine. This guy was immune to all poisons. Die now! De Huang Dog was furious. With his proud character, it was embarrassing for him to fight a black crow at the same level as him for so long. A pair of wings of light appeared on De Huang Dog's back, and his speed instantly doubled. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the black crow. This time, the black crow couldn't dodge anymore, and its head was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog. Caw! The black crow let out a shrill cry. After that, it raised its head and let out a strange sound. Not good, it's summoning its companions. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. He didn't want to be entangled by a bunch of troublesome black crows. He immediately struck out with the true dragon palm, smashing the black crow into pieces. 2 black demon souls flew out and were caught by Jiang Chen's hand. This black crow has 2 heads, so there should be 2 demon spirits in its body. Not bad. Jiang Chen smiled. Kid, I'm about to kill it. Why are you trying to steal my business? De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Chen furiously. Less nonsense, let's go. Just now, the black crow was summoning its companions. Before I understand purgatory, I don't want to cause too much trouble. Jiang Chen said. Too bad, even if he didn't want to cause any trouble, trouble would still come knocking on his door. Right when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were about to leave, a loud noise suddenly sounded out from the forest in front of them. After that, a huge group of black crows rushed out like a black storm. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it, why are there so many double-headed black crows? De Huang Dog cursed. There were at least 40 black crows that appeared out of nowhere, and each of them were at the Heavenly Core Realm. Some of them had even reached the peak Heavenly Core Realm, and they were even stronger than the black crow they had just killed. What was even more amazing was that the leading black crow was twice the size of the other black crows, and it was a divine core warrior. De Huang Dog had an ugly expression on his face. If it was some ordinary demon beasts, they wouldn't be afraid even if there were so many of them. But these black crows were just too fast, and a divine core black crow would be even faster. Now that they were surrounded by these black crows, it would be a huge problem. De Huang, quickly kill them and leave this place. These black crows live in groups, and their nest is definitely not far from here. Perhaps, there are even more powerful existences there. If we are surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of black crows, it will be a huge problem. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he told De Huang. These black crows were the scariest creatures that lived in groups. Once they were surrounded by a group of black crows, there would be no end to their attacks. Besides, these black crows were extremely fast, and they could spit out poisonous gas. They were not easy to deal with. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow finally understood how frightening Inferno Hell was. They finally understood why so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell, and why they were so scared when they mentioned it. They had just arrived in Inferno Hell, and they had already bumped into such an abnormal flock of black crows. If they were alone, even if they were a divine core warrior, they would definitely be killed by this flock of black crows. Damn it, these guys are really fast. It's not easy to kill them quickly. De Huang Dog felt really depressed. The black crows are demon beasts with the dark element, and you have the purest young bloodline of a divine beast. You are their nemesis. My chi and blood are strong, and I am their nemesis as well. I'll use the true dragon flames to burn them. Jiang Chen said. Right now they were surrounded by black crows, and if they wanted to break out from this place or even kill these black crows, they would have to use a powerful attack. Caw! The leader of the black crows let out a loud cry. In an instant, countless black crows with their sharp beaks flapped their wings and dashed towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn you! Come on, I'll let you guys have a taste of Master Dog's power. De Huang Dog was enraged. A layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body as he charged towards the flock of black crows. Rumble! De Huang Dog was like a ferocious primordial beast. With a single charge, he directly smashed 3 black crows into a mist of blood. True dragon flames, burn for me! Jiang Chen roared. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a huge wave of flames, enveloping 5 to 6 black crows. Those black crows seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, as if they had seen their natural predator. One by one, they cried out in panic. Those black crows that were enveloped by the true dragon flames couldn't withstand the burning of the true dragon flames, and were directly burned to ashes. They are indeed afraid of the true dragon flames. Jiang Chen's aura was like a dragon as he unleashed another wave of flames, enveloping a flock of black crows that were rushing over. Those black crows that were caught in the sea of flames struggled violently, but they couldn't escape the burning of the flames at all. Soon, they were all burned to death. The true dragon flames was the king of all flames. It was extremely frightening, and it was the biggest nemesis of these dark creatures. Caw! Seeing this, the black crow leader let out another loud cry. In an instant, as if they had received an order, all the other black crows dashed towards Jiang Chen without any regard for their own lives. Humph! No matter how many come, they'll all die. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The true dragon flames swept across the area, enveloping all the black crows who were dashing towards him. At the same time, the divine core black crow leader suddenly attacked Jiang Chen from another direction. This leader didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of his men in order to pin down Jiang Chen, then sneak attack Jiang Chen. If it was an ordinary man who was surrounded by these black crows, he would have been dead for sure. But too bad, the man standing here was Jiang Chen. Trying to sneak attack me? You're still far from it. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. He cultivated the great soul derivation skill, and his senses were extremely sharp. It was impossible for anyone to sneak attack him. Rumble! The blood-red dragon claw descended from the skies. Like a gigantic cage, it instantly enveloped the black crow leader. Caw! The black crow leader let out a loud cry. He used his sharp beak to peck at the true dragon palm, and in an instant, a huge hole appeared on the dragon claw. From this, one could tell how terrifying his sharp beak was. Chapter 202. The true dragon flames were extremely powerful. Of course, this was because of Jiang Chen's incredible combat strength. The early divine core double-headed black crow was no match for Jiang Chen. Under the combined attack of the true dragon flames and true dragon palm, the double-headed black crow was instantly burned to death. The double-headed black crow was a rare species with a dark element. It had incredible combat strength, and it also had skills that were hard to defend against. An early divine core double-headed black crow could fight a mid-divine core warrior. But when facing Jiang Chen, the double-headed black crow's advantage couldn't be displayed at all. The double-headed black crow had no fear of ordinary flames, but the powerful true dragon flames was their nemesis and natural enemy. Jiang Chen retrieved the true dragon palm. Then 2 black demon souls appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These were 2 early divine core demon souls, and if he wanted to form more dragon marks now, heavenly core demon beasts wouldn't be able to help him much. Only divine core demon beasts' demon souls could really help him. These 2 early divine core demon souls could at least help Jiang Chen form 40 dragon marks, and further improve his combat strength. 2 demon souls from a single double-headed black crow. Looks like I'll have to spend more time on demon beasts like this in the future, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Killing a demon beast would give him 2 demon souls. For Jiang Chen, this was a huge benefit. Swoosh! The true dragon flame swept out once again, continuously burning the black crows to death. The demon souls rolled into Jiang Chen's palm like iron balls. Then he stored them into his storage ring. Caw! Seeing their leader was killed, the rest of the black crows immediately let out heart-wrenching cries. De Huang Dog, run! Jiang Chen shouted and used the true dragon fire to tear the flock of black crows apart. Then, the blood wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a beam of light as he rushed forward. De Huang Dog didn't dare to be negligent, and he quickly followed behind Jiang Chen. This flock of black crows was really frightening. They were incredibly fast, and they were extremely difficult to kill. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's true dragon flames, it would have been at least 10 times more difficult for them to escape. Naturally, the remaining crows could no longer pose a threat to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, but there was no telling how many two-headed black crows lived here. Perhaps the entire forest was a gathering place for two-headed black crows. These black crows were summoning their own kind. If hundreds or thousands of black crows suddenly appeared, they would have no place to crouch. Besides, they had no idea how dangerous Inferno Hell was. If a mid-divine core or even a late divine core double-headed black crow appeared, with Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's current strength, there was no way they could defend against it. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best stratagem. Swoosh! Not long after Jiang Chen and a Huang dog ran away, they suddenly heard some swoosh sounds coming from the forest. At this moment, the sky was filled with black crows. They flapped their wings and locked onto Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's direction. Then they crazily chased after them. The leading black crow had a body of 40 to 50 meters, and its cultivation base had reached the mid-divine core realm. Oh my god! The Huang dog cried out, so many black crows, there must be at least a few hundred of them. Damn it, luckily you're smart enough to run away in advance. If not, we would have been trapped in an endless battle. Don't talk anymore, let's speed up. These black crows live in groups. I'm afraid there will be more of them. Jiang Chen's blood wings flapped violently as he ran with all his might. The Huang dog dared not hesitate either. The wings of light on his back glowed with a bright golden light, and both man and dog increased their speed to the maximum. Jiang Chen had even used the dimensional shift skill to help him escape. But too bad, the mid-divine core black crow wasn't slow either, it just kept chasing after him. Buddy, that big guy is really chasing after us. The Huang dog said. Don't worry, it's fast. Let it chase after us. As long as the flock of black crows can't catch up with us, it'll be fine. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. His mentality was not something that ordinary people could compare with. He was able to remain calm in the face of danger. The Huang dog kept cursing. He had just arrived in Inferno Hell, and he was being chased by these black crows. This was really embarrassing. The mid-divine core black crow's speed was really fast, and it was only because Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were abnormal monsters. If it was any other ordinary man, he would have been killed by the black crow. The black crow kept chasing after them. It kept letting out loud roars, and a ferocious look could be seen in its eyes. It kept spitting out black poisonous gas from its mouth, and it attacked Jiang Chen and a Huang dog like sharp swords. But all the poisonous gas was blocked by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Humph. Let's keep chasing. Once the distance between the flock of black crows increases, this black crow will die. A mid-divine core demon soul. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen licked his lips. Buddy, are you trying to kill it? The Huang dog was startled for a moment. That was a mid-divine core black crow. Its strength was comparable to a late divine core human warrior. Jiang Chen was just too daring. The mid-divine core black crow is indeed strong. Ordinary late divine core warriors might not be its match. But that's because of its special ability. The black crow's speed is fast, it can release poisonous gas, and it also has a sharp beak. These are the black crow's strongest points. But when it comes to me, all of its advantages are gone. I'm not afraid of poisonous gas, and the true dragon flame is the black crow's nemesis. I now have 410 dragon marks, and I can easily kill an early divine core warrior with my bare hands. I can even fight an ordinary mid-divine core warrior. This black crow is restrained by me, so I'm pretty confident in killing it. Jiang Chen was a meticulous person, and he had a lot of combat experience. Even during a battle, he was able to control his and his enemy's strengths and weaknesses, then come up with a strategy. He would never fight a battle he had no confidence in winning. At the same time, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and absorbed the 2 early divine core black crow demon souls. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, 40 new dragon marks were formed. With this, Jiang Chen now had a total of 450 dragon marks in his body. His combat strength had increased once again, and he was now more confident in dealing with the black crow. Caw! The black crow kept roaring out in anger. It kept unleashing attacks, and the powerful energy unleashed from its body scared many demons and devils away, not daring to show their faces. As for the flock of black crows behind them, they had been left far behind. From the looks of it, it's going to kill us before it's willing to let this matter rest. The Huang dog said. Let it come, I'll teach it a lesson later. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. After flying for another 300 miles, Inferno Hell was a huge place. They had been flying for a long time, but they still hadn't left this wasteland. Jiang Chen estimated that the flock of black crows couldn't catch up with them, and they had even stopped chasing. He immediately steadied his body and stopped running. As long as he could leave the black crow's territory, he would no longer be afraid. In his eyes, these black crows were his greatest nourishment. He was clearly taken aback when he saw the man and dog suddenly stop. In his opinion, the man and dog should continue to flee for their lives. It was too abnormal for them to suddenly stop. Could it be that they were courting death? The black crow didn't care too much. Seeing the man stop running, it immediately leapt forward. "De Huang dog, move away, I'll deal with him." Jiang Chen unleashed his energy. Boundless golden lights burst out from his body, causing massive energy waves to sweep across the sky. A dragon-shaped aura emerged from his head. It was so powerful that no one dared look at it directly. "True Dragon Palm." Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. In an instant, he unleashed the True Dragon Palm, unleashing a gigantic dragon claw towards the black crow. Bang! A layer of black light appeared on the surface of the black crow's body. Its sharp beak seemed to be able to pierce through everything, wanting to shatter the dragon claw that Jiang Chen had unleashed. However, the True Dragon Palm was a true dragon combat skill. How powerful was it? Although the black crow's sharp beak had created a huge hole in the True Dragon Palm, the power of the dragon claw had also forced the black crow back. What a powerful combat strength. That attack had at least a few million gene of force. This kid is a monster. De Huang dog's face was filled with shock. Humph. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Jiang Chen continued to attack. His body flashed as he unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. 9 Jiang Chens appeared around the black crow at the same time, dazzling the black crow. Caw! The black crow let out a loud cry. Countless streams of black energy containing poisonous gas rushed out from its body, attacking the 9 Jiang Chens indiscriminately. Such an attack would have killed any ordinary person. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the poison at all, nor was he afraid of the dark aura. Boom! In an instant, a sea of flames appeared in the sky. The golden flames seemed to be able to incinerate the entire sky. The 9 Jiang Chens couldn't even see who was the one who had unleashed the flames. However, when the poisonous gas came into contact with the flames, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness. It posed no threat to Jiang Chen at all. Die! Jiang Chen let out a roar. A battle axe appeared in his hand. With a thunderous light, he chopped down at the black crow. The surface of the battle axe was covered with steaming flames. Such flames caused the black crow's soul to tremble. Puchi! Jiang Chen's movements were too fast. Before the black crow could even react, it was already chopped into 2 by Jiang Chen's battle axe, dying on the spot. De Huang dog was jumping up and down. He was practically prostrating himself in admiration towards Jiang Chen. He had personally witnessed a true combatant. Jiang Chen killed the black crow in one go. First, he used the True Dragon Palm to repel the black crow. Then, he used the 9 phantom wolves to affect the black crow's state of mind while the black crow was still in a state of shock. Finally, he used the True Dragon Flames to throw the black crow into chaos. Finally, he killed the black crow with a single chop. The entire battle process could be said to be perfect. Bang! Bang! Jiang Chen sent out a shockwave, shattering the 2 halves of the black crow. 2 black demon spirits the size of a human head appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. "Kid, you're really powerful," De Huang dog said excitedly. "Let's go, let's leave this place first. We need to find a place to absorb these demon spirits and increase our overall strength. In Inferno Hell, strength is the only way to survive." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he continued flying forward. Damn it, Daddy wants to break through as well. Daddy wants to break through to the divine core realm. De Huang dog couldn't help but curse. Inferno Hell was really dangerous, and they were only at the border of Inferno Hell, but they had already encountered such powerful demon beasts. There was no need to explain how dangerous Inferno Hell was. Chapter 203. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog flew across the wasteland. Since the terrain was flat, they didn't bump into any demons or devils. With incredible speed, they found a quiet and gloomy valley and landed in it. This place is filled with an eerie atmosphere. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. Perhaps some demons or devils will appear here. Jiang Chen said. There are dangers everywhere in Inferno Hell. It's normal for some strange creatures to appear here. De Huang Dog nodded his head. After being in Inferno Hell for so long, he had finally understood what kind of dangerous place Inferno Hell was. They had already bumped into 3 strange creatures, the Inferno Devil, the 9-life crystal beast, and the double-headed black crow. He had no idea what other strange creatures would appear here. However, no matter how strange the demons or devils were, De Huang Dog wouldn't be surprised. Purgatory was such a place. For human cultivators, Purgatory was a hellish place, filled with brutality, danger, darkness, bloodshed and massacre. Forget surviving in Purgatory. In order to protect one's own life, one must rely on formidable strength. Without formidable strength, one could lose their life at any moment. De Huang, guard me while I'm cultivating. I'll absorb these 2 black crow demon souls. Once I absorb them, I'm afraid I'll have 600 dragon marks in my body, and my combat strength will reach a new level. At that point of time, unless a late divine core warrior attacks me, I'll be invincible. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The mid-divine core demon souls were a great help to him. With these 2 demon souls, he would be able to form at least 150 dragon marks, and together with the 450 dragon marks he had before, he would have a total of 600 dragon marks. The combat strength of 600 dragon marks was really frightening. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, coupled with those frightening skills and abilities, he could easily kill a mid-divine core warrior. If he had 600 dragon marks, his combat strength would be unimaginable. Damn it, Daddy has to guard you every time. When are you going to do the same for Daddy? De Huang Dog curled his lips, but he still willingly played the role of guard. The next time you sleep, I'll watch over you for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Chen promised solemnly. Immediately, Jiang Chen found a quiet place and started absorbing the demon souls. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to absorb the mid-divine core demon souls at a fast pace. If he wanted to absorb both demon souls, he would need at least an hour. If it was an early divine core demon soul, it would only take him a few minutes. The true dragon flames gushed out and enveloped the 2 demon spirits. Very quickly, the dark aura emitted by the 2 demon spirits was completely refined, turning them into the purest form of energy. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen devoured the 2 demon spirits. Boom! Pure and powerful energy burst out from the 2 demon spirits and permeated into Jiang Chen's lily limbs. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, the pure energy quickly entered his Qi Si, turning into many new blood-red dragon marks that kept revolving around his heavenly core. The formation of each new dragon mark would increase Jiang Chen's combat strength once again. This was the truly frightening part of the dragon transformation skill. There was no need for a clear limit. Dragon marks represented strength. A single dragon mark was equivalent to 10,000 Jin, and when all the dragon marks were stacked together, it would become a terrifying number. When the dragon transformation skill was cultivated to the highest level, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be pushed to a new peak. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen had easily absorbed a demon soul. His aura had become much stronger, and his energy had finally attracted some unnecessary trouble. Roar! A loud roar that shook the entire valley suddenly sounded out from not far away. After that, 2 gigantic creatures appeared not far away from them. They were 2 gigantic lions, and each of them was 30 to 40 meters tall, just like a small mountain. Just the energy they unleashed was enough to frighten anyone who looked at them. Both lions looked exactly the same. Their bodies were covered with gray stone chips, and there was a long stone horn on top of their heads that was glowing in a chaotic color. Their eyes were the same color as stone, but they were glowing ferociously. Damn it, twin stone rock lions, and both of them are at the early divine core realm. This Inferno Hell really has all kinds of demon beasts. De Huang Dog immediately cursed. He knew who these twin stone rock lions were. Demon beasts like these rarely existed in the outside world, but here in Inferno Hell, there were 2 of them. Twin demon beasts were the most frightening. They could communicate with each other, and once they started fighting, their teamwork would reach a perfect level. The combat strength of these 2 twin stone rock lions was definitely not as simple as adding them together. Roar! When the twin stone rock lions saw Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, they roared and started walking towards them. Damn it, these 2 guys aren't easy to deal with. Too bad. Daddy's powerful innate ability can only be awakened when I break through to the divine core realm. If not, these 2 guys are just like farts in front of this master dog. De Huang Dog felt really gloomy. He was a man with a pure dragon horse bloodline, but he was going to be bullied by 2 lions. If that really happened, would he still be able to live? What made De Huang Dog even angrier was that apart from the treasure hunting ability that he had awakened, his dog head was the strongest ability he had. The powerful combat innate ability in his bloodline could only be awakened when he broke through to the divine core realm. This was really infuriating. But right after that, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. A cunning look appeared in his eyes as he said, "If 2 lions attack me at the same time, I'm sure I won't be able to deal with them. But, if I can take one of them by surprise, I might have a chance. This master dog will pretend to be scared first, so you can relax yourselves." De Huang Dog was a smart man, and after following Jiang Chen for so long, he had learned a lot of tricks and combat experience. Now, he could be considered as an experienced warrior. Immediately, De Huang Dog took a step back. His body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the twin stone rock lions. Indeed, when the lions saw De Huang Dog's reaction, a disdainful look emerged in their eyes. They looked at each other, then one of them said in human language, "Jejia, so you're just a coward. There's no need for us brothers to deal with a trashy dog like this. You just stand here and watch, I'll go skin this dog." Hearing what the lion said, De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell down onto the ground. Flames of fury almost shot out from his eyes. He was a descendant of the dragon horse, a noble bloodline, and he had a majestic appearance. How dare this bastard call him a trashy dog? This was something he couldn't tolerate. De Huang Dog had made up his mind. He would definitely teach this lion a lesson. The stone lion still had a disdainful smile on its face. It looked down at De Huang Dog and walked step by step towards De Huang Dog. It could tell that this De Huang Dog was only a late heavenly core warrior, so it didn't need to be taken seriously. "Puppy dog, stand there and don't move, let me stomp you to death," the stone lion said. Hearing this, De Huang Dog couldn't hold it any longer. How dare this lion ask him to stand there and let him stomp him to death? This was an insult to him. Besides Yan Chen Yu, no one was allowed to call him puppy dog. Sure enough, the stone lion raised its foot and stepped on Old Man Gua towards Big Yellow. "How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you know how powerful this master dog is. Fuck you." De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in anger. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, and a golden light emerged from his head. He turned into a sharp arrow and dashed towards the stone lion's foot. Bang! Slash! Followed by a loud bang, De Huang Dog pierced through the stone lion's foot and pierced through it. Blood splashed all over the place. Oh, the stone lion let out a shrill cry. Its huge body couldn't help but lean forward when its leg was injured. This was a situation that it had never expected. The stone lion didn't take Big Yellow seriously at all, so it didn't even use any yuan energy to kick it. Under such a situation, no matter how strong it was, it wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. Big Yellow was ready to attack at any moment. Although the stone lion was strong, it still wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. The stone lion let out a shrill cry, and its body was about to fall down. But De Huang Dog, who had everything going according to plan, wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He raised his head like a diamond and slammed it towards the falling stone lion's head. "How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you die a glorious death." De Huang Dog's head slammed into the stone lion's head. Just like the stone lion, it was completely defenseless. De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. From the moment the stone lion was injured to the moment it slammed into its head, it was just a blink of an eye. The stone lion wasn't prepared for this at all. Rocks flew in all directions. The stone lion's head was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog, and its huge body fell down to the ground. It was dead on the spot. De Huang Dog landed on the ground and stood on top of the stone lion's body. He threw his head back and laughed out loudly. "Kakaka, Master Dog is invincible." Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself, and a narcissistic expression could be seen on his face. He felt like he was the most talented man in this world, and with his plan, an early divine core stone lion was easily killed by him. It was as if he didn't even need to use his full strength. "This is my plan, this is my intelligence, this is my charm, this is my master dog." De Huang Dog twisted his butt and spun around the stone lion's body. He was filled with a proud expression. On the other side, the other stone lion who was prepared to watch a good show was startled. It was completely bewildered. Its pair of stone eyes stared at the narcissistic big yellow in front of it with astonishment. It had never thought that this dog could be so powerful. In the end, it turned out that the fear it showed just now was just an act. This was really hateful. Roar, brother. The stone lion was furious. His brother was killed without even having his body intact, and he was smashed into pieces by this dog's head. This was really tragic. Kaka, old stone hare, you and your brother are idiots. How dare you look down on this master dog? This is what you get. This master dog is invincible under the heavens, and anyone who dares look down on this master dog will end up like this. Chapter 204. Damned dog, I'm going to eat you. The remaining stone lion was enraged, but its aura was clearly not as tyrannical as before. The twin beasts had an advantage, but at the same time, they had a disadvantage. Because they were connected by heart, when they fought, they could stack their battle prowess. Similarly, if one of them died, the other would be greatly affected, and it would only be able to display half of its peak battle prowess. Furthermore, due to the influence of the twin beast relationship, when one stone lion roared, the other stone lion would also rapidly age and eventually die. This was what it meant to live and die together. Kaka! De Huang dog laughed out loud, and once again turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the stone lion. If it was the stone lion at its peak, De Huang dog wouldn't have dashed towards it like this, because he wasn't confident that he could kill it. He would only guard in front of Jiang Chen, and not let the stone lion take a step forward. However, the stone lion's aura had been weakened by half, and its battle strength was only half of its peak. De Huang dog, whose aura was surging, had absolute confidence that he could kill it. Roar. The stone lion roared as it engaged in a fierce battle with De Huang dog. One was fast and fierce, and the other wanted to avenge its brother. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and opened his eyes. Looking at the two fellows in front of him, he shook his head speechlessly. Damn it, I'm in seclusion, I'm cultivating. Can this damned dog be any more unreliable? Fighting in front of me, how am I supposed to cultivate? Luckily, Jiang Chen was only condensing his dragon mark, and not advancing his cultivation. Otherwise, even with the great soul derivation technique, he wouldn't be able to bear such a disturbance. However, refining demon spirits to condense dragon marks was obviously different from advancing his cultivation. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Even so, it wouldn't delay him from refining demon spirits. Therefore, Jiang Chen continued refining demon spirits while watching the battle between De Huang dog and the stone lion. I say, De Huang, can't you end the battle faster? That guy only has half of his battle strength left. Wasting so much time. Isn't it a disgrace to your wise and mighty reputation? Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak. Fuck, you can still talk after refining a demon spirit? But what you said makes sense. If I don't get rid of it now, it will indeed damage Lord Dog's wise, mighty, and domineering reputation. De Huang dog nodded seriously. Soon after, he exploded. Mysterious runes appeared on his forehead, and a pair of light wings appeared on his back. For a moment, the stone lion was surrounded by De Huang dog silhouettes. Bang bang bang. Howl. The sound of collisions rang out incessantly, accompanied by the shrill cries of the stone lion. In the span of a few breaths, the huge stone lion's body was riddled with holes by the De Huang dog's head, and blood was gushing out. One last time. The more De Huang dog fought, the more courageous he became. Like a streak of light, he charged towards the stone lion's head. The weakened stone lion could no longer withstand De Huang dog's ferocious charge, and was directly smashed into pieces by De Huang dog's head. The stone lion died on the spot, following in the footsteps of its brother. After finishing off the twin stone rock lions, De Huang dog's narcissism had risen to an extremely high level. This is Lord Dog's real strength. In this battle, Lord Dog's wisdom and beauty are equally important. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can only obediently accept their death in front of Lord Dog. De Huang dog stood up straight, like a human. His two legs were placed behind his back, and his dog head was swaying back and forth. Jiang Chen immediately covered his eyes. He simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. De Huang dog had been narcissistic for nearly half an hour. Even after Jiang Chen had finished refining the demon spirit, it still hadn't stopped. Pah! Jiang Chen slapped De Huang dog's head and said, "That's enough. Buddy, You don't know how to be grateful at all. If Daddy didn't protect you and help you kill the twin stone rock lions, do you think you could still be so calm?
De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner.
All right, you've done a great job this time. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed 2 demon souls from the bodies of the 2 stone lions. Then he placed them into his storage pouch. Why didn't you just absorb them? These 2 are divine core demon spirits. They should be quite useful to you. De Huang Dog was puzzled. In the past, whenever Jiang Chen obtained a demon spirit, he would absorb it to increase his strength, but this time, he just kept it. I have formed 600 dragon marks in my body, and if I continue absorbing demon spirits with this method, it will affect my foundation. The 5 elemental pills can only last for now. Therefore, if I want to continue absorbing demon spirits, or even break through to the divine core realm, I'll need to strengthen my foundation. Therefore, I'll need to use the 9 life crystal beasts crystal core when I absorb demon spirits in the future. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't afford to be careless while cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The most important thing for cultivator was their foundation, and if their foundation was unstable, it would have a huge impact on their future cultivation. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, Jiang Chen had a lot of experience in cultivation. He understood the importance of a good foundation better than anyone else, so how could he make such a stupid mistake? In order for Jiang Chen to break through to the divine core realm, he had to form 800 dragon marks. He still needed another 200 dragon marks, and it wasn't an easy task to break through. However, with 600 dragon marks, Jiang Chen had enough combat strength to travel in Inferno Hell, and it would be safer for him to travel in this place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left the valley and continued flying deeper into Inferno Hell. After flying for about 100 miles, sounds of fighting suddenly sounded out in front of them. Someone is fighting in front of us, De Huang Dog said. It's the aura of a human, not a demon beast. Jiang Chen said, hide your aura, let's go and have a look. The man and dog hid their aura and moved forward with great speed. In front of them was a steep mountain range. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog landed on top of a cliff. Looking down into the valley, they saw 4 men. 3 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. 2 of them were early divine core warriors, and the last one was a mid-divine core warrior. All 3 of them were unleashing ferocious auras, and their faces were filled with ferocious expressions. These men were clearly outlaws, cruel and merciless. Of course, after living in an environment like Inferno Hell, it was only a matter of time before they became like this. Right at this moment, the 3 men surrounded a young man who was covered in blood. The young man looked to be in his late 20s, and he was wearing white clothes. However, the original color of the white clothes was no longer recognizable, as it was completely covered in blood. He was a peak early divine core warrior, just 1 step away from breaking through to the mid-divine core realm. However, with Jiang Chen's experience, he could easily tell that this young man was a rare genius. Although he was only a peak early divine core warrior, if they really fought, even the mid-divine core warrior would be no match for him. But too bad, the young man was severely injured, and some of his injuries weren't new. These injuries had caused his combat strength to drop drastically, and when facing 3 divine core warriors who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Buddy, why don't you keep running? You've offended young Master Yang Shua, and even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. The man said. Humph. What did you do to Guan Yun and the others? The young man let out a cold snort. He didn't show any fear on his face, but anger could be seen in his eyes. He had been running for so long, but in the end, he still couldn't escape. Haha, Tianishan, you're about to die, but you still care about your friends? Let me tell you, Guan Yun and the others are still alive. How could young Master Yang Shua let them die so soon? Another man said with a mocking tone. Guan Yun and the others are indeed still alive, but I don't know how they are doing right now. Tianishan, hand over all your belongings, especially the crystal cores. We'll consider bringing your head back to young Master Yang Shua, so you don't have to suffer from his torture. You should know young Master Yang Shua's methods. When he starts torturing someone, he'll make them wish they were dead. The leading middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. The 3 men were treating Tianishan like a turtle in a jar. In fact, Tianishan's current situation was indeed like a turtle in a jar. If no miracle happened, he would definitely die today. Guan Yun. On top of the cliff, Jiang Chen, who was originally just watching the show, heard Guan Yun's name, and his facial expression suddenly changed. This Tian Yishan seems to be in the same group as Guan Yiyun. It seems like he has fallen into young Master Yang Shua's trap. From their tone, it seems like Guan Yiyun's situation isn't too good. De Huang Dog said. Nonsense, I can tell. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned cold. Guan Yiyun had treated him quite well, and he had risked his life to help him in Whirling Sun City. Jiang Chen was not a person who didn't know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that Guan Yiyun was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? A sad and despairing expression emerged on Tian Yishan's face. He looked at the three men who surrounded him. If he was in his peak condition, these three men wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But too bad. He was at the end of his strength right now, and even the weakest of these three men would be able to kill him. Inferno Hell has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Killing and robbing, there are no rules. Now that I, Tian Yishan, have fallen into your hands, I have nothing else to say. Let's do this. Tian Yishan knew he was going to die. Therefore, at this last moment, he became a little more courageous. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Not many people could face death in such a calm manner. Perhaps it was because of the harsh environment in Inferno Hell, but no matter what, it was still worthy of respect. Fine, Tian Yishan, I see you're courageous, I'll give you a quick death today. One of the early Divine Core warriors said. He immediately unleashed a giant palm that was shining brightly and slapped toward Tian Yishan. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the top of Tian Yishan's head. It wasn't Tian Yishan's head that was smashed, it was the giant palm that was unleashed by the man. A beam of dazzling light shot down from the top of the cliff. It fell right on top of the big hand, and shattered it into pieces. Who? The leader was shocked, and he immediately shouted toward the cliff. Three Divine Core warriors bullying a severely wounded man at the end of his strength. What a shame. A voice sounded out from the cliff. After that, a man and a dog descended from the sky. Chapter 205. Jiang Chen's clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His handsome face carried a domineering expression. In the blink of an eye, he and a Huang Dog landed in the valley. Young man, who are you? One of the early Divine Core warriors looked at Jiang Chen and Lang Lang and asked. I'm someone who sees injustice, and when I see someone I don't like, I want to step in and help them. All three of you are Divine Core warriors. But why are you ganging up on a severely injured man? Isn't that embarrassing? Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Haha, hearing what Jiang Chen said, the three men burst out into laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Little brother, run, you're no match for them. Tian Yishan said to Jiang Chen. He knew he was going to die today, and he didn't want to drag the others into this. Besides, it seemed like this young man in white had just arrived in Inferno Hell not long ago, and he had no idea about the rules of survival here. In this place, the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle, and no one would care about anyone else's business. There was only slaughter and blood. If it was any ordinary man who encountered a situation like this, it would be a miracle if they didn't hit him when he was down. As for being a good Samaritan and helping others, that was something that only an idiot would do. In fact, Jiang Chen was not a good Samaritan. He knew better than anyone what kind of place Inferno Hell was. If he hadn't heard about Guan Yiyun from Tian Yishan, he wouldn't have shown himself. However, when Tian Yishan asked him to leave, Jiang Chen's impression of Tian Yishan became better. Besides, it was obvious that Tian Yishan was on the same side as Guan Yiyun. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to save him. What a joke! Young man, don't you know about the rules of survival in Inferno Hell? Those who see injustice here are all idiots. Looks like your brain isn't normal either. But, since you have the guts to stand out, you can die together with Tian Yishan. Another middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. Kid, hand over all your treasures before we make a move. The mid-Divine Core leader stared at Jiang Chen with an insidious look. You guys want to snatch my treasures? Just as well. I want to snatch your treasures too. Looks like we can only fight. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This kid is courting death. One of the early Divine Core warriors had a cold expression on his face, and a strong killing intent emerged from his body. However, right after his killing intent emerged, the young man in front of him suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, he reappeared right in front of him. Poochie! The middle-aged man heard a poochie sound and felt his body shake, as if he had been hit by a mountain. Then, a cold feeling spread throughout his body. The middle-aged man was stunned on the spot. He felt an intense aura of death.
He slowly lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his body.
Blood flowed unceasingly along the long sword. His vitality was also disappearing along with the loss of blood.
I know the rules of survival better than any of you, especially the rules of Inferno Hell.
A bright smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face.
It was a harmless smile, but on the middle-aged man's face, it looked like the smile of a devil. No! The middle-aged man let out a loud cry.
His voice became hoarse. This was his last word in this world. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand was a high-ranked combat weapon, the Soaring Heavens sword he snatched from Yun Can. A tremendous sword energy burst out from the Soaring Heavens sword, shattering the middle-aged man's internal organs. At the same time, it cut off all his vitality, killing him on the spot. Slash! Jiang Chen slowly drew out the long sword. Right at the moment when the middle-aged man's body was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Chen took out the storage ring from the man's finger with lightning speed. These men had stayed in Inferno Hell for a long time, so they must have collected a lot of treasures. Jiang Chen needed crystal cores right now, and since he hadn't found any 9 life crystal beasts yet, robbing them was the best way. Plop! The middle-aged man's body fell to the ground, and he didn't move at all. Blood kept spraying out from the wound on his chest, making him look ferocious. What? 3 shocked voices sounded out at the same time. Even Tianishan was staring at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the other 2 men were even more shocked. Who could have thought that this young man who was only a late Heavenly Core warrior could be so cruel and powerful? An early Divine Core warrior couldn't even withstand a single strike from him, and was killed on the spot. It's your turn now. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the other 2 ferocious-looking middle-aged men. I'll give you a chance. Put down your storage rings and destroy your own divine cores. Jiang Chen's words almost made the 2 men curse out loud. What he said was too arrogant. Besides, destroying one's own divine core was no different from committing suicide. Once one's divine core was destroyed, one would become a cripple. A cripple without any cultivation base wouldn't be able to survive for more than an hour in Inferno Hell. Buddy, do you know what you're doing? The man you killed is young Master Yang Shua's man. You're courting death. The other early divine core middle-aged man threatened Jiang Chen. But too bad, he had threatened the wrong person. Right after his words left his mouth, Jiang Chen disappeared once again. The middle-aged man could only feel a beam of light sliding past his face, and after that, he no longer knew what happened. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. He had chopped off the middle-aged man's head with just a single strike. After the head flew up into the sky, the middle-aged man's face was still filled with fear. He had no idea how he died, and he couldn't understand why this young man was so fast. He was just a Heavenly Core warrior, so why could he be so fast? He was so fast that he, a Divine Core warrior, didn't even have the chance to defend himself. Heavens! Tianishan cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. This young man who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old actually had such frightening abilities. Jiang Chen was a Divine Core warrior, and even if Tianishan was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen in such a fast and violent manner. Jiang Chen's ruthless methods had even stunned the mid-Divine Core warrior. He stared at Jiang Chen, and the look of disdain on his face had disappeared. You're the last one, I'll give you a chance to attack. Jiang Chen looked at the last man. Humph. Looks like you're a genius disciple from some big sect. You're able to kill an early Divine Core warrior with just a late Heavenly Core cultivation base. You're really amazing. Too bad, this is Inferno Hell. We only care about strength here, not status or geniuses. You can kill an early Divine Core warrior, but you're definitely no match for me. The gap between an early Divine Core warrior and a mid-Divine Core warrior is not something you can imagine. The man let out a cold snort. He unleashed all of his energy, and a golden hammer appeared in his hand. It was glowing in a golden light, and it was actually a high-ranked combat weapon. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the golden hammer. The middle-aged man raised the hammer high up into the air. Then he forcefully smashed it towards Jiang Chen. Let me show you what the gap between us is. A cold light emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes.
He raised the long sword in his hand high up into the air. Then a loud sword cry sounded out.
The sword beam looked like a bright waterfall.
Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Then he swung the sword towards the middle-aged man.
Clang! The two combat weapons collided with each other, causing a huge amount of sparks to fly in all directions. This was the fiercest collision ever, and no one knew how much energy was contained in the collision. Bam! The powerful backlash sent the middle-aged man flying away like a kite with a broken string. Puh!
While his body was still in the air, the middle-aged man threw up a huge mouthful of blood. The frightened expression on his face had reached an indescribable level.
The strength of Jiang Chen's 600 dragon marks was no joke. Together with the high-ranked combat weapon, ordinary mid-divine core warriors were no match for him. In front of Jiang Chen, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Swoosh! Jiang Chen chased after the middle-aged man like a shadow.
He moved like an arrow, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the retreating middle-aged man. He swung the long sword horizontally and cleanly chopped off the middle-aged man's head.
So weak. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. After reaching 600 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level.
He put away the soaring heaven sword. Then he bent down and took the storage ring from the middle-aged man's finger. Then he put it away with a peace of mind.
Abnormal. De Huang Dog raised his head and said. The current Jiang Chen was obviously much stronger than before. If it was before, even if he could defeat a mid-divine core warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill them so cleanly. Tian Yishan, who stood aside, had his mouth wide open. He looked at the 3 dead bodies on the ground, and he couldn't say a word.
He thought he was going to die today, but he never expected that an incredible man would appear out of nowhere and kill all 3 of them with such ease.
My name is Tian Yishan. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Tian Yishan bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. His face was filled with gratitude. This was a life-saving favor. Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. Jiang Chen told them his name, then he asked. You mentioned Guaniyun just now. I want to know how Guaniyun is doing right now. Hearing the name Black Sect, Tian Yishan's face shook. Then a joyful expression emerged on his face. Brother Jiang, you're from the Black Sect as well? Haha, I never expected such a genius to appear in the Black Sect. This is the Black Sect's great fortune.
Tian Yishan burst into laughter.
You're from the Black Sect as well? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had never seen this man in the Black Sect. That's right, I'm a core disciple of the Black Sect. But, when I became a core disciple 2 years ago, I immediately left the Qi province and went to the Zhen province to train myself. It's normal that Brother Jiang doesn't know me. Tian Yishan said. So, you're a core disciple. Chapter 206. Brother Jiang, with just a late heavenly core cultivation base, you are able to kill a mid-divine core warrior. I, Tian Yishan, have really widened my horizons. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. How could the sect chief allow a genius like you to come to Inferno Hell? Tian Yishan asked with a surprised tone. I came to Inferno Hell on my own accord. Oh right, what's Guaniyun's situation right now? And who is that young master Yang Shua? Jiang Chen asked. Brother Jiang has just come to Inferno Hell, so I'm afraid you don't know much about it. In the center of Inferno Hell, there is a city called Inferno City. It's a human city, and it's filled with humans. Tian Yishan said. Oh, there is a city in Inferno Hell? Jiang Chen was startled. He had never thought about this. Inferno City is a special place in Inferno Hell. Demons and devils don't come to this city. That's why it has become a place where humans gather. Normally, Inferno City should be a very safe place. As long as those who come here stay in the city, they won't have to worry about being attacked by demons and devils, and their own safety will be guaranteed. You know, the exit connecting Inferno City to the outside world only opens once a year. That's why Inferno City has become a very important place to protect your life. But now, Inferno City has become the most dangerous place. It's no less dangerous than the deepest part of Inferno Hell. Tian Yishan said. Why is that? De Huang Dog asked. It's very simple. Wherever there are people, there will be fights. In Inferno Hell, there are fights everywhere, between demons and ghosts, between humans and demonic beasts, between humans and humans, there is blood everywhere. There are no rules here, only primitive killings. If you want to survive in Inferno Hell, you must have great strength. Nowadays, there are all kinds of people in Inferno Hell. You should know that none of the people who can enter Inferno Hell are simple. They are either those evil and wicked people who were exiled here, or the genius disciples of the big powers. With so many people here, fights are inevitable. Tian Yishan explained. Jiang Chen nodded his head. This was something he could imagine. There were no rules in Inferno Hell, and everything depended on one's strength. If you didn't have the strength, you could only wait to be slaughtered by others. Although Inferno City could get rid of the invasion of demons and devils, it couldn't get rid of the conflicts between humans. Kid, tell me more about Purgatory in detail. De Huang Dog said. Tian Yishan glanced at De Huang Dog. This dog was following Jiang Chen, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately said, 2 years ago, I left the Qi province and went to the Jian province. 4 months ago, I entered Inferno Hell to train myself, and I can be considered to have a thorough understanding of the situation in Inferno Hell. There are many demons and devils in this place, and there are a lot of strange creatures, but all of them are extremely powerful. Among them, the most terrifying ones are the Inferno Devils and the 9 life crystal beasts. Many people come to Inferno Hell for the crystal cores of the 9 life crystal beasts. Tian Yishan paused for a moment, then he continued. The crystal core is a type of pure energy. It is a great help to the cultivation of human cultivators. Not only that, the 9 life crystal beasts are also the targets and prey of other demons and devils in Inferno Hell. And the 9 life crystal beasts also see other demons and devils as their prey. In other words, the crystal core is very useful to human cultivators and those demons and devils. The heavenly core and divine core in the human body, as well as the demon souls of demons and devils, are also great nourishment for the 9 life crystal beasts. Because of this, the situation in Inferno Hell is extremely chaotic, causing Inferno Hell to be shrouded in blood and slaughter all day long. However, due to the strength of the 9 life crystal beasts, it is extremely difficult to kill them, causing the battles to be even more intense. In Inferno City, there are killings and robberies happening all day long. Everyone is after the crystal core. Even if they were to go out to hunt the 9 life crystal beasts, they would usually choose to form an alliance. Because, if a human cultivator of the same level were to fight against a 9 life crystal beast, they would definitely die. Not only that, there is also the risk of encountering other demons and devils. Furthermore, in order to survive in an environment like Inferno Hell, forming an alliance is a must. Tian Yishan explained the basic situation of Inferno Hell to Jiang Chen, allowing Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog to have a new understanding of Inferno Hell. From what Tian Yishan said, the 9 life crystal beasts had become the most important existence in Inferno Hell. Basically, humans, the 9 life crystal beasts, and other demons and devils had formed a chaotic food chain. No wonder so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell. This was a world where humans ate humans, beasts ate humans, and humans ate beasts. Danger was everywhere. So, you guys should also have an alliance, right? Also, how did you guys offend that young master Yang Shua? Jiang Chen asked. That's right, we have our own alliance as well, and most of them are from the Qi province and the Qian province. When I first met junior disciple Guan Yun, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, but with his extraordinary talent, he quickly broke through to the divine core realm. A few days ago, Yang Shua brought his men and went to our place to occupy our territory, and he even wanted to rob our belongings and crystal cores. That's why we had a conflict. That Yang Shua is a genius from the Myriad Sword sect from the Jian province, and he's a mid-divine core warrior. I'm no match for him. Besides, that Yang Shua is an arrogant man, and he's extremely cruel. Anyone who offends him will be tortured to death slowly. I killed both of them during the conflict and escaped. But junior disciple Guan Yun and the others didn't manage to escape. They were all captured by Yang Shua, and I don't know if they're still alive or not. That Yang Shua sent his men to chase after me, and if it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help today, I'm afraid I would be a dead man by now. Tian Yishan said. So something like this actually happened? Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He wasn't surprised that Guan Yun could break through to the divine core realm so quickly. Guan Yun had already reached the peak heavenly core realm, and he was just one step away from the divine core realm. Inferno Hell was the best place to train a man, so it was reasonable for Guan Yun to break through to the divine core realm. However, with Guan Yun's current situation, Jiang Chen couldn't just ignore it. Putting aside the fact that Guan Yun had helped him before, just the fact that both of them were from the Black Sect was enough for Jiang Chen to help. Is the Myriad Sword Sect really strong? Jiang Chen asked again. Strong, very strong. The Black Sect can't compare with them at all. The Jian province is the second biggest province in the eastern continent, and the first one is the Shangzhou, the place where the martial Saint dynasty is based. Aside from the Shangzhou, the Jian province is the strongest province. There are a few combat soul warriors in the Myriad Sword Sect, and many geniuses with incredible talent have joined the martial palace to cultivate. Tian Yishan said. He had been training in the Jian province for a long time, and he had a very good understanding of it. In Inferno Hell, geniuses from different powers don't matter. Here, even if the crown prince of the martial Saint dynasty is here, I'm afraid no one will respect him. Jiang Chen sneered. What Brother Jiang said is correct. In a place like Inferno Hell, the reputation of a power from the outside world is useless. This is a cruel and evil world. Therefore, I have no complaints about being defeated by Yang Shua. After all, there are people dying in Inferno City every day. Tian Yishan said. Brother Tian, I'm going to Inferno City to save Guan Yun now. Jiang Chen said. Tian Yishan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength just now. It was absolutely frightening. Just as he was thinking about how to ask Jiang Chen for help, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask for his help. Thank you, Brother Jiang. But that Yang Shua has reached the mid-divine core realm. He's not easy to deal with. Tian Yishan reminded. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with Guan Yun, and he helped me before. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I'm quite interested in Inferno City, so I want to go there and have a look. I also want to meet that Yang Shua. Jiang Chen said. Alright, with Brother Zhang's help, I'm sure we'll be able to deal with Yang Shua and save junior disciple Guan and the others. Tian Yishan's face was filled with excitement. He could sense a strong confidence from Jiang Chen, and this confidence had given him hope. I can tell you're badly injured. Why don't you rest here for a while? I'll concoct a pill to help you heal. After that, we'll proceed to Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be an alchemist as well. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Tian Yishan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. He knew his current situation very well. After being injured by Yang Shua, he had been fleeing for his life, and he had gone through a few battles. Now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he didn't recover as soon as possible, he would only be a burden to Jiang Chen. Tian Yishan immediately found a place and sat down with his legs crossed. Then he started slowly healing his injuries. Jiang Chen immediately started concocting pills. Before he came here, he had brought a lot of herbs from Guashan, and this was the perfect time to use them. In just a short while, Jiang Chen had successfully concocted a pill of elixir. Elixir was a healing pill, and a 100% elixir pill was priceless in the outside world. Tian Yishan received the elixir pill, and the shocked expression on his face became even more obvious. In just a dozen minutes, he had concocted a rare elixir pill, and it had even reached the level of 100% effectiveness. Even an ordinary alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Hurry up and absorb the elixir pill. Then we'll depart to Inferno City. Jiang Chen urged. The longer Guan Yun stayed in Yang Shua's hands, the more danger he would face, and the more torture he would have to endure. Since he had decided to save Guan Yun, he had to do it as soon as possible. Besides, Jiang Chen was very interested in Inferno City. The more intense the battles were, the more his fighting spirit and desire to conquer would be stimulated. Tian Yishan didn't hesitate. He immediately swallowed the elixir pill. The strong medicinal power made his body tremble. With this elixir pill, his injuries had obviously recovered, and his aura was much stronger than before. It's indeed a divine pill. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Let's depart now. I'll slowly absorb the medicinal power of the elixir pill along the way. Chapter 207. With the help of Jiang Chen's elixir, Tian Yishan's injuries had instantly healed. At least, he was much stronger than before. Of course, it would take some time for him to fully recover. The trio flew up into the sky, and under Tian Yishan's guidance, they started flying toward Inferno City. Inferno City is located in the center of Inferno Hell, but if we head in this direction, we won't encounter any powerful demons or devils. Unless we're really unlucky and bump into some demon beasts that live in groups. The real danger lies in the deepest part of Inferno Hell, on the other side of Inferno City. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked at each other. It looked like they were really unlucky, as they were attacked by a group of demon beasts right after they arrived at Inferno Hell. Since there won't be any powerful demon beasts blocking our way, let's speed up and get to Inferno City as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. Yang Shuo is a cruel and vicious man, and his methods are insane. The longer junior disciple Guan and the others stay in Yang Shuo's hands, the more he will suffer, and the more danger he will face. Tian Yishan had a worried expression on his face. During this period of time, he had been in contact with Guan Yiyun, and since they were both disciples of the Black Sect, their relationship had become quite good. Tian Yishan was a man who valued friendship, and now that Guan Yiyun was in the hands of an enemy, with no one knowing whether he was still alive or not, he was naturally worried. Are there a lot of powers in Inferno City? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Inferno City is a chaotic place, and many people have formed alliances. Besides, Inferno City is huge, and with our strength, we can only find a place to stay in the outer perimeter. As for the inner part of Inferno City, there's no way we can enter. I heard that there's a combat soul warrior guarding the inner part of Inferno City, and there's always some trading going on there. Only during these trading days will Inferno City be peaceful. This is a rule set by the combat soul warrior. No one dares rob anyone during the trading days. Tian Yishan said. A combat soul warrior. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't expect Inferno Hell to be so attractive. It could even attract a combat soul warrior. The more Tian Yishan talked about it, the more interested Jiang Chen became in Inferno City. With Jiang Chen's arrival, the already chaotic purgatory was destined to become even more chaotic. Jiang Chen's arrival signified the arrival of a devil incarnate. Because the gateway to Inferno Hell only opens once a year, it causes more and more people to come to Inferno City. Furthermore, every year when the gateway to Inferno Hell opens, there will always be people who don't want to go out. Many of them are the evildoers who were exiled to Inferno Hell. If they don't have powerful strength, they will die if they go out. In any case, people die here every day, and new people come in every day. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen could understand this. Although the people of the Qi province were afraid of Inferno Hell, there were a total of 28 provinces in the eastern continent, and there were hundreds of millions of people. There were a lot of people who came to Inferno Hell to train or be exiled. The Qi province couldn't be compared with the other powerful provinces, no matter if it was in terms of overall strength or population. The big sects of the big provinces would usually send their disciples to purgatory to advance in life and death experiences. The cultivation world was originally very cruel. If you could walk out of purgatory, then you would become a person above others. If you died here, then it could only be said that it was your own fate. How much time is left until the next opening of the portal? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't want to stay here for too long, as Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan were still waiting for him in the Black Sect. Once he reached his goal, he would leave. 3 more months. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. 3 months wasn't a long time. Besides, the reason he came to Inferno Hell was for the Earth Devil. But until now, he hadn't received any news about it. Thinking about the Earth Devil, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, have you ever heard about the existence of an Earth Devil in Inferno Hell? Earth Devil? Tian Yishan was startled for a moment, then he thought of something, causing his expression to instantly change. In the depths of Inferno Hell, there is a powerful beast king, and it calls itself the Earth Devil. I heard that this beast's devilish flames are extremely powerful, and even those ferocious devils have to listen to its commands. It's an extremely frightening beast, but I've never seen it before. Of course, with my current strength, if I were to meet this beast king, I'm afraid it could kill me with just a single blow. That's right, it must be the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil is an Earth Devil, and it possesses the most primitive and purest devilish source. It's a true lineage of devils, and its bloodline is noble. Although those devils are ferocious, they still have to listen to the Earth Devil's commands. Brother Tian, may I know the cultivation level of the devil beasts in this place? An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now that he had heard about the existence of the Earth Devil, he couldn't help but feel excited. This beast is the king of Inferno Hell, and it has reached the combat soul realm. Jiang Chen, don't tell me you're thinking about getting the Earth Devil? I advise you to stop having such thoughts as soon as possible. Tian Yishan reminded. What? Combat Soul Realm? Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog cried out in shock at the same time. Their expressions turned ugly. They never expected the Earth Devil to reach such a frightening level. There was no way they could defeat an Earth Devil at the Combat Soul Realm. Furthermore, dealing with an Earth Devil was different from dealing with Firethorn Savage. In front of a formidable combat strength, all schemes and tricks would be useless. No matter how strong a Heavenly Core Warrior was, there was no way he could be a match for a Combat Soul Warrior. Buddy, what should we do now? I'm afraid our plan is going to fail. De Huang Dog said. No matter what, this is still good news. The existence of the Earth Devil is good news. As for what to do next, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Don't forget, when we went to kill Firethorn Savage, we were in the same situation as we are now. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. That was because we tricked the Green Sanctuary sect. Who else are you going to trick this time? Besides, I don't think there's anyone in Inferno Hell who is stronger than the Earth Devil. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Let's go to Inferno City and save Guaniyun first. We'll talk about the Earth Devil later. Since we're here in Inferno Hell, we need to make use of the conditions here and improve our cultivation. De Huang, you need to work harder as well. There's no way a Heavenly Core Warrior can survive here. Jiang Chen said. Only after coming to Inferno Hell did he realize how small the Qi province was. In the Qi province, a Divine Core Warrior was a mighty existence, and a peak Divine Core Warrior was like the heavens. But in the other provinces, although Divine Core Warriors also had a certain status, the number of Divine Core Warriors was much higher than the Qi province. Heavens! Brother Jiang, don't tell me you're really here for the Earth Devil? Tian Yishan was stunned. This target was simply impossible to achieve. The Earth Devil was simply too powerful. Even the Combat Soul Warrior from Inferno City was no match for this Earth Devil, a Combat Soul Warrior. That's right, I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save someone. Let's not talk about this for now. We need to hurry to Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. Along the way, the trio bumped into some demons and devils who tried to stop them, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. All of them were killed on the spot. Tian Yishan was getting more and more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. He had never seen a Heavenly Core Warrior who could be so powerful. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. Jiang Chen also took the opportunity to check the storage rings he robbed from the three men. They were filled with pills, demon souls, devil souls, and some crystal cores. All of these things were great supplements for Jiang Chen. Looks like I need to do more robbing in the future. Jiang Chen smiled. Inferno City was located in the center of Inferno Hell. It was a huge city with a circumference of a few hundred miles, and it looked like an ancient city. The color of the city was dark, and the surface of the city was mottled. These were the marks left behind by the passing of time. This city had existed for a very long time. At least, when Inferno Hell descended, Inferno City was already here. Jiang Chen, Inferno City doesn't allow cultivators to fly. Let's just land. Outside of Inferno City, Tian Yishan reminded Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The trio landed on the ground and started walking towards the main gate of Inferno City. The main gate of Inferno City was actually a huge gap, and it didn't meet the standards of a city. De Huang Dog peered into the inner part of the city. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his ears stood up. De Huang, what did you find? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked through his divine sense. There was only one explanation for this dog's behavior. It had found some treasure. There's a treasure in this city. I can feel it. De Huang Dog kept wagging his tail. What is it? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, but there must be some treasure. I'm thinking, why don't the demons and devils in Inferno City attack this city? There must be a reason, and it might be related to this hidden treasure. De Huang Dog said. Looks like there really is a treasure here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Don't be too happy yet. This treasure is located right in the center of Inferno City. With our current strength, there's no way we can enter it. De Huang Dog poured a bucket of cold water on Jiang Chen's head. Stop right there. Right at this moment, 4 middle-aged men suddenly dashed out from the two sides of the street and blocked in front of Jiang Chen and the other two. You two, hand over all your belongings. If not, don't blame us for being rude. A man with a ferocious scar on his face threatened. Seeing this, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. They had just entered the city, and they were already being robbed.
These 4 men in front of him were not weak. All of them were at the early divine core realm.
But trying to rob Jiang Chen with their cultivation bases was just like child's play. Brother Jiang, this is the chaos in Inferno City. Some men have banded together and hid outside the main gate of Inferno City. When they see someone weak, or someone who just came to Inferno City for the first time, they will rob them.
These men are really smart, they know all the alliances and their strengths in Inferno City, and they know who they can offend and who they can't.
Tian Yishan said. Interesting. Looks like they think I'm a newcomer. But, since they are robbing us, we don't have to be polite. Chapter 208. The 4 arrogant men stared at the arrogant De Huang dog and were startled. Fuck, why is a dog so arrogant?
Buddy, we're the ones robbing you, not the other way around.
Look at the situation and the gap between our strengths. Hurry up and hand over all your belongings. Only then will you be able to keep your lives. If not, it's normal for someone to die in Inferno Hell.
The 4 men were extremely arrogant.
They had clearly seen the cultivation levels of the trio in front of them. 2 heavenly core warriors were nothing to worry about, and the last divine core warrior's energy was in a mess. Obviously, he was severely injured, but they didn't need to worry about him.
This was like a prey that had been delivered to their mouths, and if they didn't take it, they would be struck by lightning.
Are you sure you want to rob me? Jiang Chen asked with uncertainty. Fuck, looks like this guy can't see the situation clearly. Let's teach him a lesson. Brothers, let's go, strip them naked. A man who looked like the leader of the group shouted out loudly. In an instant, the 4 men leapt towards Jiang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. A series of banging sounds could be heard. In just a few breaths of time, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, and Tian Yishan swaggered into the city gate, leaving the 4 arrogant men behind. The 4 men looked at the backs of the trio and the dog as they left, and they immediately started crying. This was too cruel. Couldn't they just leave some clothes for them? How were they going to face anyone like this? The image of the 4 of them was really glorious. They were really clean and smooth. Each of them stood naked in the cold wind, using their hands to cover their private parts. Each of them had 2 standard black panda eyes on their faces. It was really tragic to the extreme. Boss, it's all your fault. Why did you ask us to strip them naked just now? If not, we would have at least 1 piece of clothing to wear. Don't talk about it. Don't we still have some clothes in our storage rings? Damn you, all our storage rings have been taken away. We only have 2 eggs left, and they're still worth some money. Sigh. Why is that guy so strong? Is he really only at the heavenly core realm? That's not true.
In the cold wind, 4 naked men were standing in a solemn manner.
Even their crotches felt cold.
4 divine core warriors had ended up in such a miserable state, but the good thing was that they didn't lose their lives.
Kaka, little Chenzi, you're really ruthless. You actually stripped them naked, at least leave them a pair of underpants. In Inferno City, De Huang Dog was laughing out loud while staring at the clothes that were burned clean. It's good enough that I didn't kill them. Jiang Chen grinned, and then he looked at Tian Yishan. Brother Tian, where are Guan Yun and the others? It's easy to find the outer circle of influence. Yang Shua has occupied our previous stronghold. I'm guessing that junior brother Guan and the others are imprisoned in the stronghold. I'll lead you there quietly. Tian Yishan said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head and followed behind Tian Yishan. They were heading towards the stronghold at top speed. There was no day or night in Inferno Hell, it was just one color, and it gave off a depressing feeling. Soon, under Tian Yishan's lead, Jiang Chen and the others arrived in front of a manor. The manor wasn't big, but it was also emitting an ancient aura. There is a secret chamber in this manor. If I'm not mistaken, junior brother Guan and the others should be imprisoned in the secret chamber. I know there's an entrance at the back of the secret chamber. We can enter it directly. Let's not disturb Yang Shua and the others for now. We need to save them first. If not, once a conflict breaks out, junior brother Guan and the others will be in danger. Tian Yishan said. He was a meticulous man, and he was very thoughtful.
At the back of the manor, in front of the secret chamber's entrance, a majestic demon lord was lying on the ground. He was a peak-late heavenly core demon lord, and his eyes were filled with ferocity.
This demon beast was caught by Yang Shua. He's now guarding the entrance. Tian Yishan said. Let's kill this demon beast and enter the secret chamber. Jiang Chen said. Right after his words left his mouth, the Huang dog immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed out with incredible speed. He opened his mouth wide and used his sharp teeth to bite off the demon beast's neck. The demon beast died on the spot, and blood gushed out from its wound. It didn't even make a sound. Tian Yishan was shocked. He had never seen the Huang dog fight before, and he had never expected this dog to be so strong. He could kill a peak heavenly core demon lord in an instant. But after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. If Jiang Chen was this strong, then the one following him wouldn't be any weaker. 3 men and a dog opened up the narrow back door behind the demon beast and entered it. It was a tunnel that led downward, and it was dark. In front of them was an underground secret chamber. Arg! Not long after they entered, Jiang Chen immediately heard miserable screams coming from the secret chamber. The screams were extremely loud, and it was easy to imagine what kind of pain the person who was screaming was suffering. That's Guan Yun's voice. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He recognized Guan Yun's voice from the miserable screams just now, and he couldn't help but unleash a strong killing intent from his body. Right at this moment, in an underground secret chamber. This was a huge secret chamber, and the cruelest torture was being carried out within it. It was a horrible scene. In the center of the secret chamber, 7 naked men were tied to iron poles. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was torn apart. Hideous wounds could be seen all over their bodies, and blood kept flowing out from them. In front of them, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes was sitting on a flying chair. He was enjoying the torture as if he was enjoying a beautiful scenery. Bastard, kill us if you dare. Kill us. A young man who looked to be in his mid-20s roared out. Blood was gushing out from his mouth, and he had the most wounds on his body. His vision had started to blur. Obviously, even with his divine core cultivation base, he couldn't hold on any longer after being tortured for such a long period of time. This man was Guan Yun. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Offending young Master Yang Shua will only bring you a fate worse than death. Someone, bring me something more explosive. The middle-aged man said. There were 4 other men in the secret chamber, and all of them were at the peak heavenly core realm. When they heard what the middle-aged man said, a hideous smile emerged on their faces. Each of them took out a palm-sized tube, and one of them walked up to Guan Yun and opened the tube. A small red snake crawled out from the tube, and its body was emitting a stinky smell. Clearly, it was a poisonous creature. Guan Yun, this is the venomous king snake. I'm sure you've heard of it before. The man said with a hideous smile. After that, he placed the poisonous snake on Guan Yun's body. When the poisonous snake smelled the blood, it immediately crawled towards Guan Yun's wound and kept drilling into it. Arg! Even a man of steel couldn't withstand this kind of pain. Guan Yun let out a miserable shriek. Sizzling sounds could be heard from his body, and his skin quickly turned dark purple. The pain brought by the corrosion was something no ordinary man could imagine. Arg! At the same time, miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the secret chamber. I can't take it anymore. Someone let out a scream, and then he stopped breathing. The venomous king snake's poison wasn't something anyone could withstand. Besides, all of them were severely injured right now, and the poison had entered their bloodstream. The pain was something no ordinary man could imagine. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man sitting on the rattan chair laughed heartily, as if this kind of hair-raising scream was the most beautiful note in the world. This kind of pleasure of torturing people could satisfy his perverted heart, and this kind of perversion was learned from Yang Shua. Right at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the secret chamber. Jiang Chen looked at Guan Yun, and flames of anger immediately burst out from his eyes. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Who are you? When the middle-aged man saw these uninvited guests, his expression immediately turned cold. The ones who want your life. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the middle-aged man and grabbed his neck. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the middle-aged man felt like a mountain was pressing down on his neck, and he couldn't even breathe. De Huang, Yishan, capture everyone, don't kill them. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes. Tian Yishan replied. He immediately dashed out like a wolf. The 4 heavenly core warriors were no match for Tian Yishan and a Huang dog. They were immediately pushed down onto the ground. Junior disciple Guan.
Tian Yishan arrived in front of Guan Yun. Then he quickly broke the iron chains on his body and let him down.
Senior disciple Tian. Why are you back?
While speaking, Guan Yun kept spitting out blood, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker.
Junior disciple Guan. Look who's here to save you. Tian Yishan said.
He grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and threw him onto the ground. Then he walked up to Guan Yun.
Senior disciple Guan. I'm here to save you. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Junior disciple Jiang. It's you.
Cough, cough. When Guan Yun saw it was Jiang Chen, a joyful expression emerged on his face. However, he had no idea why Jiang Chen came back to Inferno Hell, and why he was together with Tian Yishan.
Don't talk yet.
Jiang Chen placed his palm on Guan Yun's body. Then he forcefully sucked out all the venom from the king viper. After that, Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion and sucked out all the venom from Guan Yun's body.
Seeing this, Tian Yishan was shocked once again.
That was a deadly venom, but Jiang Chen had just sucked it into his body, and he wasn't affected at all.
This was really frightening. Arg!
Guan Yun let out another blood-curdling scream. Then he fainted. When a man's mental state was in a constant state, once he relaxed, he would soon faint.
Brother Jiang, junior disciple Guan's injuries are very serious. Tian Yishan said as he looked at the others.
These people were all seriously injured, and none of them could stay conscious. All of them had fainted.
Humph.
Let's give them a taste of their own medicine.
Let them have a taste of the deadly venom.
Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. His face was filled with anger.
He was really angry now.
Since his opponents were so abnormal, he would use even more abnormal methods to pay them back.
Chapter 209. What are you trying to do?
The middle-aged man was terrified. He could sense a vicious and dangerous look from Jiang Chen's eyes.
What you did to them, I'll do to you?
The evil smile on Jiang Chen's face became wider and wider, causing the 5 men to feel a chill down their spines.
Who are you? Do you know where this place is?
This is young Master Yangshua's territory. If you dare offend him, I'll make sure you die a graveless death.
The middle-aged man threatened.
For Jiang Chen, this kind of threat was obviously not enough.
Jiang Chen's expression didn't change.
He stretched out his palm, and 5 green lights appeared on each of his fingertips. The lights were dancing like snakes, and it looked really beautiful. However, the middle-aged man could sense a dangerous aura from the lights, and it could even make one's soul tremble.
Tian Yishan placed Guan Yun on the ground and saved the other men.
Because of their severe injuries, all of them had fainted, and 2 of them had lost all signs of life.
Sigh. Tian Yishan let out a heavy sigh.
A sorrowful expression emerged on his face. These men had been following him for quite some time, and although they had formed an alliance to survive, they still had some feelings for each other. Now that they had died in such a horrible way, how could he not feel sad?
2 are dead, and the rest are badly injured.
Tian Yishan stared at the 5 men lying on the ground and said in a vicious tone. After that, he threw his glance at the green lights in Jiang Chen's hand. What he said was meant for Jiang Chen, because in order to deal with young Master Yangshua and get justice for his men, he had to rely on Jiang Chen.
Today, I'll kill all of you and leave no one alive.
Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. With just one sentence, the temperature in the secret chamber had dropped. He took a step forward and arrived in front of one of the peak Heavenly Core warriors.
What are you trying to do?
The man was trembling in fear. This young man in front of him was too frightening. Even their heads couldn't withstand a single strike from him. In front of Jiang Chen, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had no ability to fight back.
What are you doing? I'll use your methods to deal with you.
I'll cut open your skin and then put the poison into your blood. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you that the poison in my hand is called the Hell Python's poison. It also contains the poison of the Silent Poison King Needle. I don't know if you've heard of the Silent Poison King Needle, but it's a kind of poison refined from 49 poisonous flowers. Now that I'm using this poison on you, I don't know how long you'll last before you die.
Jiang Chen's words were neither salty nor indifferent.
He spoke very calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was really like a bolt from the blue. Perhaps they hadn't heard the silent poisonous needle, but they were no strangers to the green hellish python. The poison of the green hellish python was far more powerful than the king cobra,
not to mention that it was mixed with other poisons. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed, including the divine core warrior. Kaka, I guess they won't last a minute. De Huang Dog cackled. I think so too. Tian Yishan sneered. Buddy, let me give you a hand. As Big Yellow spoke, he pounced on one of the men and bit the man's chest with his sharp teeth. A piercing sound was heard, followed by the man's miserable shriek. A deep wound was left on the man's chest, causing his skin and flesh to be flipped open and blood to gush out. You're right, Big Yellow. Swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Chen flicked his finger lightly. A beam of green light shot unerringly into the man's wound. Slash slash. The poison had a strong corrosive effect. The red blood instantly turned black. Ah! The man let out a miserable shriek. It was a hair-raising scream, as if it didn't come from a human. Just by listening to the scream, one could imagine how much pain the man was suffering. It was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Soon, the poison had attacked the man's heart, and his entire body had turned black. His flesh and blood had been corroded beyond recognition. When the man's scream stopped, he laid quietly on the ground. Even his eyeballs had been corroded by the poison. The green hellish python's poison was a deadly poison. Ordinary people would feel terrible if they touched it, and there was a risk of death. If the poison was injected directly into a person's bloodstream, even yuan energy would be useless against it. The poison would immediately enter the person's internal organs, and it would quickly kill the person. The other 4 men had been terrified by the green hellish python's poison, and now that they had witnessed the death of their companion, they were even more terrified. The 3 heavenly core warriors were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Cold sweat kept breaking out from their faces. The divine core middle-aged man couldn't withstand the fear either. His expression became extremely ugly, and his breathing became rapid. Terrifying. This was really terrifying. This way of dying was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Witnessing this torture with their own eyes, and it was going to be their turn soon, this feeling was something no ordinary man could understand. It's your turn, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent manner. He had a carefree smile on his face, as if killing a man with ease was a normal thing for him. But in the eyes of these men, this smile looked like the smile of a devil. They were all cruel men, but compared to this young man in front of them, the gap was huge. Jiang Chen walked up to another heavenly core warrior. De Huang. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog immediately leapt towards the man. Its sharp teeth easily cut open the man's chest, and the green beam in Jiang Chen's hand pierced into the man's wound like a sharp sword. The man let out a shrill scream, and soon, he followed the footsteps of the first man and died on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the dead body. He just continued walking towards the third man. No, don't! The man was terrified. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, and in Inferno Hell, even if there were some who weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't want to die in such a way. This was too terrifying. Slash. Begging for mercy was useless. De Huang Dog didn't slow down at all. He once again cut open the man's chest with his sharp teeth. The pleasure of killing someone made De Huang Dog jump up and down in excitement. Tian Yishan, who was standing aside, had a satisfied expression on his face as well. All these men deserved to die, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to let them suffer the cruelest torture under the heavens. But at the same time, Tian Yishan was also shocked by Jiang Chen's methods. This man was really a rare genius. Not only did he have incredible combat strength, he also knew how to use poison. Ah, buddy, if you dare do this, young Master Yang Shua will never forgive you. Don't even think about leaving this stronghold alive. The middle-aged man shouted at Jiang Chen with bloodshot eyes. His voice was extremely loud, and it was transmitted using his yuan energy. With this, everyone outside the secret chamber could hear him clearly. Obviously, the middle-aged man's threat was fake, and his cry for help was real. I'm sorry, but I'm not planning to leave this stronghold today, because I'm going to take over this stronghold today. None of you here will live, all of you will die, and that Yang Shua will be the same. He will only die in a more miserable way than all of you. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. With your cultivation level, I'm sure you will be able to last longer than all of them, and you will experience more pain. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. It was a devilish smile. Guan Yiyun's miserable condition had made him furious. Today, he would never let that young master Yang Shua go. Besides, he had just arrived in Inferno City, and he needed to establish his power and status.
Ah! The last remaining Heavenly Core warrior let out a loud roar, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
He had actually used his yuan energy to shatter all his internal organs, and committed suicide on the spot. Committing suicide required a lot of courage, especially for a warrior. One had to admit, this man was a ruthless man. But when faced with Jiang Chen's horrifying methods, the man would rather commit suicide. At least, it would be a quick and painless death. You do have some guts. Jiang Chen smiled. After that, he looked at the last early Divine Core warrior and said, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself as well. Devil, you're a devil. The middle-aged man's heart was about to break. He had never felt so close to death before. This young man in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, was even more ruthless than Yang Shua. He killed people cleanly and brutally. What's going on? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the secret chamber. After that, 4 men appeared at the other end of the secret chamber. When the 4 men saw what was going on, their expressions changed dramatically. Save me! The middle-aged man who was lying on the ground shouted out desperately, as if he had just found a life-saving straw. Who are you? The first man looked at Jiang Chen. There was a long scar on his forehead. It was probably left behind when he fought with a demon beast. It looked extremely ferocious. This scar added a sense of ruthlessness to his image. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen. Among these 4 men, 2 were early Divine Core warriors, and the other 2 were peak Heavenly Core warriors. In Inferno Hell, the peak Heavenly Core realm was the weakest realm, and they could only appear in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. If one's cultivation was any lower than that, entering Inferno Hell would be no different from courting death. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to these 4 men. In front of them, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword was glowing in a cold light, and he pointed it at the middle-aged man's chest. Slash slash. The tip of the sharp sword pierced into the middle-aged man's chest, then it slid down. Jiang Chen's movement was very slow, and everyone could hear the sound of the sword piercing through the man's chest, and blood could be seen flowing out. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed out loudly. He knew he was done for, and his eyes were filled with despair. Stop! An early Divine Core warrior shouted out. He immediately turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he pulled out the sword from the middle-aged man's chest, then he swung the sword toward the Divine Core warrior. Slash! Chapter 210. Swoosh. Everyone's expressions changed. The 3 men who were furious and were about to rush into the stronghold saw an early Divine Core warrior being sliced in half by a young man, and they immediately became frightened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The 3 men immediately turned around and ran back into the stronghold while shouting. They were afraid that if they ran any slower, they would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword, so they couldn't care less about the life and death of the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who had his chest sliced open by Jiang Chen had lost all hope. This young man in front of him was too frightening, and he had no chance of surviving. Swoosh! Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a green beam into the middle-aged man's chest wound. The poison turned into tiny threads, and like tiny poisonous snakes, they started rampaging inside the middle-aged man's body. Arg! It was a pain and suffering that even a man made of iron couldn't endure. The middle-aged man's miserable screams resounded throughout the entire stronghold, and he kept rolling on the ground.
Because he had a higher cultivation level, his resistance was much stronger than the other men, but because of this, he was suffering more pain than the others.
Enjoy the pain and the taste of death, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He turned around and looked at Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun and the other men who were lying on the ground. Guan Yiyun and the other men were severely injured, but the good thing was that the poison in their bodies had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen, and they were still alive for the time being. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? I'm afraid the secret chamber is surrounded by Yang Shua's men. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen's performance was indeed abnormal, but he knew what Yang Shua was capable of. As a genius from the Heavenly Sword sect in the Jian province, no matter if it was his cultivation level or his methods, no ordinary man could compare with him. Now they had wreaked havoc in the stronghold and killed Yang Shua's men. With Yang Shua's character, He wouldn't let them go easily. I've said it before, I'm going to kill everyone here today. I'm going to show my might in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. I'm going to avenge Guan Yun. Jiang Chen, don't let anyone hurt my friends. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, as if he didn't take Yang Shua seriously at all. If it was before, he might not have the confidence to defeat Yang Shua. However, now that he had 600 dragon marks in his body, dealing with Yang Shua was a piece of cake. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He understood Jiang Chen too well. This guy was truly angry today. This stronghold was destined to be filled with rivers of bloods. Leave Guan Yun and the others in this secret chamber. Let's go out and meet that Yang Shua. Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the secret chamber with a long sword in his hand. He wouldn't be polite today. In purgatory, killing was the most common thing. Life was worthless here. The people inside, come out and die. Inside the stronghold, someone shouted. His voice was so loud that it reached the secret chamber. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked side by side, and Tian Yishan followed behind them. Step by step, they walked out from the secret chamber and arrived at a spacious area in the manor. Right after they walked out from the secret chamber, Jiang Chen immediately sensed killing intent and ferocious energy lingering in the air. There was also some demonic energy lingering in the air. Seeing the 3 men and the dog walk out from the secret chamber, at least 20 men immediately surrounded them. Each of them was holding a cold combat weapon in their hands, and there were 4 powerful divine core demon beasts among them. They looked ferocious and ferocious. No matter if it was the number of people or the demon beasts, Yang Shua was an extraordinary man. In Inferno City, he was able to make so many men follow him willingly, and he was also able to subdue a divine core demon beast for his own use. This was enough to prove Yang Shua's strength. It's him. He killed a few of our men. When one of the men saw Jiang Chen, he immediately shouted out loudly. Next to him was a mid-divine core old man. He looked to be in his 50s, and he had a strong body. He was wearing a beast skin, and he looked very carefree. Tian Yishan, so it's you. Not only are you still alive, you even found a helper. But you were lucky enough to escape, but instead of appreciating it, you came back to die. What a pity. The old man looked at Tian Yishan and said, Brother Jiang, this man's name is Lu Kuei. He's a cruel and merciless man, and he is a mid-divine core warrior. He was exiled here by one of the big sects in the Jian province, and now he's following young master Yang Shua. He's not easy to deal with. Tian Yishan reminded Jiang Chen through his divine sense. Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. Although he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, his expression didn't change at all. He looked at Lu Kuei and said with an indifferent tone, Where's Yang Shua? Ask him to come out. Haha, do we need young master to deal with you all by himself? I alone am enough. There's no need to disturb young master's cultivation. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. He was very confident in his abilities, and he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Is that so? After saying that, Jiang Chen moved his body slightly. Then he swung his sword towards the men not far from him. Ah! 3 miserable shrieks sounded out, and 3 men were sliced in half. Among these 3 men, 2 were peak heavenly core warriors, and the last was an early divine core warrior. Because Jiang Chen's attack was too sudden, and it was extremely fast, they didn't even have the chance to react before they were killed on the spot. Swoosh! Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one had expected that under such circumstances, not only did Jiang Chen not beg for mercy, he even dared to attack first. This was an extremely daring act. What shocked everyone even more was Jiang Chen's ability. He had killed an early divine core warrior with just a single strike. This was extremely frightening, and even Lu Kuei's expression changed. Good lad, let's kill them all. Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. Everyone in the stronghold unleashed their full strength and attacked Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. The 3 powerful divine core demon beasts let out ferocious roars as well. Their gigantic bodies leapt towards Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold tone. Roar! De Huang Dog let out a loud roar. Golden runes started blinking above his head. Then he turned into an arrow that had just left the bow and dashed forward. Tian Yishan drew out his combat weapon as well. With both of his eyes turned red, he dashed forward. His injuries weren't as severe as Guan Yun's, and after consuming the elixir, he had almost fully recovered. With his current combat strength, he could easily deal with any ordinary early divine core warrior. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly in excitement. He loved bloody and exciting scenes like this. However, he was upset that he hadn't activated his innate ability yet. Therefore, he could only rely on his speed to move between his opponents, avoiding those divine core warriors, and focusing on those heavenly core warriors. No heavenly core warrior would be able to withstand a single strike from his head, and they would be killed on the spot. Jiang Chen was holding the soaring heaven sword in his hand, and he was swinging it back and forth. No one could withstand a single strike from it, and they would be sliced in half, causing blood to flow everywhere. Ah! At this moment, the entire stronghold was filled with miserable screams, and the furious roars of demon beasts were mixed together. Blood splashed across the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. In just 1 minute, the group of over 20 men had been killed, and only 3 were left standing. Aside from Lu Kuei, there were 2 other early divine core warriors. Looking at the dead bodies lying on the ground, and the demon beasts' heads that had been chopped off, the 3 men had difficulty breathing. Even Lu Kuei's expression had changed. Right now, Lu Kuei no longer had the same confidence as before. This young man in front of him was too frightening. No one could withstand a single strike from him. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it either. Lu Kuei could sense a dangerous aura from Jiang Chen, and he knew he was no match for this young man. Old man Lu, what should we do now? Our opponents are really strong. We've suffered a huge loss. One of the men said. We can only call young master out from his cultivation state. Only young master can kill this guy. After saying that, Lu Kuei unleashed his invisible divine sense from his divine sense into the stronghold. The 3 of you will die as well. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the 3 men in front of him. Haha, young master will be here soon. Young man, you've killed so many of our men. Prepare to suffer young master's endless anger and torture. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. However, before he could finish laughing, Jiang Chen suddenly disappeared from his sight. Ah! Right after Jiang Chen disappeared, a miserable shriek sounded out from next to Lu Kuei. An early divine core warrior was sliced in half. Not good. At the same time, the last man sensed a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation, he leapt up into the sky and flew far away. Trying to run away? Stay here. Jiang Chen raised the soaring heaven sword and unleashed a powerful sword beam onto the fleeing warrior. Blood splattered all over the place, and the man died in mid-air. It's your turn. Jiang Chen didn't stop there. He swung the sword toward Lu Kuei once again. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, and the onlookers could only see a blur in front of their eyes before the sword beam arrived. Ha! Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. He raised the huge blade in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! The 2 combat weapons collided and produced a huge amount of sparks. Lu Kuei was knocked back dozens of meters by Jiang Chen's sword, and he was able to stabilize his body. But he was a mid-divine core warrior after all, and he still had some combat strength. Everyone here will die today. Since you've killed my friend, you'll have to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen threw a stern look at Lu Kuei. If he hadn't bumped into Tian Shan today, he wouldn't have known where Guan Yun was. If he was a little later, perhaps what he would see would be Guan Yun's horrible dead body. Humph! Who dares to kill people in my stronghold? You're courting death. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out. A man suddenly dashed out from the depths of the stronghold and arrived next to Lu Kuei. This man had a handsome face, and he was wearing a long blue robe. He looked about the same age as Tian Shan. However, there was a ferocious look in this man's eyes, and he looked like a cruel man. Young master. When Lu Kuei saw Yang Shua, it was as if he had found his backbone. A pleasantly surprised expression emerged on his face. He had witnessed Yang Shua's abilities with his own eyes, and no matter how strong that young man was, he would never be Yang Shua's match. Yang Shua turned around and saw all the dead bodies on the ground, and the blood that kept flowing down the ground. The anger in his eyes immediately boiled. Did you do this? Yang Shua stared at Jiang Chen angrily. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.